You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Yeah, man. Hello, Ted. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Today on the 420 Radio Show, we're going to be chatting for a little bit with Ted Smith. He is the founder of the Victoria Buyers Club, which you were the first buyers club in Canada, yeah?
Yeah. Hillary Black was selling cannabis to patients out of the back of Hemp BC when I started, but she hadn't actually gotten an official name or organization or phone number or anything to that effect. So I sort of beat her to that in certain aspects. But yeah, we just celebrated our 30-year anniversary.
Wow. I was a member of COM when they were down on Queen Street in Toronto.
Okay.
And I vividly have a memory of watching the police kick in the door and knock a patient over who was in a wheelchair as they were coming in when they were raided, I guess, maybe 12 years ago now.
Yeah.
You know, you've been raided. You've been evicted. You finally get yourself settled in a place where you're not going to get evicted, hopefully. And look what happens again. You want to explain who you are, and we'll go into what has happened now. This latest fight you're on.
Okay. Well, back in January 1996, I decided that people with basically, incurable chronic medical problems deserved access to cannabis and should have protection according to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to do that. And so we started up the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. But I also had just met a woman who made cookies and brownies and served a lot of people with AIDS. And so even before I started the club, I met her, and really she helped inspire me when I saw all the other medical benefits on top of smoking cannabis that were good for people that were in pretty serious medical need. And so it was with her cookies and sobs and stuff that I started the club up in January 96, and then went from a van to an apartment, and a few years after into a storefront. And I was doing a lot of activism along the way. With a group called Hempology 101, eventually taught a free non-credit lecture series and published a book. And I was actually on a book tour and convention tour when I met Marcel out east there. And so, I was doing a lot of education stuff. And then I got arrested up at UVic at a 420, passing joints out to students, and got arrested passing cookies out downtown. And then the club got arrested and raided 4 times in 2002, 2003. we were acquitted of every single charge that was laid against us. And then in 2009, our bakery got raided. We took that to the Supreme Court of Canada and won a unanimous decision that made edibles and extracts legal in 2015 for patients, that is. And at that point, the government sort of caved, and the Liberals decided that legalization was a smart move, and it did nothing for patients. And so, if anything, things have been worse for patients since legalization, because doctors are now refusing to sign medical licenses at all in some cases.
Yeah, just go to the store, you can get it yourself, kind of thing.
Right. So and so on a personal note, along the way, I fell in love with one of the patients, Gail Quinn, and sadly she was dying of cancer while we went to the Supreme Court of Canada, and after her death, I took some time off, and then I came back, partly because I could foresee legalization being a serious problem for patients. And so since legalization, the club has been raided 4 times now, the most recent one just last week. And we've been evicted as well, in part because of the pressures put on to us by the province. We have, though, been able to get support from a whole range of people. That's why we're still here and still operating, including our mayor and council. The previous mayor and council have been very supportive. The next few weeks, I'll be going to this current council to see what they're up to and how much they can do for us.
So you're being evicted again?
That's going to be what the government's trying to do, is get us evicted. So the raid here wasn't trying to intimidate us, really.
No, of course.
It was clearly meant as a strategy towards giving us a fine and then coming after this landlord.
That's what they did at Gunjanistas in Hamilton when I was helping out there.
That's their play.
Yep, they came in and closed everybody down, and when they walked in, there was a patient and an employee sitting there rolling joints for our Hope program. That's all that was there. And they shut us down for 6 months, maybe 8. And we never opened again, of course, because their last strategy was to threaten the landlord.
Yeah.
So where do you go now? You're gonna just fight it again, or are you gonna?
Well, we do have a judicial review at play here that's slowly working its way to court, although now we're trying to push it to happen faster. We really only put it in the fall of last year. It's been frustrating dealing with administrative law. It's a lot different than criminal law. And so in certain aspects, there isn't the sort of time pressures that occurs with criminal law. And honestly, until last week, we were fairly happy with it just kind of slowly going along. Now we're fast tracking it and getting our expert reports and the last affidavits together, so that we can push for a court date for the judicial review as soon as possible.
I had thought that you guys were just happily going along. You had a landlord that was understanding, yada yada yada.
Well, like I said,
that was the case of the last place too, wasn't it? So
yeah, it's been over 3 years since the last raid, so it did seem like there was a bit of a reprieve, that that the advocacy towards Mike Farnworth and others that we've done had somehow been heard, and that they backed off. But for whatever reason, that patience is gone. Just last month, we also were notified that they are proceeding to seize the home of my girlfriend.
No.
Bought her house long before she ever met me, but she was on the board of directors through this, and ironically, we weren't even together when she was on the board originally here, and now because he's on for the old fines of $3.2 million. They're also moving ahead with that. So yeah, we are under pretty serious threat here. That's for sure.
Wow, dude. What else can I say than that? I mean, it's what year is it? It's 2026, and we're still fighting in some ways the same fight. In fact, it's worse in some cases.
Yep.
There's lots going on down in Nova Scotia, as I'm sure you know, with raids.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm glad to see that increased enforcement as well.
But it's all the same reason. It's
control.
Basically, it's not even control. It's a taxation. In Nova Scotia, our provincial government is running out of money, and they got to try and get it from somewhere. So they're going to try and take every cent they can get.
It's all about the money, that's for sure.
Yep.
And then yesterday, I guess they went in and raided a place or several places in Tanganyika. They're going after the criminal element, they say. They were apparently producing alcohol as well as other stuffs, and they went after them with the band's permission.
No.
From
what I read, it was not with the band's permission. And
chiefs invited them to come with the tribal police. I read it this morning.
Yeah, I read something else that said that it wasn't. Let's see if I can find that again.
There's a video of somebody. I'm assuming he's a higher up in the clan there, but my dog is sniffing around my chair looking for treats, and it's distracting me. So you were open the next day, I'm assuming. Yes, Tim?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle to get all of our products back online, but they really didn't even look that hard when they were here, which is one more indication that they weren't really trying to rob us or intimidate us. Getting financial evidence that they can use to give us a big fine, and then follow through with the fine on the landlord. I'm certain that
they did the same thing in Hamilton, and they do the same thing in a lot of different places that they go into.
That's why it's not hard to figure out what they're up to.
Right. I mean, they knew that even though they shut us down, they knew that we were still there. We couldn't go in the lounge itself. We couldn't go in the dispensary itself, but we had 2 floors above. So you find a way to do what you have to do. You've managed to do that. You're keeping your patients relatively, still serving them, and that's really what matters, right? Is keeping your patients. When we were doing Hope in Hamilton, we were asked to leave by the business association that was running that particular area. I said, "Well, can't you go somewhere else?" No, this is where the need is.
Yeah. We don't have that problem. We have a very supportive city here, so that's been nice.
So the city's on board, but the government is not.
It's the provincial and federal government that we're up against. It's weird because it's the federal government writing the rules and the province enforcing them.
So what's for the future for you folks? Just keep going?
We're in a full-scale civil war right now, so we're engaged in a number of actions. On one hand, politically, we just actually had a meeting this week with the new leader of the Green Party here in British Columbia. She's effectively the opposition to the NDP right now. We're trying to get to David Eby, but it's like pin the tail on the donkey kind of thing. So the way that I think that I'll get to him is actually through the mayor and council. So next week we have a private meeting with the mayor, and then 2 weeks after that, on the 14th, or 2 weeks from now, I should say, on the 14th, we're having gathering at the city council meeting. I got a few minutes to speak to council, and then afterwards, we're going to get everyone out in the square at City Hall to discuss next steps and things that we're doing. I have another campaign day. I want to do a big event online 1 month after the day of the raid. This might actually be the first time it gets out anywhere. I'll be following through with things in print, but on May the 21st, I'm going to do an international rally called Pot Not Pills, and we're going to get patients to take pictures of all the medications that they would be taking if it were not for their use of cannabis. And so I want people to show, like, here's the little bit of cannabis I need, and here's all the prescription drugs that I've tried or would be taking if I couldn't use that instead. We really need people to understand that 10 milligram limit is not adequate for most patients in chronic pain.
No.
And so, anyone in Canada that wants to beat the 10 milligram limit, should be fighting for us to survive, because we're really the only ones openly selling over 10 milligram. And, if we can survive this and get an exemption to do some research, then we'll be able to provide that to people. But right now, there doesn't seem to be anybody else fighting for storefront access or 10 milligram limits or to beat that. And so, it's something that, I think the Pot Not Pills Day will bring a lot of attention to that. And then, we'll be trying to do some other, local protests and events to try and get David Eby's attention as well. But basically, what we want him to do is to just put a pause on enforcement until the judicial review can be heard and we get a chance to argue the Charter of Rights.
Get off our backs so we can deal with it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Let the Charter and the courts decide what is fair and reasonable, instead of the government deciding what is reasonable and shutting down a long-standing compassion club. It really doesn't make any logical sense, and really no one in the government will stand up and defend it. They'll just quote regulations if anybody tries to talk to them about it.
Wow, it's puzzling the way they do things, isn't it?
It is, especially because there's a lot of other situations that they could target if this was their goal. Ironically, there's another organization here in Victoria that's done harm reduction for many years, the Society of Living Intravenous Drug Users, or SOLID for short. And so they do different types of needle exchange programs and such. But they also started up a cannabis substitution project several years ago.
Yep.
That went from giving free cannabis away to selling cannabis in a nonprofit setting, the same as us. But they are literally operating out of the storefront 2 blocks away from here, selling illegal cannabis in a store that the province paid for, and it's essentially subsidizing the province's the illegal sale of cannabis as a harm reduction tool in this facility that's been left completely alone by the province all these years while we're getting raided. And so I've kept fairly quiet about that through the first raids, but now that we are being threatened in this way, I think that the provincial government needs to recognize that cannabis is a valuable tool in the harm reduction box, and that it should actually be moved up higher instead of buried as it seems to be doing now with this other program. And that they need to not only stop enforcing on us, but also help SOLID become, a legal entity that can operate without having to hide. And so, it's very frustrating to have a government-subsidized illegal competitor operating 2 blocks away from us while we're being raided and our houses are being seized.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's and like I said, this is going on not just in Vancouver. This is going on here and there and in the East Coast.
Well, Vancouver's a whole
not in Tyendinaga.
We're in Victoria, right? We're not Vancouver.
But not in
Tyendinaga. Morrison's operating in Vancouver, and he's got a dispensary happening over there that isn't medical.
Yeah.
and he's been raided twice, and that's it. And here we've gotten 4 raids, and millions of dollars of fines, and so the enforcement actions aren't being applied equally at all here.
It's and you want to take it a step further. They're even coming after podcasts and other information sharers, because I can't even have Dana on the show anymore. They automatically block it. They'll just shut it down and delete it the minute he starts talking about his programs. And that's another way of control, right?
Yeah.
Copying the music. I mean, we can't even post news anymore in Canada, right? We find a way. We find a way.
I'll just read you the news. So I'm going to read you some news, and this
Okay.
is regards to Tyendinaga.
Okay.
On Thursday, April 30th, 2026, in Tyendinaga Police Service, with assistance from the Ontario Provincial Police, executed 3 search warrants at separate businesses as part of an investigation into the unlicensed sale of alcohol.
Yes.
A significant quantity of alcohol was seized. During the execution of the search warrants, police also located and subsequently seized suspected psilocybin-related products. No cannabis or tobacco nicotine-related products were seized.
Huh. How do you like them apples?
Yep.
How do they like it? How do they feel it's okay to say, okay, you're shut down, you're under arrest, we're going to court, blah blah blah. Oh, never mind. And how many times do they do that?
Oh, they do it every time they realize that somebody's going to fight back, and they know they're not going to win.
How many times you've been through this? 4 times now, Ted?
Well, it's our 4th raid since legalization. We had essentially 5 raids before that.
So 9. This is 9.
Yeah.
Over 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you started, how long before they started coming after you?
It was actually a good 5 years, a bit more than that actually. I think before I actually started to get arrested, which was kind of surprising. I assumed I'd be getting arrested more than once when I started.
Every week.
And so it took quite a long time, but they typically operate by complaint, and people
Right.
generally aren't bragging about breaking the law, and so they were really unsure what to do with me for a long time. And funny enough, the first time they tried to get a warrant for me, they were unable to. At which point they told me to get a storefront because I was getting protection.
Because they wanted to come in and they wanted a door to go through.
Well, yeah, it's easier to get a warrant for a store than a private residence.
Yeah, Cafe found out that, eh? In Toronto.
Yeah.
When they shut them down, they just put up a banner in front of the shop so that it looked like there was no police presence, and the police brought in those big concrete pylons, the big, to block the front of the place and everything. And they're still going.
That's amazing, really.
There's a lot of places that are still going, and then there's a lot of places that are not. And unfortunately, the places that are not are the ones that we're helping people, not just making money.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes right down to it, it's about money. You have to be able to support the cause and your patients and yada, yada, yada. The money's got to come from somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry you got to go through this again. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for your parents. I'm sorry for your girlfriend. And I hope that you guys can figure this one out like you did the last one.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully, if we do our jobs right here, we'll not only, kind of get ourselves through this, but we'll, set some precedents and be able to reestablish compassion clubs back across Canada like they should be. At times, it's been interesting, doing this work lately. before the raid, it felt like almost the good old days here, because there wasn't a lot of pressure on us. But it also felt sort of awkward that, sure, here we are in this beautiful club, all this great medicine, but no one else in Canada has anything like what we have here. It's a very special place. The lounge that we have now is incredible. The community that we have is, it's just amazing and vibrant. And we shouldn't be special in that way. Everyone should have something like this. And so it seems that it's come to us to not only defend our club, but to fight until everyone else can have a place that they can call their own, just like this.
Well, I'm up in northern Ontario now, at the very top of Lake Superior, and we have one legal store between us and Nipigon, which is an hour away, several in Thunder Bay, but there are no Indigenous stores here at all.
No.
Unfortunately, because of the addiction issues they have up here, I think is the main issue.
Yeah.
They just don't want it. You can get alcohol 5 feet off the res, right? You can get gas all you want, smokes all you want, but you can't get cannabis.
Yeah.
So for some people, if it wasn't for the legal market or the recreational market, they'd be really stuck. I know a lot of people, Ted, that have just said, "Fuck the medical program. I'll just go to the store and buy what I want."
Yeah, well,
And
that's
unfortunately,
design,
that's what they
right?
want. They want that.
Yeah, that's by design. They want to shut it down. The doctors want it shut down.
Yeah.
They've never accepted medical marijuana. They've always resented the courts for making cannabis legal as medicine, because they consider themselves to be the experts, not the courts, and that the courts shouldn't even have the power to do that. And so the medical community has absolutely resented the court system for doing this, and legalization has been their way to shut down the medical marijuana program. They haven't done it immediately, but that is definitely their intention.
And our next fight is psilocybin.
Well, that might be for others, but I've still got this one, so I'm not worried about the next fight.
But that's going to be the next big fight, and it's going to go very similar, I think, a little quicker, because they know what they know now. Back then,
they've known for 100 years or more than 100 years what cannabis can do.
Correct, but they didn't. The approach was the same back then as it is now for mushroom, but more scientific. Thank God, right?
No, I haven't heard anybody saying that magic mushrooms are going to cause white women to want to have sexual relations with black men.
Yeah, but you do hear that about cannabis, I guess.
You did.
Yeah. It was a cultural thing. So, Ted, you guys got a website?
Yeah, we need to update it, though. It's been dysfunctional for a few years, but we got a basic website up. It's victoriacannabisbuyers.club.
Okay. And your programs are still running? Yes.
Everything's still going. Yeah.
Awesome.
One day at a time.
What kind of things do you offer people who come in?
Okay, so we have our own kitchen, which really helps us with the consistency of some of our products in different ways. So so we make a line of capsules. We got about 20 different strengths of capsules, from things that just have a couple milligrams that are made with the stalk, to some made out of bud, some with hash, some with rosin, some with RSO. We actually found a really wonderful source of inexpensive RSO, and so we're now, my newer products all have the 4-to-1 ratio in it, because of the way CBD helps THC break down. I'm not sure if you guys are up to speed on that.
A little bit.
The 4-to-1 ratio seems to be the big cancer killer as well, or the perfect cancer killer. So yeah, we've got RSO caps that are 140 milligrams THC, 35 CBD, We sell them as $2 to cancer patients and $3 to everybody else. We have that same oil in a tincture bottle because 140 milligrams is a bit too strong for some patients. So people can just do it by the drop or the dropper. And then we have jars of it by the ounce. We get it so inexpensive, we're selling it $100 an ounce to cancer patients or $200 to everybody else. We have a whole bunch of CBD products as well, isolate products, spray bottles. We have a pet spray. We have 6 different types of suppositories that we make, up to 250 milligrams, and some CBD, some THC. We have several topicals that we make as well. Some of them like a tiger balm with different essential oils in them. Yeah, we try and specialize in all these other alternatives. Obviously we have bud and cartridges and hash and all that sort of stuff as well.
And what's your pricing like?
Well, we try to put as little as we can, usually 20 to 30% markup on most things. Yeah, like our capsules start at 25 cents and go up to $5. The cookies, here's a good example. The cookies have got 75 milligrams in them. We sell them for $3, and that's the cost of the food and labor. They're made with leaf, actually. We don't pay for the leaf, so we don't charge anything for that. And so like in a legal store, 75 milligrams would probably cost you like $70-80. And we charge, like I say, $3 for that. We
You'd
got
never get that in a legal store.
we got gummies that are 500 milligram gummies that are $15.
Wow, man, because you can go in and get what I think 4 5-milligram gummies will cost you, I think, $5 or something like that at the legal store.
Yeah,
and that would do nothing for most people that were medical, anyways.
Yeah.
Might fuck somebody up, a recreational person that's not used to the edibles, right?
yeah, but not someone in persistent chronic pain, trying to avoid using opiates or painkillers or fighting cancer for that matter.
Yeah. The biggest thing right now, I mean, we've always known that the oil will help with cancer and other things like that. But the biggest thing right now that I see a lot is pain management, specifically in seniors.
Yeah.
Because a lot of us that started doing this 20-30 years ago are now seniors. The landscape has changed so much, and unfortunately the youngins are not coming out of the woodwork to do the kind of work that we started doing way back when, because all they care about is money.
Yep.
Yeah, most of the new people that are coming in are certainly elderly and retired and unable to find what they want in the legal system, so they end up coming here kind of by default. A lot of them don't have experience with cannabis. We have a lot of patients coming in here that really just want CBD products, and the legal market is doing such a dismal job providing CBD products that we've ended up picking up a lot of extra members just through that, which seems ironic. You'd think that the legal system would be really doing a good job with alternatives to getting high, but they're not. They're just
they took it out of the public market because you used to be able to go into the corner Becker's down the road and buy it. They used to have the cartridges just sitting there in the stores, and now you can't even do that. You have to go to the legal place wherever you purchase legally, or a place like your folks, right?
Right, but all you're getting again is just distillates.
Yeah, you're not getting
CBD distillate, so you're not getting any actual real medicine.
Yeah.
Just so you know, this lady keeps appearing behind you, Ted.
Yeah, they're working. She's my manager.
I know. I just bugged you. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna say it's frustrating having patients coming in asking for things like CBG, when really the only way you can have a CBG product is if you're, using this equipment and machinery and processing it and really, taking all the other valuable medicines away to get one of a bouquet of medical compounds. That the medical benefits are reduced because they're not working in synergy with all the other medicines that come in the natural plant. So yeah,
But
we have a
the-
few
just let them know
products.
that the whole plant oil will have CBG.
Yeah, well, we try, but I'm just saying, like, often patients are coming in and these products are being promoted by the legal industry because they can sort of patent and corner the market a little bit with these products. And so they think that that's what they need. But yeah, we turn them on to whole plant medicine because aside from a couple CBD products, everything else we sell here is whole plant
Do you
medicine.
support the CBD pillow market?
The what?
The CBD pillows that they sell.
I've not
They're
heard
u-
of the pill.
They're
Okay.
using hemp fiber to make pillows and calling them CBD pillows.
Oh wow, okay.
They're CBD infused pillows and guaranteed to give you a better sleep.
Wow. I guess I'm wearing CBD pants.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
so. We used to do that in the 60s and the 70s, right from thrifties.
Yeah. Funny,
The
THC and CBD are both key marketing tools
Yeah.
because if you put THC or CBD on anything, people are going to buy it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. CBD pillow. They've sold thousands of them. And it just gives you an idea how stupid people can actually be.
Right.
So we're going to let Ted go because he's actually at work. He's doing his things. And this lady keeps interrupting us. So Ted,
Maybe you should ask Ted if Ted wants to leave. Maybe Ted doesn't want to go.
I only have one staff with me today, so yeah.
He's got to go.
I appreciate being on the show here with you.
Please tell us again where people can find you. You got a Facebook page, you got a website.
Yeah, I guess the website victoriacannabisbuyers.club. You can find the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club on Facebook and Ted Smith on Instagram and Facebook as well.
And what's the address of your shop?
1625 Quadra.
Which is in Victoria.
Yeah, downtown Victoria, yeah.
British Columbia.
How long have you been there?
We've been in this store space for about 2 years now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because your website says Johnson Street.
Yeah, it's still got our old address. Like I say, we haven't got to updating that for a few years. Behind on a couple things here, it seems. The website was down even for like 9 months last year.
Oh yeah.
It seems to be one thing after the next.
If you go to the website and you look at the picture, Ted's the one with the mask.
That's right. It's still got that old picture. Yeah, we got a new logo. We got to be changing that up.
Did you guys just continue right through COVID?
Yeah, it was awkward at times. We at one point had the patients waiting in a lineup outside and limited how many people came inside at once.
Yeah.
My staff are all pretty much patients as well, and so they were scared for their lives coming to work just as much as the patients were. And so it was pretty awkward for a time there. I think we even at the very beginning we're only open on alternate days even just to limit people's exposure. But we survived. We shut our smoking room down for some time. So it was a while before we reopened that. We got back to normal eventually.
Do you have a lounge area? Do you have an area where people can go and hang out with others and medicate and?
Yeah, just don't tell my landlord's insurance company, okay?
Okay, all right. So no. Sorry, I asked
It's
that
a
question.
beautiful space. We're very lucky to have it. Yeah.
That when you approach a landlord with your idea, this is what you are going to be doing in this slot, and are you okay with that? And then they say yes, and then you get rated, and that all changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll see.
I hope that your
discussion, but
landlord
yeah,
is.
they're being threatened with some heavy fines.
Yeah.
And so, we'll see if their resolve stays here. I really hope it does. I haven't actually had that conversation with them here since this last raid, but they stayed with us after the first one, and so hopefully they'll make a stand with us here. And
I hope so, Ted, because this is really just a push and shove bully moment, is what it is.
that's for sure.
It's unfortunate that they're taking aim at. There's all kinds of other illegal shit going out in the world, and other bad things that we need help fixing, and they're going after people who have chosen to use a fucking plant.
It's very infuriating.
And then you have wonderful individuals who think it's great to go and steal the plant.
Yeah.
The $2 million worth of cannabis that the guys from Brampton stole.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a game. All right, Ted, say goodbye. And it's been nice catching up again. I'm sure we'll be back here again. Please let us know how things are going on. I follow you, so I see. But
well, thanks for having me on the show, and thanks for all your support, guys.
All right, you take care.
You have a good one.
We've been chatting with Ted Smith from the Victoria Buyers Club out in BC, Canada, and we're going to listen to a song called Cannabis Heals, and we'll be back. This is the 420 Radio Show.
Morning rough, don't talk loud. I rush slow through the crowd. Green breath in a paper crown. Got the weight, but I sit down. Hard week, heavy hands. Pockets full of shifting plans. You say pain don't leave clean, but I know what the roots mean. Let it spin. Let it swing, one small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time, feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, it cools, it shields. But one deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals. Let it roll in. Mama said, boy, stay wise. Read that truth behind the eyes. Some folk talk, some dumb folk lie. Still I keep my head held high. On the porch with the plate half full. Baseline warm and the night too cool. Friends lean close to worry straight. One love glow in the shade. Let it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, it cools, it shields. What one deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. No rush, no fight, just a slow
dog is standing there staring at me. Just standing there staring.
You're her everything.
I know, but still, fuck off and leave me alone for a little while.
Oh my God, so rude. Tell your dog to fuck off. I never tell mine. Well, I have.
It's usually Steven. Steven, it's spring. They're both driving me nuts. So we're going out more and stuff like that. Speaking of going out, the total is now 4 panels on the greenhouse, if anybody's counting, so far this year.
Have you been able to collect them all up?
One ended up in the front.
Yeah.
In there, we had a Dorothy moment last week, I guess.
Yeah.
One has completely just shattered and just disintegrated, and is just kind of hanging. I think there's actually 2 just kind of like, right?
Oh.
I have it. The snow is literally just over the last couple of days because it's been raining. We have no snow in the back now.
So here's a little hint for polycarbonate panels. They're not going to last.
No,
they don't like year-round weather.
No, especially up here in northern Ontario.
With wind, they will blow out. But what you can do is you can take a little drill and you can drill some holes in the polycarbonate panels, and you can wire them to
And
the
it
frame.
allows the air to. It also allows the air to go through.
Well, no, you're just going to wire them so they're not going to be that big a hole.
That's I think what I'm going to do. 1 second, please, Rosa. Get out of the cat food, please. Go lay down, baby. Thank you. I think I'm going to use the the clear roof paneling.
Yeah.
You can get and just screw it down permanent in it. But yes, they don't last. I bought that about middle of the summer, first year I was here, and I've been here 5 years this year. 4
I
years.
don't think it's 5, 3.
4 years.
It'll be 4 this year, yeah.
So I had issues last year. I had several panels blow out last year. So it lasted 3 years before it started.
Yeah.
And we do get typhoon fucking style wind that whips up from the lake here. Because, Lake Superior's like a kilometer. I moved close to the States, so I call it a mile now.
You didn't move close to the States.
Sure, they're across the street.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That would do it. See, we get a lot of wind here.
You don't have a greenhouse, do you?
No, my neighbor does. But what we do is we take the cover off of it at the end of the season. Actually, well, in his case, we got to take the cover off about halfway through flowering because the plants surpass the size of the greenhouse.
I think that's what I might not even bother putting new ones in this summer and just let them grow as long as they want to grow, or as tall as they want to grow.
Why not keep your ends and your side and your roof covered in a 12 mil clear plastic?
I thought about getting some heavy duty plastic, yes.
Right, but the 12 mil plastic is a thick greenhouse plastic. At the end of the year, or even
take it off
during the end of the season, the flowering, take the plastic off, roll it up, put it away, and then it's ready for the next year.
You can actually get tarps, clear tarps now that have the holes in them and everything.
Well, if you can get one that size, get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. It's only 6 by 10. So, but
how high at the peak and how high at the wall?
6 feet at the peak.
The peak is only 6 feet.
I believe so, because I fit in there. Maybe 6'5", because I fit in there and I don't, gash my head on anything. Right? When I'm in there.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, my point is I've had reasonable success growing outside at the farm. Yes, I know the climate is different here, but all I did was I put the pots in the field and watered them and fed them. That's all I did, right? Here, I have to futz about, and that's not going to happen this year. I don't buy auto pots for your greenhouse, okay?
I don't buy
You know
auto
what? I'm not
pots.
even sold. I'm not even sold on them downstairs yet, bud.
I don't.
Because I can't get them to go fuck anywhere downstairs in those pots. So come wintertime grow, I might just buy some pots and throw, or even use the ones that I've used outside. But this year they're going in big pots. They're just going to sit there. I'm going to take the hose every day and go, pss, 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 pss. Here's a little food for you. Here's a little food for you, and do it the way people do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Hi, buddy. What are you doing, buddy? What's going on? What's going on, man?
I don't mind auto pots if they're inside and you know what you're doing with them.
Well, you see there, I have not been able to tune them in. This year, I tried, and every single, there was water all over the fucking floor. So I don't know what happened there. I ran the fucking maintenance shit. I cleaned everything out, blah, 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 blah. And I went down there. There was a big
That happens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm learning. Okay, yeah. So
hose could have come off.
Actually, that's exactly what happened. The hose from the container came off.
Yeah.
We don't need this up anymore, do we?
Nope.
Get rid of that song.
MJ's coming.
I know. I got another song I want to play.
Uh-oh.
And this one's a little more your style.
All right, good, because that last one wasn't.
I know you don't like the reggae stuff, really.
Not really.
This is called Ramble on My Soul. And it's in the same style as that Toads thingy, sort of, kind of.
Southern rock.
Yeah, the Toad's Dream is more of what's that?
I got dust on my boots and a bruise in my name. Your hand on my shoulder, like a match in the rain. We lived that town in pieces, never turned around. Now the dark keeps calling from the fairground ground. Keep me from the edge, keep me from the fall. I can hear the thunder moving through the wall. Ramble on my soul. Ramble on my soul. Burn me slow, let me roll. Ramble on my soul. You wore a red scarf, like a flag in a fight. I found your name in gravel by the county line. We came the wall. Ramble on my soul. Ramble on my soul. Burn me soul, let me roll. Ramble on my soul. If I go blind, take my hand. If I lose my name, call it back. Through the smoke, through the glass, we were always made to
Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
ramble on my soul. Oh, let me roll. Ramble on my soul.
Wow.
I think that streaming is going over. Holy crap, man!
Just going nuts there. I like that ramble on my soul.
Yeah, you know what? That came out really well. I redid that 3 times.
Buddy says it's almost time to start planting. Couple more weeks and the race is on. Well,
I already started.
my plants are already started growing, and they will be going outside soon.
I was just going to ask you that. I am being proactive this year because I've had enough. I'm at the point where I've almost had enough. So you know.
I gotta cut clones this week, and then I'll drop enough clones for what I need for outdoor. But I've got Darcy. I didn't want any seeds this year because I didn't want to be farting around sexing plants.
Are you going to do the satellite again? Sure.
Well, I was going to, but then Darcy talked me into 2 other strains.
And those are
a blueberry and a purple Kush cross.
I thought you didn't like Kush.
I don't, but I don't.
Kush, you know, you gotta admit that a lot of people who don't like Kushes will still use a Kush because they're very high dose strains.
No,
no,
I'll grow Kush because it produces well. And
well, that's what I mean. Yeah,
it loses all of that disgusting flavor when I turn it into oil.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a high producer, right?
But then Darcy whined me into taking 3 seeds that he found that are a purple satellite cross. He just doesn't know they were crossed west.
Is this the MOD?
No, doesn't know what the cross was. He just found 3 seeds in a bud.
Because that's what I have. I have the MOD satellite cross.
Well, that's what they all have that.
Yes. No, right? I realize that. Yeah.
These seeds had to have come from another male.
Oh, okay. So tell me something. When you're crossing, okay,
yep.
When you cross a strain, you're getting half as the male and half of the female kind of thing. Is that how it works?
What? Say it again.
When you cross a plant,
yeah,
are you crossing the plant on the male side of the genetics or the female side of the genetics?
Well,
which is more potent?
What do you mean, which is more potent?
Well,
define potency. Like you take pollen from a male plant and put it on the hairs of a female plant, and it grows seeds.
yes.
The makeup of those seeds are going to be a variation of both traits from the male and the female.
Okay. So it's
Right.
not just one or the other.
No, so then what you do is you take like 100 seeds and you sprout them all and
Together.
together, and
Yeah.
then you start picking out which ones are growing the best.
The most
Because the
viable.
ones that are growing the best are going to be of the best genetics,
Okay.
right? Then you select based on traits that you're looking for on a vegetative plant. Then you force it to flower and find out which ones are females.
Okay.
At that point, most smart breeders will take cuttings.
MJ's
it's
hiding
not.
in the car again.
And grow them out. If
Yeah.
if it's not leaning quite the way they would want it to go, then they can go in and manipulate it by throwing pollen to it again and starting another batch of seeds.
And you just toss pollen on them.
Well,
Kind
that's why we kind of call them pollen chuckers.
Okay.
Right.
Allison, unfortunately, to answer your question, Al is having car issues, so no, we won't be going tomorrow. But I think that MJ is going with Timmy. So
Yeah.
maybe while she's there, she's gonna do a little bit of a clip for us for next week to show us what happened. Yeah, and this will be the first time that I have not been able to go, even from my chair here, since Al and I started doing that. It's probably 10 years or so. My last time I went to the GMM was the last Freedom Festival. So
Maybe MJ will run up and give Allison a hug for us.
and that's where I met Alice actually the first time I was at the last Freedom Festival we had down at the GMM. Yep. That was a long time ago. MJ came out to the car. She's with Timmy touring, and so she's hiding in the car again.
No, she's on her smoke break.
She's on her
It's
smoke.
still cold. It's still cold out here. Not as cold as what you got, Al, but still
Where are
Actually,
you?
you know what? It was really nice today. I had to open the windows because I got a little too warm.
Where
But we
you?
got a
Where you
frost-
to,
we
by?
have a frost advisory
Where are you to?
right now. Brantford.
And then Toronto tomorrow.
Yeah, Toronto tomorrow. Off to the GMM. I got my sign ready. It's double-sided because I got a lot to bitch about in the community.
Please,
Oh,
please,
One
please
what's
take
your
some
what's your sign say?
videos, MJ.
What's that?
What is your
What's
sign?
your sign?
Oh, one side says make lounges legal. And the other side says, I want to travel with my medicine.
Well, you kind of can
Travel
you not?
where?
Travel to a state that has legal cannabis.
Oh,
That's a little different.
That will never, ever, 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 ever happen. Ever.
Well, I'm
Ever.
not going to
Did I
make a
say
sign.
ever?
I'm not going to make a sign that is going to be obsolete in a year.
Well, no, it won't be.
Uh,
You can
you know,
use
I'm
that
gonna
every
say
year for
sorry.
the next 500.
Yeah. That you know what? I've watched a lot of debates on the whole U.S. Canada border hopping with weed thing. And I've also watched a lot of that Border Patrol show. Okay, Canadian Border Patrol, I think it's what it's called, or something. But anyways, one thing that is for certain, and it doesn't matter who's in the office, where, cannabis will never, on a personal level, be ever able. You'll never be able to bring it with you into the U.S. Maybe other
Except
countries.
Except we know people that have done it legally.
Sure.
Wow.
Kaylee and Nick Jones
and
got a
they
letter from the U.S. State Department that allowed them
allowing
to
them to
take their cannabis medicine for their daughter to her Make-A-Wish trip to Disney.
that was a first last year, yes.
Yeah.
But when I say on a personal level, maybe medically, yes, but on
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
personal
talking about.
one-to-one level, you'll never be able to just get on a plane and when they say, "Do you have any drugs or weapons?" I have cannabis on me, and they just say, "Okay." You can
Yeah, but
fly
that's
in
not.
Canada. You can fly in Canada with your pot.
Yeah, but that's not what my sign says. My sign says I want to travel with my medicine.
Yes. Okay.
So
Well,
like for example, this is the
well,
most frustrating
well,
part. So
your sign is pretty ambiguous since you're allowed to travel with your medicine in Canada.
yeah, but the photo, if you look at the photo that goes with it, it's the world and there's a plane flying around it with cannabis on the plane. Like I want to be able to travel around the world with my medicine. It's my
It will never,
medicine.
it will never
Oh, okay, good luck.
like going on a cruise ship with weed. It'll never happen. There's time zones. There's legal issues. There's one of the reasons they had no alcohol.
But a
There-
ship
hold on.
sailing out of Canada should have no problem once it goes into international water.
Fair enough. That's what I was just getting at. There are some ports like Qatar and stuff like that where the country is alcohol prohibited, and yet they have alcohol on the ship available to their travelers, but they cannot serve alcohol while they are at dock. They have
Right.
to be out, I think, 100 kilometers outside of the country.
International water.
In international waters. And there are actually a lot of places that do that. Why can't we do that with a cannabis cruise? You can go and have tobacco. They have smoking areas usually on a ship.
But you could do that if they really wanted to do it. If somebody wanted to do it, then there would be no reason for them
I'm
to
surprised a
say,
company like Virgin has not tried it because they
right.
are the party company, right?
But send a boat, get on a cruise from St. John, New Brunswick,
And go around. No, it ain't.
go around Nova Scotia up into all the way to Montreal, if you want, with stops along the way. It would be a great little trip for people, and there's no reason why you couldn't use cannabis the entire time.
Well, you see, and I thought about that up here too, because we have a cruise ship on Lake Superior that goes from Thunder Bay, Ontario, down all the way to the other end of Lake Superior, down to the lower end of Lake Superior. And
Right. So as long as your boat stayed on the north side of that lake,
they don't do that though.
because they go
hop
across the
into
international
Canada and the
line.
US. So because of that, like for instance, if they went into the States, sometimes they come here. They even tie up here in Terrace Bay, right? And I don't exactly know the distance between me and the U.S. border, but it's not that far.
Halfway across the lake.
No, it's a little bit more than halfway, I believe.
I don't know. Let me go and look. I'll look because I'm a
Rose
crazy
is driving
man.
me nuts now. I fed her while we were on commercial there, and now she wants more. She thinks
And
just because I'm in my office that I'll give her more food.
to answer Allison, I wasn't ignoring her. I just didn't want to interrupt. Al, I am on the East Coast. I'm in Nova Scotia.
Oh, I thought she would have known that.
And that's why I can say things like, where are you to by? Whether or not people understand it. In your case, Al, that line goes right across the middle of the lake.
Is it the middle? Okay.
So it kind of takes a jog around Isle Royale National Park, which is south of Thunder Bay. So it goes around that belongs to the U.S., and then it takes a straight line all the way down to the channel just before Sault Ste. Marie.
Something I learned yesterday. The largest crater meteor crater or asteroid crater, or I don't know. It's been there for is in Sudbury, and it's actually the Sudbury Basin, where Sudbury, the city, is been built up into this meteor strike area.
I thought the largest one was the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, I just watched the thing, so if the guy who made the thing is wrong,
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Excuse me 1 minute, Rosalie. Would you please lay down? You're driving me nuts. Lay down, please. Okay. So, you guys are in. Where'd you say you were?
Brantford.
Brantford.
Yeah.
Brantford.
Brantford, home of Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
And the telephone guy, but nobody cares about him here.
The telephone guy.
Yeah. They call it Telephone City.
Brantford. Why is this window open?
Sudbury Basin is number 3 on the list. It's 130 kilometers across. Formed 1.8 billion years ago. One of the oldest and largest craters, currently known for its significant mining region.
Yes.
I wonder if all that nickel came from the meteorite.
I wonder.
Oh, interesting.
That's an interesting hypothesis.
I mean,
Do you know what I'm curious about? The Bleasdale Boulder.
Don't know what that is.
You haven't heard about this thing? It's like the biggest chunk of rock that's in southern Ontario that actually should be in northern Ontario. But when the ice melted, it just came all the way down here, and it's so big that when the ice all melted, that's where it's at. It's like the biggest, and it's got all these like little chunks of other rocks that it just collected along the way.
I've not heard about that. The reason
we have an area in Nova Scotia that I used to live beside, and they actually pulled a mastodon out, but it's an entire ridge that was all formed by glacier.
That's awesome.
So the glaciers moved down and they pushed all the rock into these hills and buried woolly mammoths.
Woolly mammoth.
Mastodons. That
you know that they cloned a woolly mammoth from one they found frozen, and they cloned it with an elephant, and they produced a baby. But no information after that. I don't know if it survived or what's going on with it, but they produced a little guy, and they're considering it a mammoth, but I haven't heard anything else other than that. Sorry. The buck stops there.
The Bleasdale boulder is over 300 tons.
And where is that?
It's in Quinte West, Ontario.
Quinte West?
Quinte West. It's Bleasdale Boulder Conservation Area. It was documented in 1872 by Reverend William Bleasdale, who identified it as being transported by ice.
That's where Pinky lives down there.
So a glacier literally, as the ice caps expanded, a glacier literally pushed that rock where it is now.
Yeah, I watched something on the Niagara Escarpment, and it's Niagara Falls has moved since it started 11 kilometers, and continuing to do so.
Yeah, right. Everything's moving.
Yeah, no, I realize that, but 11 kilometers.
Yeah. What was it?
Literally carved out the river, the Niagara Falls River. Is that what it's called? Niagara Falls River? What do they call that river?
The Niagara River.
Niagara River. But it literally started at the bottom of the Niagara River and continued to where it is now. Over
Oh, you mean the St. Lawrence River?
this, yeah, okay, whatever river
Right.
connects to the Niagara Falls Gorge. Right?
Okay, when I was in living in PEI back in the 80s, we were told then that the province of PEI was losing 1 centimeter per year
I've
on
heard
the
that.
New Brunswick side, and the north side, the Newfoundland side, was gaining 2 centimeters per
Because
year.
it was shifting.
It's literally moving north.
There are many islands in the Pacific Ocean that are there 1 minute and gone the next.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of that is due to volcanoes and earthquakes. So.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's interesting you say that because there's a beach in Sarnia that I go to all the time, and
That's
the
not all.
waves crash up against it, and we go like every 2 months. So I went in the winter and I seen how high the ice was, and I went back just now and I was like, why is there so much sand here? Like there's like it's like over the winter and spring, all this new land is built there now
Right.
from just washing in. Like it was
Well,
crazy, and you could see the rocks had these like indents that when you like ran your hand across it, you could tell it was from the waves crashing in and crashing out.
The thing that gets me is it not that long ago. Like it's happened. It happens very quickly. Is my point, right?
well,
and it's in
we
some
have
cases right in front
we
of
have
your eyes.
yeah, but we have a spot here, a few spots in Nova Scotia, because of our tidal system, that it changes twice a day. So I used to be a whitewater river guide on the Shubenacadie River, and we used to take boatloads of people up and wait for the tide to come in. And when the tide comes in, it goes 30 kilometers upstream
I've heard
against the river.
a lot of marshes are like that.
So to get people down to the mouth of the river, you load them all in the boats and you drive down on the river channel. And you literally weave in and around sandbars everywhere. It's a really wide river, but a very narrow channel of water when the tide is out.
I just watched a YouTube thing on that.
Yeah. When you get out there, when the tide comes in and the wall of water hits you, the water raises, in some cases up to 30 feet higher than where you were.
Well, yeah, Lake Superior has white caps that are 12
Right.
feet.
So what happens is this water rushing over these sandbars creates rapids.
Yeah.
And we get big ass waves to take people over, get them wet, have lots of fun. But what people don't realize is every time that tide goes up, it picks up every bit of sand that's in those sandbars.
As well as at the undertow.
Takes it all upriver, and then when it comes back down, it just deposited sand in the sandbars. From one day to the next, you can have sandbars in completely different locations in the river.
Wow.
So it's one day. It's a river that you really got to be careful on, because you could be on that river for 50 years. It'll never be the same twice.
What I was watching was about the desert in Vancouver. We have a desert in Vancouver, Canada, in BC, that is as dense as the Sahara Desert. And that's how, with the wind and the tides, how that desert was formed. That's what I was watching. And
the fact that the Sahara Desert used to be ocean.
So they were comparing it, right?
Well, everything this side of the Rocky Mountains to pretty much Manitoba was also ocean.
Right.
That's why we have all of them dinosaur fossils
For
and
for
bum
instance,
howler and stuff.
Toronto, the Toronto Harbor was right at the Royal York Hotel at one time,
Right.
and it's been built up and built up and receded and receded, and now it is where it is now. But the boats used to pull right up to the Royal York Hotel, kind of sort of. Right? I know. I got the yawns today too.
Are we keeping you awake?
Yeah, a little. You know what? Today is day 7 of the tour, and it backed up right against 420 celebrations, which were 4 days long this year. And tomorrow's the GMM. So yeah, I'm just a little bit tired, but
Aw.
thankfully I have a week to recharge before Camp Canna BC. So
So explain. Okay, you guys, you asked what Camp Canna is about, Marcel. It's in several different provinces, not at the same time, but over the summer, you can go to BC, Alberta, and just outside of Toronto, Ontario, right?
it's north of Toronto, but like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So it's like nice and
Barry?
in the country.
Barry?
No, I think probably
No,
around like
over around where I was.
maybe Muskoka, Halliburton area.
Yeah, right over where I was, Marcel, and I was at the bottom of Muskoka. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's basically like I understand Marcel said it sounds like just camping, and we've been smoking weed for like ever camping, and that's totally cool that you have that ability.
they have
It-
other things going on.
Yeah,
Oh, so
it's not.
it was usually liquor though.
Well, no, it's not like Harvest Fest. Like Harvest Fest was camping with vendors and
Oh,
like.
they have
and-
speakers. They have therapy people, like massage.
Are you talking about Harvest Fest, or are you talking about Camp Canada now?
Canada? Do they not have like
Well,
therapy
so-
sessions and stuff like that?
So at Camp Canna, each camp provides something different because they're not created. The only camp that's actually created is Alberta. BC and Ontario, we step into a camp that's already there.
Right, right.
So it's whatever activities they have at that thing. Plus, they bring in some people. You're right. There is a massage therapist there.
As
There's
they
going to
bring
be
in different. They
there's
bring in
bands.
comedians. They bring in
They bring in some
MCs and
bands.
DJs. And they bring it's a festival, but it's also a camping experience.
Oh, yeah, it's less festival and more just camping. But it's like kind of like when you would go to kids camp. You know, like when you go to camp as a kid and you stay in bunks with all your friends. And
Yeah, I went to
you
Camp
do all
Bobby Con on Lake Temagami, which is 3 hours outside of the city of Toronto, north of North Bay, and it was the most glorious place. That's probably why I moved up here.
Well,
Never
a
been,
lot of
never
people
been to
have-
one of those camps. So I usually went to military camp.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, I never got to go to camp as a kid. But some of the people that have been, they have like really fond memories of kids
And
camp.
now she goes as an adult.
Basically, it's adult kids camp, but with the ability to have cannabis there with you. You bring your own cannabis. If you run out of cannabis, they have an on-site delivery in BC and Ontario. However, in Alberta, you can do on-site sales. So they have on-site sales there versus
Oh,
on-site
yeah, okay, so
delivery.
I'll have some vendors there. Yeah.
Yeah, regardless, they make sure that if you need to get your cannabis, you can
And
still
which
do
ones
that.
are you going to this year? All of them?
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to be at all 3. I'm super excited for BC, mostly just because I've never seen mountains, but also because there's a lot of cool people over there.
I don't remember BC.
Where in
We went
BC?
skiing a couple of times when we were kids, but I don't remember.
Where in BC?
The BC Camp Canna is in Canal Flats. So there's going to be a bus that's picking people up from the airport if they want to fly in, or those that drive there can just drive there. But there's going to be a bus that picks people up and brings them to the camp.
How many people usually show up? Or is there a cap? Or is it a private event? You can only have so many people? What? What?
Yeah, there is a cap. I've heard that BC is about 75% sold out.
Where did you
And
say in BC?
it's Canal Flat.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm super excited because the camp that we're going to there is like it's sort of like off the grid. Like everything is run by like water power and like it's gonna be super cool.
I went to a family
Wait now.
I went to a family camp with my mom and my sister, and we met her friends there, and it was a whole week of camping. And I was in my early 20s, I guess. And we got there, and I saw the sailboats, and I said, I'm going to go over to the dock and see if I can. I was really big into sailing back then. And I walked up along the dock, and I said, can I take one of these? He turns around. He said, yeah, I taught you how to sail at Camp Wabicon. I think you know how to sail. Go ahead. So, yeah, I miss sailing. I couldn't get into a boat now.
If you're flying and take a bus, it's flying into Calgary, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Because that's a hell of a long bus ride from Vancouver to Canal Flats.
Yeah, I don't think it's from Vancouver.
Yeah. Probably flying to Calgary, then you'd be there in a couple hours.
Hmm.
Yeah, man, what a kind of a nice spot. I mean, it's right in a valley.
What's
in
the
between the-
URL for Camp Canna, MJ?
Oh, it's campcanna.ca.
There you go.
Yeah. And I will give a shout out and a little bit of a plug. If you do go over to the website and you're really curious, book yourself a concierge call. You'll end up talking with the owner and you can ask as many questions as you want. And before you book your tickets, let them know that you heard it from me, the doobie. You might get a discount.
Ooh,
Ooh,
discount.
yeah, save money. That way you can use it for the gas. Since it's so dang expensive.
All right.
Well,
I got another song. Go ahead, Marcel. And then I'm going to put
the spot's a pretty remote spot, but it's in probably some of the most beautiful area because it's literally right down the road from Fairmount Hot Springs.
That's where we're going. We're gonna stop there too.
Oh, you're gonna love that place.
You said campcanna.ca.
Campcanna.ca. Did you say Fairmont, like the hotel Fairmont?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I'm talking Fairmont Hot Springs.
Yeah, like actual natural hot springs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're stopping there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Us. That's literally just the other end of the lake.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stop there on the way on Thursday because we're going to
drive out?
we're gonna fly in.
You flew in. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna fly in and then drive.
So you're flying into Calgary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna drive in. You're gonna go up through Banff.
Oh, I put Camp Can. Let me try that again. Camp Canna. See.
So you're gonna go through Banff? That's cool.
Oh, come on now.
And you've never seen the mountains?
No, I mean I've been to Vegas, so I've seen those mountains, but
No, there's
never
a
seen,
little
like,
big
Canadian
a little big difference there.
Not really. It's the same mountain range.
I've seen mountains
really?
in
I guess it would
Venezuela.
be, yeah. I guess it would be.
Yeah.
But those are more hills. The Venezuelan ones, they're
Is
just
that
like
right this time? Is that right? Is that spelled right? Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, yes.
I think we had this discussion, right? That hilled, treed mountains are not mountains; they're just hills.
Correct.
The rocks. Yeah.
Although,
trees on them, they're a hill.
Most mountains don't have trees on them, except for pine, because pine will grow in the rocks and attach themselves to the rocks. I watched a video on
Yes,
that this morning.
yeah, but pine do not do well with low oxygen and that close or that low of atmospheric pressure.
You know what? The pine up here, the tops had the beetles, right?
Oh yeah.
And so when you're driving up here, there's an area where all the tops of the trees are like look dead, right?
Yeah, they are.
They are, yeah. The what are they, the Japanese or Asian beetles?
Mm-hmm.
They just devour the plant life up here, unfortunately.
Pine borers things.
Yeah. Life in the boreal forest. Okay, another song. It's called One Plant, One Love. This is the 420 radio show.
Okay, why do I think that's going to be a Jamaican theme song?
In the yard, sun on the fence, green leaf dancing makes sweet sense. One little plant in the humble pot, roots run deep in the place I got. Mama said, keep it clean, keep it right. Share that mercy through the night. One hand feed, one hand hold. Quiet fire, hard to go. When the pressure come, I breathe out slow. Let the good vibes start to grow. No fight, no fear, just a gentle flame. Same earth, same sky, same name. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks. One plant, one love. Jamaican breeze. By the roadside, rhythm in the air. Sister laughing, brother not care. Leaf in the morning, leaf at dusk. Not for trouble, just trust. When the day feel hard, let it ease. Let the mind bend with the trees. From Kingston corner to the mountain stone. Everybody want a little piece of home. When the pressure come, I breathe out slow. Let the good vibes start to grow. No fight, no fear, just a gentle flame. Same earth, same sky, same name. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks. One plant, one love. Jamaican breeze. Pass it around the circle wide. No heavy shadow, no divide. Drums keep time, feet move free. Healing grow where the people be. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. It rise above. Give thanks, give peace. Oh, give thanks. Oh, give thanks. One plant, one love. Jamaican breeze. Oh, one love. One plant, one love. One plant, one love. Forever sweet.
And like that, Mary Jane is gone.
Oof. Yeah,
That's
nice.
cool, buddy. If you go to to our YouTube channel, and you'll see music by Al, and that is a collection of stuff that I've done and the stuff that Al Graham has done over at Pace.
Oh, he's making songs too.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Wonder if Darcy's listening.
I wonder. Maybe he's sleeping with his mama.
Oh, who knows? That sounded fucking
I
weird.
know. I was like, shut up.
Yeah. What are you talking about, Al?
Sorry, Darcy. Now we'll know if he's listening or not.
That's too funny. I found a recipe I'm gonna try, and then I'm gonna try them, and then if I like them, then I might try and medicate them.
What?
Creamsicle cookies.
Oh, you saw those, did you?
Yeah, but I looked at that recipe that was on the video, and I didn't like that.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah. So I went and found the recipe, and then yeah, I think I can medicate them.
I learned something that I want to pass on. When you make, like, I made butter out of FICO or RSO, whatever you want to call it, oil. And I noticed, and what I do is I break off a chunk and use it and put it back in the freezer. So I noticed a white fluid in the bottom.
Water.
Let me finish. I noticed a white fluid in the bottom, and it's not water, it's milk. And I was told the lady, I watch a lady who makes stuff out of oil all the time. She said a lot of people just, ew, and throw it away, right? But it's milk, and it's infused milk. It's just it's like
so what I do when I'm when I'm making butter, right? Because a lot of times I'll make butter for certain recipes. As it's cooling, I put it in the fridge to cool it.
Yeah.
As soon as it starts to set, I bring it out and stir it.
Yeah, it's separating. Yeah.
And I stir it several times to incorporate that infused milk back into that butter. So until it's fully set, it gets stirred a few times just to incorporate it all. And then I don't have it separate when it freezes.
Okay, but most people will make their oil, be it out of cannabis or oil or concentrates, however you like your oil, and then they just put it in the freezer and they use it as they use it. And so my point is, don't throw out that milk, that milky white product in the back, at the bottom of your container after you've used up all your butter, because that's infused milk. Put it in your, coffee or tea, or use it in cooking, whatever. Don't throw it out. It's not bad.
Or when you make your butter, let it set while it's still hot and liquid. Let it set.
Yeah.
And then take the clarified butter off, which is ghee.
And that's why they tell you to take that off, right?
And then take the rest of that butter that still has the milk solids and stuff like that in it, and use that in your baking.
Yeah. I'll do that from now on, because I opened up the container. I used half of it, right, to make cookies the other day, a few weeks ago. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I finally bought some fresh eggs. So I'm going to make cookies this weekend.
Cool.
And I've got a half a tub left. So I made it as per instructions, and threw it in the freezer. And then when I went to use it the last time, I saw this like viscous white stuff in the bottom. I was like, ew. And what did I do?
Off on his butter.
Oh, yeah, it looked like somebody came in my jug.
Al in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I'm not that desperate, thanks. Not yet. You'll read about it in the newspaper.
Oh God, no.
But yeah, so I wanted to make sure that I passed that along because that's something that most people would just go ew and drain it out, and then that's a good. In some cases, that could be a good half a cup of cannabis milk.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as your butter's not moldy and stuff when you make it, it's not going to be bad.
Yeah.
So, now, next question. How long will cannabis butter stay in your fridge in our margarine container?
Probably forever.
Yeah, that's my point.
And the reason being is the U.S. Department of Health holds a patent on cannabinoids as antioxidants, which means they act as a preservative. So hemp seed oil, which is very, very volatile oil, can't be heated or loses its properties, goes rancid very easily.
Yes.
Within a few months. If I mix it with my formulation and do it up, I've not seen it turn rancid yet, and I've got stuff that's over 7 years old.
I've got about this much left in my of the olive oil and FICO mix, and it's just sitting on the counter. It's not even in the fridge, and it's been a year since I made it, I guess.
Oh yeah.
And it's fine. I put it in my tea. I put little droplets in my tea every now and then when I don't have any bud. And you know what? It helps. It helps to the point where I went to the legal store and inquired on getting some RSO because they have it there. It's $35 a syringe for a gram. I figured better to have that than nothing because maintenance microdose every day, 4 times a day. It really, really, really helps, and it's good for your skin too.
For a comfortable little dose, 1 gram should supply you 100 doses.
Yes,
as a comfortable dose.
Right, and that'll last you at four. That's a month's worth.
Well, it depends on how much THC. So if you look at most oils are going to range anywhere from 50 to 85%.
Let me look. I have other computers. You can keep talking.
If it goes over 85%, you're starting to deal with distillates.
Yeah, and you know how I feel about that. Yes, I am 19 plus. So while I'm looking for this, I want to make a mention. Facebook, even though we're on Facebook, we broadcast the show, we broadcast other shows on Facebook. They are now deleting the video after 30 days. So now our Facebook pages for the show, for the station, for the looks like a bunch of fucking deleted videos. There's nothing else there, hardly. Yeah. So please step on over to our YouTube channel, and that's where you can get, as Buddy mentioned, our playlists. We put all our music on there. We put all our shows on there. If you want to follow both Al, him, and myself, step on over to 420 Pace. That's where we do a weekend reboot called the Saturday Reroll, which is all of our shows here at 420 Radio and all of Al's shows, as well as a few others mixed in over at Pace Radio there. And that runs all day Saturday. So check that out tomorrow at 420radio.ca, 420pace.ca. The 420 Pace and what's the last one? The paceradio.net is Al's. So go check us out there. But anyways, my point was, check us out on YouTube. You can watch us live there. You can watch years and years and years and years of shows. I think there's over 1,000 now. So even Allison's on a few because she used to be here with us at the 420 Radio Show when we were doing audio stuff. long time. And also, I want to make a mention. I was hoping everybody else would be here today, but today marks our 20th season start. This is our first show of the 20th season.
Damn.
Yeah, and a lot of things have changed.
No shit.
I mean, Marcel's been around, I think, close to 15 now.
I think so.
We found Mary Jane made a deduction and found out she'd been around for 9 already. Allison was for she was around for a little while. I don't remember. I'm
Was
sorry.
Darcy here before Mary Jane?
Who?
Was Darcy before Mary Jane?
No.
I didn't think so.
I met Mary Jane when what's his name?
When you were in Hamilton.
No. Shortly after that. I think she was following us for a little while before that, but
okay.
I met her at first when we went to look at the building we were going to do the store in.
Okay.
I can't even remember where it is now. In Trent.
Yeah.
With what's his name?
Ross
Middleton. Yeah, sorry, Ross.
Allison's been around for the last 100 years.
Well, she has been. Like I said, okay, so
I don't think Allison's older than me.
I don't think we're all about the same age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think
all I can hear in the background is my dog and my cat both eating.
Oh.
Such an annoying sound. Okay, so I was looking at extracts and oil. Where is it?
I know what percentage that was.
It's Aliva RSO. Says Aliva RSO is high THC decarboxylated full spectrum cannabis oil. This product only contains cannabinoids, terpenes derived from cannabis grown at our farm in St. Thomas, Ontario. No fillers, no additives, no synthetics. It is 62 to 70, 62.5 to 70.5%.
Yeah.
And
so if you make 100 cookies, then they'll be between 6 and 7 milligrams per.
I'm going to use this for caps, and they're going to be the number
if you
one.
Make 100 of them,
yeah.
Then they'll be. But if you're going to mix them with an oil,
I'm going to mix them with vegetable oil. Excuse me 1 second.
You have to fart.
Tell my cat to fuck off. That wouldn't be good radio.
Yeah, telling us that you did it probably wasn't good radio either, but that's okay. If you're going to mix it with an oil,
with a vegetable,
right?
Virgin olive oil, I have a big pail of
it. And what size capsules?
The number ones, and I've weighed out it, and I use them also for my mushrooms, and it holds about 0.15
of mushroom.
Of the mushroom. So it would be about the same as the liquid, because you can only fill up half, right?
0.5 milliliter per number one capsule.
It's not
0.5 milliliter for a number one capsule.
Is that what that is?
If you take 10 milliliters, you should get 20 capsules.
Okay, you know what? I'm dyslexic, and that kind of math just fucks my head up, dude.
Allison is our age.
Yep.
We old.
Yep. I'm 63 this year.
That's the kind of math I do every day, Al.
Yeah, but I can't do it, and that's why I'm dyslexic. Hello.
Right. So that's why I'm telling you
I know.
that each
So
capsule
I'm
holds
looking
half
at
a milliliter.
100 caps per gram, or 200.
Well, no,
I got. You said 200 when I made my first batch.
right, because you're mixing it with a carrier oil.
Okay, so I can get 200 caps.
Yeah.
And 4 times a day. So that's a month's worth of medicine for $34.99 plus tax at the legal cannabis store. Okay, and there's other brands that you can get on the OCS. This is just what I have available to me at the legal store here, my cannabis interest Bay.
Right.
Eventually I will be making my own.
Right. So you take your one gram of oil.
Yeah.
And then you top it up to 100 milliliters of your carrier oil.
Right.
Olive oil or whatever. Mix it completely.
Warm it and mix it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can warm it and mix that.
Don't let it boil, because if you let it start boiling, you're going to burn off your cannabis.
You should never go over 180 degrees.
There you go.
Fahrenheit. Heat it up.
Just a young pup, buddy.
Mix it up well. And if you do it in a clear glass container, take a flashlight and shine it. And look and see to make sure it's all dissolved.
Yeah.
And then fill up your capsules. Fill up 200 capsules of that 100 milliliters.
Yeah.
And then you'll have a nice little dose for every day.
Dean has a printer. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you call them?
3D printer?
3D printer. So I'm going to see if I can find a pattern or whatever you call those files that you have to get to use them. I'm going to try and make a dispenser to help with filling, meaning it'll hold all the shells, right? As opposed to going and spending $100 on one that actually works.
You know what I built my first one out of?
But I was just going to say, Marcel, the first one I have is right here. And I went out and I bought a piece of trim at the store. And then I put holes in it to hold my caps. And that's what I started doing the caps, my mushroom caps with. Okay,
so what I did is I took a...
Now I just go like this with my fingers and then lick my fingers off.
Yeah, but I took a piece of pegboard.
Yeah. You have
wooden board with all the holes in it.
Yeah, but you have to make the holes a little bit bigger.
Nope.
No.
For number one, they fit perfect.
I'm trying.
The problem is the number one will fall all the way through. So I had to screw another piece of wood on the bottom to make a base. And I literally use that for years. Mine has 50 holes.
This is what I made.
Yeah.
And just on the fly, I happened to have my drill beside me, and it worked. And I use it because it holds everything, and I don't. But then I started, I was like, I'll put it in a bowl. I'll take my fingers and go fit, and put them in the bowl, and it works.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever works. But I think that I could probably find a pattern for a 3D printer that would make something that would work a little bit better, and that would be not wood, so it would be more easier to clean, keep clean.
Hang on, I'll tell you the name of it. Because number one, that's a lot of plastic and time on a 3D printer to do that.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
So that's not a cheap one. And there's a company called Cap 'em quick. And Cap 'em quick has a little plastic tray that you can get in varying sizes depending on what size capsules you want.
Is there a URL?
Has 50 holes. Hang on, I'll find you a link for Cap 'em quick. I had
Put
to
it in the
look
chat
quick.
there.
No, I gotta find.
We'll put it in the chat, is what I'm saying, if you find it.
I will when I find it. It's probably on fucking Amazon.
Amazon. I like Amazon. Did you just burp?
Me? No.
Holy. I should have made cookies for tonight. But I didn't. I didn't. How long does an egg last in your fridge?
A what?
An egg.
An egg. Months?
Like, so how long after the best before date can you keep an egg in
Months?
the fridge? Months? Yeah.
Months?
There's a way to find out if it's still okay before you use it that doesn't involve breaking it open.
Probably.
Well, from what I understand, as long as it's refrigerated, they'll last years. I may be wrong. I don't know. Buddy, do you know? Allison, do you know? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? So it's time to go. Did you find the information that you were looking for?
Yeah, I found one here that shows you all of their products.
Okay, well let's bookmark that for next week. Okay.
Posting it right now.
You're gonna post it? Okay. I'm gonna grab that and we'll bookmark the conversation for next week.
There you
Okay.
go.
There. Okay. Quick. Cap M quick.
Cap 'em
Oh,
quick.
Cap quick. You know, and I've seen these, and
Yeah.
I've tried to order these, and they weren't available.
Oh,
So I
Yeah.
should get number ones because that's the one I have. Correct.
yep.
$33.99. Is that Canadian or U.S.?
I have no idea. I didn't look at the website.
Okay, I think it's probably U.S. If I remember correctly. But anyways, all right. So I'm gonna bookmark this, and we'll have this conversation next week on the 420 radio show. How's that?
Sure.
Okay, buddy. It's time for us to go.
All right. Y'all have a great week.
Bong bye.
Bye.
Time to walk the dog.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Story today is coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Should cannabis remediated with radiation be labeled? I don't know about anybody else, but I say yes. A growing debate is emerging in the cannabis industry over something most consumers never see and often don't even know is happening. According to MJ Biz Daily, questions are being raised about whether cannabis products that have been remediated using radiation should be clearly labeled for consumers. Radiation treatment, often through methods like gamma irradiation, is commonly used by licensed producers here in Canada to eliminate mold, bacteria, and other microbial contaminants. From a regulatory standpoint, it's considered an effective way to ensure products meet strict safety standards. But critics are arguing that transparency is lacking. Right now, in many jurisdictions, cannabis that has undergone this process is not always clearly identified on product labels. That means consumers may have no way of knowing whether the cannabis they are purchasing has been treated by radiation. Some industry voices say that's a problem, not necessarily because the process is unsafe, but because consumers deserve informed choice. As one perspective often raised in the debate puts it, if the product has been altered post harvest, people should be told. On the other side, some producers and regulators worry that mandatory labeling could unintentionally stigmatize safe products or confuse consumers who may not understand what the product process actually involves. Supporters of irradiation point out that similar methods are used in food and safety and medical supply chains, and that the goal is simply to ensure clean, compliant cannabis reaches the market. At its core, this debate isn't just about radiation. It's about transparency, consumer trust, and how much information people should have about the products they're putting into their bodies, especially in an industry that was built in part and a lot of part on the promise of openness and natural medicine.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Brain on shuffle, same song. New spin, coffee gone cold, legs can't sit still again. Little blue notebook full of half-born schemes, page after page of almost an in my dreams. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the room, realign. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. To-do list tangle, knots behind my eyes. Future on fast forward, past on endless reprise. So I count my blessings on my fingers, on my toes, and I count my troubles, watch them shrink down to a microdose. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the room, realign. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Oh, yeah, yeah. Little bit of color in the cracks, that's enough. Little bit of space in my chest for the tough stuff. I'm breathing slow, I breathe out light. Let the small things glow in the big dark night. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Tiny little ticket to the room, realign. Take a slow, sweet drag, let the static unwind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. When my head keeps spinning, I microdose my mind. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special VAC roundtable. As we go through the various discussions, we want to touch on various aspects of cannabis. And I was I still am a cannabis activist, needless to say, and I was very fortunate to work with one of the wonderful ladies who we're going to be interviewing tonight. This one is very special to me because my baptism in hemp was an outright baptism by fire of literally jumping in and trying to figure it out, or as we described it as building the airplane while flying it. Which was a reality that unfortunately a lot of us in the industry have realized that there's not a lot of infrastructure that we thought or that we think are the normalcy that fabrics belong to. Hemp has been a challenge and a unique challenge. So tonight we're welcoming Barbara Philippone and Summer Star Haskey from Enviro Textiles. And these are the top women in cannabis as far as I'm concerned, because they've been importing, exporting for decades, and their experience is pretty much unparalleled. So we wanted to have them in for a discussion to see where things are going, what's been happening, and then to see where things are going. So we're going to jump right into it. And the first question is going to go out to you both. And it's kind of a multi-level question. So how did you originally come to cannabis is a multi-tiered question, such as when did you first hear about cannabis? When did you first get turned on? And then when did you realize it was your life's work? So Barbara, going to start there.
Well, usually the first thing I say when I hear the word cannabis, are we talking about industrial hemp, or are we talking about cannabis that we can ingest?
Well, the initial question's about cannabis to ingest, and then you'll go into the other parts. So that's why I said it's a multi-part question. So
Cool.
because usually you aren't turned on to, hey, you want to check out this hemp fabric? You know what I'm saying? It's,
Right. I think I was the first one ever busted in 9th grade. New Jersey Task Force raid. Luckily, I was tipped off and I was able to clean 5 55-gallon trash cans of ditchweed from Nebraska out of the house before they raided. That was, I don't know, 1970, I don't know. But it was the first time my father, after he saw the raid, said, now I know why you call them pigs.
Wow.
Because the cops weren't even waiting for us, because I cleaned it out. Get to the house, it was a commune, and I get to the house, my puppy's outside, nobody's there. Then everyone started coming home. The house was destroyed. I mean, axe the door open, couches cut open, and we're saying, what the hell happened here? And somebody looked up and taped to the chandelier was a 5-page warrant that that all they found was 3 marijuana seeds, a pack of Bambi cigarette rolling papers, and a marijuana roach. Because I was on top of it. Somebody tipped me off. I even emptied the vacuum cleaner bag.
Wow, you were very forward thinking for your day.
Well, you know, my first introduction to smoking weed was my sister telling me I had to smoke this so I wouldn't tell on it. I was 11 years old.
Oh my God, that's your aunt, Summer.
Yeah. Too bad she's not that cool anymore.
All right, so Barb, so when did you realize that hemp fabric was going to be your future?
1989. I saw a roll that was about 12 inches wide, very stiff, and it was burial cloth from the Mon tribe in Thailand. It was the very first hemp I saw, and thought, well, how can I design apparel with a 12-inch wide cloth? So it kind of went on the back burner for a little while. There were placemats. Couldn't use it for napkins, it was too rough. But it was the very first. And then it went on for decades between different continents, different qualities, which will get answered later on. And Summer I'm curious what Summer says. She's my daughter.
I know, so that's why, I was wondering if y'all had this conversation prior. So, all right, Summer. So
she called you. She called Steve.
I called the office, yeah, but that was a different time. That was a different time. I just had a flashback of the first time I met ATN and he about fell over. For me, it was definitely kind of always a staple in my life. I mean, my mother had been a designer. She kind of skipped that part with her introduction. She was already a very known fashion designer. And she was trying to stand up for human and worker rights and conditions in India and got kicked out of India. And so she was, back on the trade show scene saying, hey, if I'm available on the market, she would get contracted by brands. And that's when she came across that 12-inch wide hemp and ended up doing the first high-end hemp fashion lines, Earth Tribe and Earth Goods. And that's what then was in the big magazines, and Steve D'Angelo saw her in those magazines and had hunted her to go off to Romania and rebuild the factories and do all this cool stuff. So for me, I was 10 years old in the first Senate hearings for cannabis after the prohibition. And that was the Senator Casey bill back in 91, 92. So I was 9, 10 years old. At that time, I was growing up with my father in Denver because mom was off in Romania and all in DC and all over the place. And so I just happened to go to middle school 2 blocks from the Capitol in Denver. So during those hearings, I would go run into the bathroom in my middle school and put my hemp suit on and run down the street to meet up with mom. And at that time, there was Karen Byers that was involved in that as well. Mom and Karen were sharing an apartment in Capitol Hill when mom was around. and then Aguadas that does the hemp ice cream sandwiches is still around. And that's when Aguadas was inspired to create the hemp ice cream. He was actually hired there to film and document the hearings. And so here I was, this little kid, and I was getting so frustrated sitting in these hearings because everyone opposing the bill was there saying our youth is going to be too stoned to know their left hand from their right by the time it's their turn to run the country. And I'm over here going, we're not here to talk about marijuana, cannabis. We're here to talk about industrial hemp. And as a 10-year-old, I knew more than our state leaders, and it was so frustrating. I asked if I could speak in the Senate hearings. They said I was not 18, and that I could only speak to them behind closed doors. So I did. I made a point. I was a very adamant little kid, kind of playing cheerleader for my peers because I had learned so much and just couldn't understand how our nation ever went the direction it did with so many things. So, of course, I was very lucky to be surrounded by all these awesome and innovative, pioneers and freedom fighters and warriors for our causes. And so, of course, I was getting in trouble a lot because I was the kid in history class saying, when are we going to talk about the hemp part of things? Or always having to bring up, the hemp part of things. And then we had a hemp shop, when mom was developing these products, there weren't enough people buying them. And so we just happened to have a home base in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, which also happens to be where the largest hot springs pool in the world is. And we got this old hole in the wall location literally across the Colorado River from this big hot springs pool. And we'd stay open till 10 o'clock at night to capture all the tourists that would come for dinners and have to wait. And I really attribute that little hemp shop to be one of the catalysts that really spread our message worldwide, because we had so many visitors come in, and we were kind of the home base for a lot of our, people in the US too, as they were going across I-70. And we had that hemp shop from 1991 to 2000. And when we closed the hemp shop in 2000, I was 18. I had a little apartment across the street in the alley, and the few products that were left in the hemp shop I brought over to my apartment, and I was raided the next day. And they tried to charge me with over 300 counts of paraphernalia. When it was like, packs of rolling papers and rolling trays that had never even been used and saw the price tag on it. So I called Donnie Warshafter, and at that time was with Normal. And I said, oh my God, you have to help me, and we can't let mom find out. and she didn't find out until a few years ago. Actually, it was kind of funny. We slipped all hanging out one night, but
yeah, but you got busted before that and called Steve.
Oh yeah, that was in high school. I was going to East High School, and it was like a snowy day. I hated school. I thought it was a waste of time. I knew everything they were teaching me and didn't think I could learn anything else, although I was always very good at math and science. So I'd go to those classes, and then I learned that I could go to lunch detention and do all the rest of the work. And I'd go behind this old theater where they had a little dugout, and we could get away from the weather and smoke with my friends. And I got popped, and they brought me to school in cuffs because we had a police station in the school. And mom was in Romania. I knew my father was going to kill me. So I called the office. I didn't know she had left already. And I was trying to get mom. And I called the office, and I'm pretty sure it was Steve that answered the phone. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was you, ATN. I think it was Steve. And he totally was not following what was going on. I'm like, I just got in trouble. I don't know what to do. I need mom. He goes, oh, she's already on the plane to Romania. And I was going, oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. And he goes, wait, what happened? And I said, I'm standing here. I'm like, don't know what to do. And I hear him cover the phone and say, hey, everybody. summer just got popped. Light a joint. And I was like, oh no. He goes, the first kid just got popped. And so that wasn't very helpful, but it definitely, it all goes hand in hand. I mean, we were able to use our amazing hemp products to open the eyes and minds of so many people to all that cannabis can offer on every level. People that were never open to medical or recreational, we're able to finally see it in a whole new light. And so I really utilized that. And, ATN was like the first real sales rep to bring hemp products out to the markets and to new customers.
Number one sales
and,
rep.
yeah, number one. And then I was kind of the next in line. So when I was 16, I had a fake ID so that I could go to trade shows and take my clients out to dinner and get into certain convention halls. You had to be 18. So I had a fake ID from a girl that said I was 21. I was 16 and I was hitting trade shows in Las Vegas, New York, San Francisco, San Diego. And, back then, a lot of people were just mocking and full of controversy and all the propaganda. And I remember my first big trade show by myself in Las Vegas. I had been mocked at and, yelled at by everyone I had approached that whole morning. I was in the bathroom crying, trying to pull myself together. And I had this mantra come to me that was like, okay, take a deep breath and embrace the ignorance. And that has stayed with me my entire career and passion, because you have to accept that, like, people just don't know. They just don't know. And to find a way to get into their hearts and minds and get them to open up and even listen. What the topics we're talking about are topics that anyone who actually stops and listens for a moment will be captivated by it and will want to know more and will want to dig further or somehow implement or play their part and join this mission with all of us. So
Well, there's the reason that you ladies are the catalysts and the drivers, because yeah, you're both trailblazers. You have really taken, I mean, most kids I know are trying to sneak into bars and have fake IDs for that. They aren't trying to get into trade shows to sell hemp. I mean, sorry, Summer, sorry, that's badass. As far as I'm concerned, that's some serious notch on the respect chart there, because people don't realize. Yeah, we were taking this to a new market that no one really understood what hemp was, and it took everybody was educating, and it took a few years before we could even get somebody like the Jabbit Show to even give us an aisle, right? It took and then that immediately evaporated pretty quickly too. So I mean, it showed us how quickly and how fleeting hemp was, but it never stopped us from realizing its potential. And that's where I have respect for y'all, because you carried that potential forward. I went in a different direction, but y'all, we're going to get into. So next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter. Council Member, you're up.
Thank you, Etienne. I will note that I was struck by the idea that two hemp activists would tell such great stories about being busted by the cops. I think all of us cannabis people can totally relate to your experience. Anyway, Barbara, how did your early experiences in Indian textile mills shape your commitment to sustainable manufacturing in the hemp textile industry? And how has that influenced your work up to today? And thank you, Barbara, for joining us this evening.
Thank you. There's actually a book. It's called One Green Deed Spawns Another, written by David Mahood. And there's 12 environmentalists that were interviewed about why we do what we do. In my chapter, I could never show my parents because it talks about, it paraphrased me in the interview, and he wrote it that way. And I never let my parents see it because of how it was written. But India, I was designing hippie clothing out of cotton. All the, the multi prints, the halter tops. We had the hottest clothing line. I've been in airports and seen my garments where you have 200 pieces in a clothing line. India, I thought I was working with natural fiber textiles because that's been drilled into my head since a small child. My mother would not let us wear anything that was synthetic, nothing in the house. We weren't allowed to have Coca-Cola on my birthday once. I was allowed. But India, I thought I was working with natural fibers. And the way India works, you have your different stations you work in. To give a couple examples that scarred me for my entire career, even to this day, as I speak about it, I see the images. Fabric being dyed outside in concrete, like pools with men standing in there with a wooden stick and these toxic dyes. I would walk through the cut and sew factories, and the women would always be working in the office and with the designers, the men were sewers. And if the company I worked for employed 28,000 people. And he was, when there's someone of that stature, they have a G at the end of their name when they're greeted. And I was walking with him, and he always carried this stick with a brass ball on the end of it. I never knew what it was, and he would tap his hand. He hit a man in the back of his head onto the sewing machine and told him to work faster. Well, people obviously around me didn't have enough food. Everyone was so thin. And they put designers in 5-star hotels and treat you like royalty, and you get anything you want. Well, all I wanted to do was hang out with the bellboys and, the waiters, because they could speak English. And at nights, I would hear screaming like it was people, but it was actually wild boars fighting for the trash from the hotels, with the people, the untouchables, trying to get food from the trash from the hotels. So since I was able to get whatever I wanted, I would order everything on the menu and drop it off the balcony of my hotel. Because no one will ever suffer if I can do something to help them. So I learned about the caste system, that there's only rich and the very poor, which is still to this day. And the younger generation, maybe in India, will change, this new generation. But from what I can tell, there's still a superiority issue with the poor and the rich, the untouchables. Um, I'm supposed to be doing what I do, not only to make better textiles, but to be an example of be kind, be respectful. If someone's in need, maybe I don't give them money, but I carry wool sweaters in the back of my car. And when there's someone homeless, they get a sweater. So it's kind of funny in my town here because all the homeless people are wearing sweaters. But it influenced my work to scrutinize every detail of what goes into fabric and garments. I ended up getting I got kicked out of India because I was at dinner one night and they made me wear a sequence gown, but I was wearing Birkenstocks with my sequin gown. And at dinner that night, they said, well, what do you think of our country? Heads of state, people that were, logistics companies and, government people. And I asked them, do you know what a trash can is? Because they don't have trash cans. Everything goes on the ground for the untouchables, the lower class, to sieve through whatever trash is thrown on the ground. I asked them if they knew what a barnyard was, because all animals are considered reincarnated family members. So the sanitation, the conditions, no matter where you are you can't describe them. You can't possibly describe cows and pigs and dogs. If they want to go in someone's tent that lives on a hillside, they get to go in the tent and shit all over the place, and you can't shoo them away.
Yeah,
because
and you
that's
also, Mom, you also would always complain about like you know, these facilities, these people weren't getting breaks. They weren't standing up and stretching every couple hours. There was no windows to bring any light or air in. And she would implement this with even domestic facilities. Like when I was a kid and we were in Denver, there was a couple facilities that we went to, and she would say to me, "This is as bad as India." And I'd go, "Really? Right in Denver?" And she goes, "I've seen some of the worst right in our own backyard in LA and Denver." And she goes, "Are we going to turn our back and leave these people with nothing, or are we going to go in there and try to make a difference?" And she'd say, "You guys can get our contract, but only if you do this and this and this and this and this. And by the end of the month, when I come back, if I see that you have chairs and you guys have opened up the windows and the people are taking breaks, then I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a contract. And if you don't, then you don't get it." And I think it was everywhere in the US but once. And we went back a month later and they were gone. The place had just like disappeared. But everywhere else, they actually really appreciated her giving them the opportunity and also helping to better their way of life there.
They were sweatshops.
Yeah.
with a lot of Vietnamese people. It was mostly Vietnamese
Yeah.
in the United States. So it's kind of funny, not funny, but ironic that we scrutinize the world when we're as bad, if not worse, in our own country. And this is right here in Denver on Federal Boulevard, Los Angeles. And I'm sure they're still there, and sooner or later, I'll probably be utilizing. But this is, what we wear. I think of what's the objective and then working backwards in that objective so that every single part is healthy spiritually, physically, for who's ever wearing it. Because look at, we spend 99.9% of our time in a garment. Pajamas, suit jackets. I wanted to change things. And it's because of my dear mother. My mother was the one that was like this. She taught me from the age of 3. I lost her last week, a couple days ago.
Our dearest condolences.
Thank you. But she's with Dad and my brother now. They were all buried in a compost cemetery. They took my brother's ashes, my father's, and my mother. She didn't want to be cremated, so she wanted to be buried in a compost. So that tells you what she was always, from as long as I remember. So when, sometimes when I hear the word organic, there was no word organic when I was 3, 4 years old. These were things that were just part of the family, what we did.
Yeah, it's a responsibility, and you taught us. I mean, remember the Adidas hemp shoe when we finally got the recycled sole? You went and found, I do believe, a factory in Thailand that was responsible to actually then do the shoe because we had to do it right. And so I've never forgotten that, and I've respected you greatly because you led by example and taught us to lead by example, to not just think about hemp, but think about how what our hemp is produced and who is producing it and how they're producing it. And that really set home to me because it was the message of hemp. It was all about compassion and doing things right from the beginning, and hemp is part of that. So I cannot thank you enough for your continued leadership there. So Mary Lynn is up with our next question. So Council Member Mathry.
Okay, well, yeah, I am so glad to hear from both of you. Very cool. As Etienne has already told us previously that we'll really enjoy you. Summer, how did your early involvement in launching Enviro Textiles shape your career, and what key challenges did you overcome in making hemp textiles more accessible?
Well, that's a good one because Etienne actually touched on as he was kind of exiting was when we were starting to really get some momentum, but it was like this, go stop scenario where the first multi-million-dollar order for hemp came in, and there wasn't enough hemp in all of Europe that could have filled that order in 5-10 years maybe. That's actually come back up recently, Etienne. The part of the order that was filled, there's a part of it still sitting in a warehouse in the U.S., and we are now offering it as our novelty collection.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Totally nuts, right? So we'll have to talk about that. But such special fabrics. But for me, when we started Enviro Textiles, Mom had left Ecolution and had been approached by 2 other women to form a company our name Earth Goods went through many different phases in the early hemp days. So originally it was the first high-end women's line that mom designed. Then it was the name of our hemp shop. Earth Goods was our little hemp shop here in Glenwood. Then here come these two partners with mom, and they say, we want to actually, invest in you and offer these fabrics. And so it was like the first fabric focused company. Earth Goods was the fabrics, American Hemp was the twine, yarn, and cordage. And, while mom was off at this point, when she got that big order, she went, oh my God, we're never going to be able to fill this. We're never going to be able to really, truly mainstream. Like, what are we going to do? And that's when she started researching and found that China had been growing hemp for 8,000 years and they had state of the art natural fiber facilities. And she thought they're going to have everything we need. And she goes there, and that was all true, but they had only ever developed like one or two fabrics for their military use. And that was it. So they had been growing and using it traditionally as a companion plant for their crops, lining their shoes with it for the antibacterial properties, eating it, making, homemade lotions, things like that. And she got there and she's like, oh shit, like yes, they have everything we need, but no, it hasn't been done. And, if these guys are willing to sign up and hold off and let me take the time to develop here, we can fill this order eventually. And so she is very famous in China for revolutionizing their ancient fiber into all these amazing fabrics we have today. And while she was in China, and I was doing the trade shows, the two partners back here were spending a ton of money and not investing it where mom felt it was needed. And it took her over a year of compiling different, violations on the contract before she could finally walk away clean. And so and obviously I was in the know behind the scenes of, oh, mom's gonna, this is the trip that she's gonna go and quit and throw this pile of violations in their faces. And she came home, and I had to really, and she goes, when I come home, we've got a week to like get things together and send you off to the Magic Apparel Show and to now represent our new company. And we're going to do this together. And at first I was like, bam, like hit in the face, because it wasn't this like excitement. We really had to I was 18. I had just been raided for closing our hemp shop, and I had to really ask myself, like, oh my God, am I really going to do this? And am I going to, fight for the rights like I've watched my mother do for, a majority of my life at that point. And I've saw all the trials and tribulations and controversy and the hearings and every level and every which way we turned. That I really had to go, am I really going to do this? And I thought, you know what? It's a fight worth fighting for. And I'm going to put a 10-year plan in place. I'll be young enough that I can still go and do something else and have a career if this isn't the direction that I need to go in to take care of my family. And within the first year, I knew I made the right decision and that I wasn't going anywhere. I already had a love and a passion for what we were doing and representing. And, I learned because of all the people that I come into contact with that my true talent is inspiring people. So yes, I'm educating them on, what we're here and talking about and the importance of it. But I have a better gift at inspiring them to take that knowledge and go and do something with it and to not let it stop at our table and what we're talking about today. And so I kind of became like the hype person, I was like the hype gal that was like, no, take this and go, we got your back. And if you ever, and I still to this day tell clients, there's a lot of young designers or startups or small family businesses that they put their heart and soul into their creations, and they'll give it everything they got. And it's difficult when you're, a one man show and you can't do it all, and you're creating everything and trying to go to market and financing it and, trying to find your place. And so people can get really discouraged and burnt out. I mean, so many people in the hemp and the cannabis space, we've all seen all these people that are like, man, I've given it all I got, whether that was 5 years, 10 years, 30 years. We go in and out of this, like, am I really doing what I should be doing? Or like, should I be doing something else but have this in the background instead of this being the forefront? And so I often remind people, I say, if you ever feel that way, you're ever feeling alone or down, I mean, I can't tell you how many clients, I mean, we have over 14,000 active accounts around the world these days. We just had to upgrade our internal corporate system because we ran out of space for our client base. And so a lot of these creators are like off grid in the woods, like really living the life and walking the walk. And I go, you guys especially are going to feel that sometimes. I say, if you ever do, just call me. Call me and remember that we all have each other and we're this green army, and we have spread our wings around this planet so many times that there's somebody close. And even when we're not close, we're still all connected.
But make sure you say, when we talk about 14,000 people, these are people that buy maybe 5 yards.
It's
10
all, yeah, I mean,
yards,
it's
and they grow with us.
it's all levels, with us. I mean, obviously we're wholesale only. But like, they have to start somewhere. So sometimes you'll have a huge brand that only needs 5 or 10 yards to do their samples and then take it to show, and they write a ton of orders, and then they come back and need a large production amount. Sometimes we have like we have really high-end designers, Versace, for example. I got in the doors with so many of the world's high-end designers with our hemp silk. Our hemp silk, 70% hemp, it's 30% silk. And it's, I don't know if the lighting's good enough in here, but that's 70% hemp, you guys. And it looks and feels just like silk, but it's even stronger and more durable, and it's going to last, and it's washable. And we got in the doors with companies and brands like that. But Versace, it's like, even though it's Versace, they only go through like 100 yards a year because they're only selling 10 of these high-end $10,000 to $30,000 gowns a year for the red carpet, or for their music video, somebody that got it for a music video or something. So it's interesting that sometimes the smallest order could lead to the largest impact out in the mainstream market.
Yeah.
And balancing that, yeah, I mean, it's its own set of challenges, and y'all have negotiated that very well. Next up will be Councilmember Tony Landry. Councilmember Landry.
Hey, Barbara and Summers, an honor to be here listening to your story. It's such an interesting story, and thank you for being forerunners in the hemp fabric industry. I think it's very important. My question is to you, Barbara. What role did you play in standardizing hemp textile production in Romania and China, and how have your quality control systems influenced the industry today?
Well, if you were in on the beginning, you would see burlap sack type material. Romania, how did I influence it? All the way down to the field, where, Etienne, you'll remember we used to have in the retting process. By the time I would get the fiber to be spun into a yarn or woven into a cloth, there'd always be black lines. So I had to figure out where this black was coming from. And it's actually due to the Reading process that they're still trying to do today in America. I should have been on the round table for America because I'm seeing the repeat of things that were mold development. That specific mold is Aspergillus niger. It's deadly if you're breathing it. I don't want to get off topic because I really want to be able to discuss what I see today. And we're going down the wrong road again. Again, it's the third resurgence, but to standardize in Romania. When I went there, we didn't even have light bulbs. It was a couple years after the assassination of Ceausescu. There was very little equipment for cutting and sewing if we made the fabric. There was a few looms. There was about an 8-head spinning line. There wasn't the infrastructure to fulfill what we needed for Ecolution, let alone Ralph Lauren, and let alone Rug Barn, who was the second $1 million order. So first thing was I got together with, we had a Romanian partner, Ecolution did, and with Steve and Eric, and said, we need equipment. We even need light bulbs because there wasn't light bulbs. There was 3 foods that you could eat. There wasn't even food. There was sauerkraut bread and pork chops. There was no hot water. You were lucky if you got hot water or water every other day. But the standardizing of hemp, first of all, nobody planted hemp. It was broadcasted. America, you see all these machines planted. And other countries, Romania, Hungary, Poland, South Korea, Canada, was always broadcast. There was 2 types of redding. There was water redding in a pond, and a cinder block pond, or it was called dew redding, where you'd lay it in the field. So the dew redding is what was causing the molding. So we in Romania said, we're going to do it in water, the water redding. And when it dried, it was dried in the TP stands of stalk. You would still get a little bit of mold development. The spinning systems in Romania and Hungary, they were accustomed to making twine and cordage, which was a dry spinning system. We needed a wet spinning system, and we could only make one size yarn. There was only 6, 8 spinning heads where there was water dripping over it in order to get that wet spun. But I'm skipping a step. There are
Mom, tell them like how, with fabric creation, because a lot of people don't understand all that stuff. There's a warp yarn that runs on your looms, and then your weft comes through. And one of the ways she manipulated the production, so instead of having one warp and one weft, she'd have a common warp, and she'd switch out the weft, so we didn't have to run a machine with all one fabric. All of a sudden she'd switch out the weft, and it would look like a totally different fabric, but it was still that same common warp. And so we went from having 6 fabrics to 18 overnight, in the same loom. because she goes, look, we can do this and make more, out of our time in motion and production and all the work it took for the workers and things like that. And then, in China, they wanted to name all the first fabrics after her, and they couldn't say the name Barbara. So they said Bawa. So it was Bawa 1, Bawa 2, Bawa 3, and she comes home. She goes, I can't get them to understand that they can't name these fabrics Bawa. And I said, sure as they can, let them, you know. And I wish she would have let them, because it's just as part of our history. But she implemented, the item system of how things read. And when you look at our item codes, it starts with a B, which stands for before dyed and is our natural colored fabrics, or it starts with a D that stands for dyed with the code that comes. So there's a system in place that people, once they know and understand, they really can kind of look through, a list and be able to kind of know what they're looking at.
Well, the problem, there's so many steps that have not been identified verbally in America. And the infrastructure that's required to make some, I might as well, I'll wait to get to current day, because my job has always been protect the owners and the investors. That is the most important thing. Do not let anyone put a penny into any hemp project without a full evaluation. And that includes logistics. What's the roads like? What's our power systems? How much water allotment is allowed? What are before anybody puts a penny anywhere, these are things that are really critical. And when people say, I'm going to grow hemp, I'm going to process it, I'm going to make yarn, I'm going to make clothing, that is not humanly possible. And I don't want to use anyone's names in America, but trust me, the hound dog is on it over here. Because it's not possible. The infrastructure needed to do this is at least 5 factories and 2 purification systems for effluent waters. That's about a $300 million investment if you want to make t-shirts and clothing. If you want to use the method Romania did, it's more mechanical. Right. It's organic. Yes, but in America, I mean, we're probably going to go off this line of questions. I'm actually going to skip to question 5.
Mom.
Because, no, we're on question 4.
Okay.
So this blends into 5, where it says, the blends of fabric. All right, a hemp stalk, the stalk, if it's planted correctly, and if it's done according to a method that I'd love to show everyone. I've been at so many events in America, and we can do this. But everyone was too into being Louis Pasteur when I was trying to get the focus on hemp. We knew, ATN, that what GW went through. We knew you had 28 years of clinical trials. You can't make a medical claim without satisfying the white man in the blue suit that you got to get through all the hoops when it's utterly absurd. It could have been, and it did turn into, I guess, a nutraceutical. I don't know anything about the medical side of it, really. I know it works topically for me. And I dosed my dad before he died while he was in hospice. I was sneaking it. So I'd love to talk about the medical side and my perception of it, but I need to explain, are there people watching this that we can't see?
Yes, this is live on Facebook, so it's out live to the world right now.
Oh, good. I hope there's a lot of you because the stalk in America, I'm hearing the term, I'm growing for fiber. I'm growing for fiber. They're including the herd with the fiber. The fiber, we always gave it historically a percentage of 15% of the outer part of the stalk. 15%. Now, whether you're processing it mechanically or whether you're degumming it, you are only going to get 9%. You're lucky if you get 9% usable fiber. Out of that 9%, maybe 4% can be used in 100% hemp yarns because the staple length and the spinning systems we don't have in America. The shorter staple lengths from after it's degummed or mechanically combed, those short fibers are ideal to blend with other plant fibers, or silk, which comes from the silkworm. We are never going to have enough bast fiber in America to make the products that we've heard people proclaim they were going to do. But what is likely to happen is the herd will end up being processed into lyocell. And at that point, we'll be lucky if any plant matter is detected. Now, lyocell was what I used in the blend of the hemp cell. In 2002, actually, it was in the year 2000, I came up with this idea to blend it with lyocell because lyocell was made from eucalyptus and beech trees. So it was progress. It's not perfection, but we needed something other than cotton to blend with the short staple length hemp. So in America, we better be careful because if you look at what's happened, we've seen the PLA fabrics derived from corn, which I could write a book about that, and who I've approached and threatened about that. The PET plastic, those are not getting the attention that plant fibers are right now. But we can't have it be the corn, not only because most of it is, high pesticide use or Roundup Ready seed, or there's so many issues. I could talk hours about that, but it's highly flammable. And if you look at Google's search envirotextiles flammable fabrics, you'll clearly see what I'm talking about, the corn cellulose blended with polyester. Now, you don't want to be wearing that. Our epidermis is the largest cell of our body. It's you got to take care of that because your pores are like if somebody takes a pill through their mouth, our pores are taking in what we are clothing ourselves with. And the two most prevalent cancers are prostate cancer and breast cancer. And I get really in deep to this stuff. So, right now, gentlemen, if you have elastic at your boxers or briefs, roll the synthetic side away from your waist. Wear them because a man produces the most heat at his waist. A woman, it's under your breasts. And what are we surrounding our breasts with? Synthetic materials. You know, we're getting many more breast lumps. Some are benign, some aren't. I could write an encyclopedia on this subject, and I'm not talking out my dupa. I've paid out of pocket for tests to prove what I'm talking about. Hence, if anyone's sacrificed, I think I'm the only person with a 10,000 square foot building with a multi-million-dollar mortgage that lives in a camper. Okay, I will do whatever it takes. And here I am in America begging for people to listen to at least a plan. The investment groups, either they're going to be passionate and want something great, or they're con artists, penny stock pumping dumps. It's one or the other. And if they're passionate, they need to hear me and get on a path that we can reach an objective, because we absolutely can. California had these fires. Okay, if there's a God, he's telling us we need a different building material. Period.
Definitely.
And we can do this, but without standards in the herd. And I'm not saying standards. You're not going to be able to pass the ASTM tests, structural tests. You're not going to be able to meet code. The herd has to be standard, and it's quite easy to do it. And I'd like to put on a conference and do this for the 150,000th time and show and tell, because there's only one company I've seen apply this method. And I can't disclose it because I just got tricked into signing an NDA. But if it was yesterday, I would have blown the whistle on that one.
Wow. Well, let's that is what it
All right, Summer's telling me I'm going off.
Coming over here with her.
All right.
I have to stop. Okay.
So I'm gonna let you said that you did not want to answer question 5, but we do have questions. So Leslie's gonna
I did
ask it, and Summer's gonna answer her part of it.
Okay.
Thanks, Etienne. I have to say that you both are so inspiring to me. I grew up in a textile family, but they sold synthetic naugahyde, and I was one of those people that had my hemp Adidas shoes a handful of years before I even tried marijuana. So it's great to be here with you guys today. So both of you have been innovators in hemp fabric development. How did the creation of blends like hemp silk, hemp cotton, and your trademark blend hemp cell contribute to the mainstream acceptance of hemp textiles as both sustainable and commercially viable?
Well, honestly, the blends, once the blends started coming, it opened the doors tremendously. And one of the big reasons, of course, was kind of keeping the costs down. 100% hemp was about double the price point of blends. But then we also had a lot of developments where when Barb was talking about, being more limited in Romania compared to in China, we started doing knits. So with fabrics, there's knits like t-shirt materials, fleeces for hoodies, towels. Those are your knits versus your wovens that are like your linens and your canvases and muslin weights. And we started doing jersey knits for t-shirts, and there was no elasticity to the shirt, so a t-shirt would turn into a dress on somebody throughout the day just because it was stretching out and stretching out. And we don't need the technical terms though for everybody. It's called elongating, but it would just stretch out, and of course you'd watch it and it would go back to shape. But that was no way to get new designers and brands to be adding it to their line, let alone getting the masses to go, I love this hemp t-shirt. And so when mom started doing the jersey knit, she started with 100% hemp, finding that was not going to work for knits, and started doing the development phase where the sweet spot was this 55% hemp, 45% organic cotton. And that was what really allowed those fabrics to shine and keep their shape and be soft and comfortable and affordable. Over the years, because more because of our blends, we have
It was also due to duties.
well, okay, and the duties, but that was also part of the cost factor, when you're then importing your developments. And, over the last 25 years, we've outbeat the price of linens, we've outbeat the price of silks, we've outbeat the price of upholstery weights, and we are right there with high-end conventional commercial goods. So we really had two main goals. One was, how do we make sure we have a fabric for everyone? And how do we make sure that everyone that gets their hands on it is going to absolutely fall in love with our products and want to come back for more? So that really helped push the envelope with opening the doors and in so many ways. And those t-shirts, back in 99, we had so many clients say, can you guys just make a basic t-shirt? Like, it's so hard to actually produce apparel and finished products. And they were like, can you guys just do a basic t-shirt so we can then focus on the shorts and the pants and everything else? And we did a basic t-shirt by 2000 and natural and black. And by the next year we had 8 colors. We were doing tote bags. So we still offer today a promo collection that's super simple for people to put their logo on, workwear, concert tours, clothing brands, and it's still expanding hemp the same way it was 25 years ago.
You can't go higher than a percent hemp, but then cost effective. People are accustomed to paying a couple dollars for a t-shirt, cotton, but a hemp t-shirt at 55 hemp, we have people that are still wearing them 30 years later.
Yeah.
And that's why natural fabrics matter. That's what people don't realize is there's a longevity that comes. Even though it does cost, it's gonna last. That's the thing. But they don't understand that, and that was also a hard thing to convey to people. For those who don't realize, I'm actually wearing a hemp blend. This is all 100% hemp that Barbara worked on back in Hungary and Romania, that I sold back in the 90s, and some of her original innovations, and not just weaving, but colors and then blends, and then doing these types of weaves, which were early, but these helped afford us other lines, which I have the black and white one in the other room as well.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613 548 0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
But let's get to our next question. Next up will be Michael Crowitz, council member.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, y'all, for joining us tonight. This has been really interesting. And we've got some really interesting questions yet to come. Before I get in this question, I just find it interesting that people may buy a hemp product and not know it, or they may buy a hemp product and buy it specifically because it's made of hemp. And I was, trying to figure out one day, like, where is the line of a cannabis hemp consumer? Like, what is a cannabis hemp consumer? And we tell me what you think, but we felt like that was somebody who actually intentionally bought the product because it had hemp, even if it might be a truck. And this question is for Summer. Your role in Ford Eco Innovation Award-winning F350 design helped showcase hemp's potential beyond textiles. How did this project influence the use of hemp in the automotive industry?
It's been pretty cool. We did MTV's Pimp My Ride, and that aired in 123 countries. That is what triggered Ford to call me and say, hey, we saw what you guys could do as the interiors. We are trying to innovate vehicles. So the Ford was actually a hydro Ford. So there was two huge hydro tanks in the back of that thing, which ends up in the end, being super dangerous. Like, it wasn't going to go further from SEMA concept awards, but it was really a cool thing to be able to show off. But it definitely triggered a big interest in being able to bring it into interiors. One of Mom's early accounts that she had handed over to me, and that we still supply, is Volkswagen's Westphalia pop-up campers that use our canvas. And then we just recently had Ziggy Marley pull out Bob's original car. I think it was a Firebird, or I'd have to look. We haven't posted it quite yet. But he pulled out Bob Marley's first nice car he had bought himself. It was been in storage all these decades, and restore it. And they did the interior with our 100% hemp canvas. And he was like so stoked that, he goes, man, I made this car cooler than my dad ever even could have imagined it was going to be, all these years later, pulling it out of storage. So, nowadays, what's really actually pushing the limits to all that is we're going into composite cloth. So we're replacing fiberglass with our hemp. And so instead of just doing the interior and upholstery with our fabrics, we're now doing hard goods. And I actually brought over, this is a hemp prosthetic leg. Okay. And this company is doing two versions. This is their hard version, so I can't really like squeeze it, where this is their soft version where you've got some give. And what's so cool about a lot of these programs is that these products are turning out to be stronger, lighter weight, and much more cost effective than these really high price point nasty fiberglass. But what was interesting with these guys is they said, it's not like we were calling you guys because we wanted to make a hemp prosthetic. We just realized that we had to change what we're using because our guys in the shops that are grinding away on these products are getting cancer and they're dying, man. They're 26 years old, riddled with cancer, because there's no way to even, have a hazmat or a suit that's going to block all these nasty particles. And so to think about revolutionizing an entire, huge marketplace to a healthy environment for these guys, on top of getting rid of the material impact, is so huge. So like nowadays we have clients that are doing hockey helmets, entire drum sets, tons of surfboards, skateboards, snowboards, skis. We're going into some new areas right now that are really exciting, and I think it's going to make a huge impact on a lot of some of the most nasty products that are produced on our planet. So
Well, I know that Ben Dronkers has been using his hemp as a sound dampener as well as insulation in cars. So is
Yeah.
that starting to catch on with some of your product in some of the American car manufacturers?
Yeah, I mean, there's, it's definitely more novelty right now. I think the largest, no, but for like our interiors, the largest contract I've seen so far come through for actual like hemp upholstery for cars. They did a very novelty limited edition run of 5,000 cars. So, when you think about the market, percentage of that, we're not even coming close to like a 0.01% of a market yet. But I think that, we're just starting to see that really come to life right now.
Hey,
Yeah.
we have veterans who, of course, have lost limbs, and how would they find out or get information, or could they reach out to y'all to get contact on those hemp prosthetics?
Yeah, this is Human Plant Solutions out in Nebraska.
Right on. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, people are looking for, natural solutions, and unfortunately, our service members are leading the edge, unfortunately, due to loss of limbs due to recent warfare. And yeah, that is something that, wow, thank you for making us aware of that, even in those productions, because those are a whole other industry unto themselves, the medical prosthetics. But that even that is environmentally sound, and that y'all are at least in there, championing it, is warms the cockles of my heart. So next up would be Council Member Wade Laughter.
Yeah, thank you, Chen. And I must say, Barbara and Summer, you are hugely inspiring to me. Um, and at least partially because I feel like you're fighting a fight that you're probably not going to win in your lifetime, but you're fighting for it anyway. And I have so much respect for that kind of determination. I share that kind of determination with you. Uh, and specifically, I'm really struck by in the hemp industry today, most folks who work with the plant in the hemp industry are harvesting cannabinoids, which was never the intention of the Farm Bill. You folks are doing the work that was the intention of the Farm Bill. But a loophole was left that, shall we say, certain actors are taking advantage of. And I realize I'm way off base here on the question I was going to ask you, but I feel like it plays a part because our culture is increasingly accepting cannabis. And I think a lot of that is because of him. And that's why our culture is increasingly accepting cannabis, because they're seeing their uncle or their mother or their sister responding well to a preparation that's, is it hemp? Is it cannabis? Who knows? It's green. So anyway, my question to you is, what part do you think mainstream media exposure has played in the resurgence of hemp? And specifically, Summer, how did your collaborations with Pimp My Ride and The Tonight Show with Jay Leno help bring sustainable hemp textiles into public awareness? And again, thank you for your determination and your bravery. Bless you.
Thank you so much, Wade. Thank you. It's all of us together in this, or else we wouldn't be getting anywhere. I will say, to touch on one of the things you just said, though, never in a million years do I think any of us, even ATN in California, like all of us that were part of just the cannabis whole scene, want to see everything move forward. This wasn't just all about hemp. We want to see all of it move forward and everybody to embrace cannabis in all its forms. But we never thought in a million years in Colorado that it would be Amendment 64 as a medical marijuana initiative that just happened to write industrial hemp in the back end, and nobody even knew, like that was also going to push it forward. And it was kind of one of those like, wait for us. And at that point, people were going, well, we thought that you guys had already legalized. We've seen all these great hemp products and everywhere from the body shop and airports to, my local Whole Foods, or even Dr. Bronner soap in your local King Supers. Like, it was everywhere. So people didn't realize that we're still fighting for where we need to be, on these products today. And of course, the mainstream opportunities that have come up, or that I've gone and, been incessant on, really getting their attention, has really pushed it forward, because there's a lot of people that never noticed those products might have been right in front of their face, and they never even realized, like, oh, that's a hemp lotion, or that's a hemp chapstick, and why that hat or chapstick was so important, and so the mainstream was kind of one of those opportunities where it was like, when we did that Pimp My Ride, it was an Earth Day special that brought in Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was the governor of California at that time. And Arnold, being a foreigner, you would think would have a little bit more understanding about industrial hemp. And, even on the episode, he's feeling the interior saying, oh, this is really nice fabric. And they said, yeah, it's hemp fabric. And he pulled his hand away really fast and said, oh, no, we have a bad enough problem with this in California as it is. Now people are going to think they can smoke their car, and it was like, oh, man, no, he didn't just go there. And then he goes on to say, I just outlawed hemp in California. And it was funny because we had a call from the Capitol 2 days later saying, can you guys make any announcement or put something on your website? Because we've had so many calls from that Pimp My Ride from upset Californians thinking that Arnold had just banned their favorite lotion from the store. Like nobody got it, and then he didn't even say it properly when he said, I just banned hemp. Like, no, you had just vetoed an initiative that nobody even really got to know about. You didn't ban hemp in California, dude. So it was really strange to kind of see the disruption that a lot of mainstream would result in. But of course, to be able to show the top of the top with, Pimp My Ride and Miss America, we've done, Miss America having hemp wedding gowns on the runway, and Project Runway, and different chefs shows, and it just continues to bring the topic up and keep people excited about what they're going to see next.
Right on. Oh, very proud because I mean it's yeah. I had people contacting me and like, I know those people. They're great. All right, next up will be Marilyn Mathery, Councilmember Mathery.
Boy, this conversation is it is very just captivating. I'm so excited. As a nurse, when I got into cannabis for medical cannabis, it's always been the whole plant because, we think of the whole planet and the environment and how we have to be good. This thing about the prosthetics just it was like, oh, wow, yeah, everything is so cool. I've been thinking, hospitals need to be of hempcrete just for the mold resistance and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, this question's for Barbara. You developed the SBP, the Sustainable Biodegradable Products trademark rating system. How has it impacted eco-friendly textile certification, and why was this standardization so crucial?
It at the very moment I launched this, I got approached by the USDA BioPreferred program. Let's say my standard would have been disruptive to theirs. So at that time, I had to comply with the boys in the big suits. But there's a lot of certifications. I'm not a member of any of them. I'm the product developer, so I know everything that goes into the product.
Covering one piece of the puzzle.
And it's not covering one piece. Say, if it says SBP, that product. Yeah, I came up with this 20 years ago. So I'd probably clarify it more. It was my way of saying, I can't support the hundreds of certifications right now. Hundreds.
And it costs like
And I have to,
$30,000.
yeah, 30,000, whatever. But I have to apologize because I go off on this because I really believe and feel my passion is healthcare, really. The environments you're working in, the spreading of the biohazards. I'm very familiar. So the SBP, I really need a lot of intern students to help me to make this more clear to people. I can't do everything. And I don't get as much cooperation as I'd like to see. I used
Or it's the big colleges that you don't want to give this kind of information to because they can bury it. Like we get so many colleges, and I mean, we've seen it happen to some of the students we've worked with. There's a student that's been mentoring under mom for 15 years that's brilliant, and his entire master thesis was taken and buried 15 years ago. And it's delayed any progress in that area because he was the only one to prove it in the labs and show that it met all the criterias. So it's really kind of crazy to think. But with the SPP, I explain to people, everybody always wants to know, is it organic? Is it organic? Is it certified organic? And I say this is better than certified because this is a full product transparency. It's a life cycle from the plant and every single step of the process, all the way back to going to our earth when we're done with it, and having little to no impact when we're ready to dispose. So everything's healthy. And, like mom said, these certifications are so costly. And then 9 out of 10 times, there isn't any real substance and requirements. There's no true textile experts on their boards. They're not even sending their own inspectors to these countries anymore. They're hiring third-party inspectors at site. And, what was it, like 10 years ago, we needed to expand our dyeing. We needed to do more dyeing. And so mom looked up a very well-known textile or certification to see who was on their list for dyers. Found one not too far away, and we went, great, yeah, we got one that's not too far away. She goes to check them out, and I'll never forget you calling me and saying, this place wouldn't be certified on the moon. And she called one of the inspectors over there and said, what is going on? How is this place even on the list? And she goes, oh, well, I'm sorry to tell you, I haven't worked for them for years. They fired all of us. They're not sending their own inspectors anymore. They're hiring these third parties. So you can't trust it, and it's just it's a crazy thing.
It has to become in our political environment right now. We're obviously seeing how are things, is this for real? And Etienne, you asked a question on products. It popped up. I now see where the pop-up.
It's telling the next person to do it.
Oh, I don't know how this computer thing works. I'm more of a
It's okay.
lift up the hood and
I
get
know
it.
that's what we're doing. That's just behind the scenes chat because I'm just lining
Oh.
everything up for the next one. So I will then roll into the next question.
Can I just add one quick thing about that? Because as a kid growing up in this, remember you guys in the 90s, how it was all about like natural products, natural eco, right? And then we went into the 2000s and it was like, oh, but is it organic? And then the Organic Trade Association started up and they were like, you can't say it's organic unless it's been certified and you're paying us. And then we started seeing by 2015, people talking sustainability. And I was like, yes, like it's just getting further and further. Next is going to be transparency and biodegradability and like all these things. And now here we are shifting from sustainability into what they're now calling bio-based materials. And so like they're considering GMO corn stalk waste being turned into polyester, a bio-based material.
No.
And that's total bull. So the greenwashing that goes on, and the bigger that conscious consumerism gets, and the bigger our market gets with all these different companies and products, the more greenwashing and the further we're seeing them get away from what the true intention was.
I don't remember what year it was. It was 2 decades ago. We sponsored at FIT the first sustainability conference. to introduce a curriculum to the students.
Yeah.
But it will only be adapted into a curriculum if the endowments allow it to be.
Yeah, so that's where the greenwashings come in again, all these
And-
endowments manipulated. So the curriculum that we fought for has been totally manipulated over the years.
And in Texas, when I'm not going to say specifics, but I was asked to go speak during this resurgence we've had, but I was told I'd be scripted.
No, that does not surprise me for some reason.
Yes. So I didn't go. When
Uh,
most people, well, people that went and talked, we won't say names. I was, if if Harvard asked me to go, and most people would go, "Oh, I spoke at Harvard." Well, I'm sorry, I didn't. Because I can't compromise this plant, along with many others that have been ancient fibers, future fabrics, and this office is full of them.
and you ladies lead it, and we cannot thank you enough for every aspect of what you're doing and why, because you help educate us on there is a forethought in every aspect of what you do, and you've helped us understand also why it's important, and you will continue to, so thank you. Next up will be council member Tony Landry with our next question.
Yes, thank you. I second ATN's comments. It's wonderful that you're so concerned with the environment. Both of you have worked with major global brands. What innovations and environmental standards helped attract companies like Ralph Lauren, Adidas, and Nike to the hemp textile market?
So I think in the early days, like with Adidas and Nike and stuff, it was more just kind of doing something different and out of the box. They knew there was a small market for it, but they knew they could play on it and just have something much different than anybody had seen, and it worked well for what they wanted to do.
Patagonia, places like Patagonia. I worked with hemp vortex in China. Okay.
But that's a brand that like focuses
No,
on being eco-friendly.
they were able to get. We had Patagonia, we had Gramici, we had big outdoor lines. A lot of people were using hemp, but it goes back to the fact there wasn't enough supply, even out of China. There
Yeah.
wasn't enough supply.
And so they might do really well at a trade show. Good example, one of my first really big accounts when I was a teenager, this guy, it was his first trade show, 3-day trade show at Magic, and he wrote $800,000 in orders on his first trade show. And he was a brand new brand. Nobody had ever seen him before. And that's so unique because trade shows, the buyers show up, they already have their budget planned. They know exactly who they're buying from. If they have any budget for a new brand, they want to see it's somebody that's been there and they know they're going to deliver. So, we started seeing some of these innovative brands coming into the show scene. And I was pushing a lot of these guys. When I was a teenager, I said, streetwear was like a big thing all of a sudden. It was never really acknowledged before. And I went, oh my God, streetwear is going to be the hottest section to have hemp clothes. Well, when you think about it, streetwear is selling to kids who don't have money. So like who can afford, hemp stuff? So it was like, oh, thank God we've got these fabrics. When mom develops a new fabric, where I come to her and I say, here's the next thing we need, an innovation for the marketplace. We also think about not only is this going to fill the gap, but this one material can lend itself to so many things. So like one canvas is going to 100 different furniture companies, is going to coats and jackets, is going to backpacks and wallets, is going to shoes, is going to, so it's really a matter of having a development that can reach multiple industries, multiple products. And, you know, the big brands really help to kind of put it front and center when you walk in a, you know, a big mall and you see that the hemp Adidas is in the front window display and not back on a wall. You know, that's the kind of things that are really kind of getting everybody's attention, and they all go, oh, that's the hottest new thing, we have to support that. So, you know, it's been this really unique balance between, you know, small brands that may, like, I don't know, Etienne, if you ever been out to Hawaii, there's this gal, Abby, with Sativa Hempwear. They were like one of the very first hemp shops. The hemp shop ended up having a fire in the 90s, burning down. And she said, you know what, I'm going to just, and she made most of the stuff they were selling in the shop. And she goes, I'm just going to do the Sunday markets. And I'm going to make as much as I can every week. And then come Sunday, and she's still in the same spot every Sunday at this market for 35 years, you know, and she just called me the other day and she goes, I'm at the market and this person showed up that knows you. We wanted to call you on WhatsApp and video you, you know, and it's like that designer is this stay-at-home mom. You know, her kids are out of the house now, but she's a stay-at-home mom, but she's established this wonderful position in a place that gets all this tourism, and she's gotten to people all over the world, and they buy one of her impeccable quality products, and it ignites them to go and look for more hemp. And so our biggest concern right now that I really want to touch on before we end tonight is, you know, we never thought that we would ever have to say that you have to question anything hemp. Hemp and cannabis, we always want to tell people it's the best of the best. It's always going to do you right. It's always going to perform. It's always going to make you feel better. And unfortunately, in the fabric industry, we're now at this tipping point where that's not the case. And there's polyester hemp, there's cottonized hemp, there's viscose hemp, and there's no label laws for them to have to list it as such. And so now we're getting calls from people going, I bought this thing on Amazon. It's nothing like what I've worn from you guys. What is this crap? And we're going, well, we don't know. What do you got? You know, and they're sending it to us. And then mom will send it to the lab. Okay. And that's why she mentioned earlier, and she sends it to the lab, and the lab comes back and says, no plant matter detected. It's so toxic, they can't even tell you what it's derived from. And, you know, we're starting to see some of this stuff revealed. The Federal Trade Commission is in the largest lawsuit in U.S. hemp history right now against big box stores for bamboozling consumers. So all this bamboo fabric that everybody thought was the next big natural healthy thing, they're all buying sheets from Target and stuff. You know, it is the furthest thing from natural. There's nothing left natural about it once it's been turned into a chemical.
And the frustration, because I knew this
It's coming.
the
Yeah.
very first garment that someone said, this is bamboo. Bamboo. I was actually in China on that project for it to be a natural process. And some big conglomerate came in and said, look, we can chemically process it, call it bamboo, not anticipating someone would spend $3,000 or $4,000 to have it tested and broken down. And I had to do that.
Yeah.
And will, you know, America is ready. It's now. And we have to get, you know, the objective, the road to the objective paved, and the plant planted. We think from A good example, and the Chinese taught me this. They always said, "Why do you say I'm going to the store?" Nobody knows what you're talking about. You must say, "The store is where I'm going." And the thinking process, it really makes a big difference.
And I think COVID too, we saw a huge increase in consciousness during COVID. You know, when COVID hit and the shutdown happened, we got a letter from our governor overnight saying we were an essential business and could be on the road. And we sold out in the first 2 weeks, we sold out of every fabric you could make a cloth baby diaper out of because people couldn't find diapers in the stores.
Yeah.
And that was like this huge light bulb for so many new parents, not only realizing what they had been using, but then everything else they're going to put on their babies and their pets, and now thinking about themselves. And so it was like, any chance that you can get that initial connection to ignite, the trickle effect happens because people, once you see it, you can't look at anything without seeing and analyzing and wanting to know that you're making the right educated conscious choices for our health. And COVID really was so interesting to see so many people go, "Oh my gosh, look at all this, the junk we're surrounded by and all these things that are making us sick. It's not just this virus or bacteria that we're talking about anymore."
But healthcare is the Maryland. Maryland. That's why the sleeves on your jackets went from long sleeve to short sleeve on your lab coats, on your
There's
scrubs.
so much crazy stuff in the back. There's so many
Are
areas.
you connecting what I'm saying? You used to
Yeah.
have long sleeves, and then the sleeves got shorter because the fabrics that are currently in healthcare, the biohazards will live on the surface.
And to help with it transferring. There's so many different
wow.
areas. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy. There's so
Yeah.
many different areas of
So,
industries. that-
one sec. So now what they're doing is embedding silver particles and saying that's going to make it antibacterial. They're only perpetuating the harmful, hellacious processes that when those companies, children, hopefully get older, they're going to make the change. They'll start it because these kids are hit. The 14-year-olds, the 15-year-olds.
They get it. They understand. They've lived through
Yeah.
the pandemic to see and saw the parents' reactions, etc. So, wow,
Yeah.
that's very profound. Thank you, ladies. We'll go up next. Will be Council Member Leslie Fries. Council member.
Yeah, Summer, this one's for you. So at 18, you said that you decided to give a 10-year go. Did you ever think at that time that you'd be the vice president of the Hemp Industries Association and become one of the youngest recipients of their Lifetime Achievement Award? What impact did your leadership have on the industry, and what key changes did you push for?
That's kind of a hard one because in a way it's like yes and no. I was the kid that, dreamed of being able to sit up there with my peers, and I was always the one, as I watched a lot of my peers get burnt out or put everything they had into things or move around in their position. I was always the cheerleader, like, "No, get your energy back up, and you can't do," and they're looking at me like, "Oh gosh, Summer, it's her turn." And I said, "No, we're not done with you guys yet. We still need you," and so I had some really incredible peers in the Hemp Industry Association. Steve Levine at the time was the president, and he was just such a wonderful guy. He started the what was it, Santa Monica Hemp Fest that went on forever in California. It was like the oldest hemp fest in California. And he did, yeah, God rest his soul. It makes, I know, one of the most special people in my life. And so he really uplifted me into that position. You know, he was like, look, you've been putting in the work. I mean, there were times that I got recognition where I was going, wait, no, it should be going to this person that's older than me and that's been doing all this. And, you know, they would say, no, you earned it. You earned it. You've done your part. And but then, you know, when you're dealing with groups and organizations, it's hard when at that point, you know, it was so important to have the HIA because it was like the only place that everybody could come together once a year and share what they're doing and support each other, but just feel that sense of community and energy to leave and go be that much more successful for the next year. And so I was really good at that. It came as a big surprise. You know, I would have probably eventually gone from VP to president, but I had a lot of resistance for things that I wanted to bring and do and change. And at that time, it was only me and one other young person on the board. And so, you know, our board was all very busy with their own companies and their own programs going on. And so when him and I would come up with these ideas, they were like, oh God, these kids are like gonna make so much work for us, you know? And we're like, no, we'll do it. We don't need you guys. We're good, you know? And it got to the point where Steve actually said to me, stop asking and just do it. You know, he goes, you guys don't have to always follow protocol. Because, you know, when I was growing up, like we learned from the best and there was a system and a protocol in place and it behooved everyone, you know, and nowadays you don't see a lot of that. And that's why you don't see supply chains where everyone's successful in some way or another, you know, whether it's small scale, medium or large, everyone at least kind of was successful in their position. And now it's like you either make it or you don't kind of thing because people don't follow those old school protocols. And so you know, when we had the very first HIA conference in Colorado, it was the year of legalization here. So it was what, 2014 or I don't remember. I should know these things, but it's been so many years now, you guys. Mom's saying 20 years, and I'm like, try 25 since you started the SBP. But you know, it's crazy to think it's 2025 now. But when HIA came and did their first conference here is when they gave me my first Lifetime Achievement Award. And Mom's gotten one every decade. So she's got like 4 on the wall, you know. She got another one that night too, but they included me to receive one. And that was my first one. And it was interesting. I mean, at that point with the legalization, we had some really interesting people in the audience that were right in my face when I received that award. And I took all advantage of that opportunity and saying some things to everybody. So, you know, I don't just go up and receive an award and thank you. We have to continue to keep pushing what the true agenda is and honoring nature in the way it intended so that we all receive the benefits that cannabis really provides to all of us. Because the second it is destroyed and manipulated is as soon as we stop seeing all it can really do for all of us.
And this is a mantra that I say in cannabis. You, number one, have to have passion. Number 2 is principles. Number 3, prosperity will come, but it's not going to come without the passion and principles. Because we're 25 years now.
In this company, yeah.
This company is probably the old one.
This is the 7th hemp company that Mom has developed or been involved with. You know, this is the 7th company in almost 40 years now.
Yeah.
So, which makes it hard because, like, you know, there's some people out there that are like, we're the oldest and we're the biggest. And I'm like, what? Like,
but it's interesting because it's my daughter. She has the passion. She has the principles. And when she says 7 companies, they were little, and I had partners and I had people I worked with. This has been she and I, and we've made it 25 years.
And we do
this
it
year.
full time all the time, and that's it. There's no like, there's nothing else. Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's being a business owner. You know, it's people think
Yeah.
it's a 9 to 5 thing, and what you find as a business owner, it's a 24/7 thing, unfortunately, and there is no off times because that problem arrives to you while you're sitting on the toilet.
Right. Right. Yes. Oh God. And
Right?
WhatsApp in the middle of the night. The
Right.
WhatsApps. Oh God. And WeChat.
And tell mom she doesn't have to reply to everybody immediately. They can wait.
Right? Well, that's makes your mom who she is because she always felt the urgent need, and that's her passion, and that's what rubbed off on all of us is, how she cared. So of course it makes sense that, her passion would absolutely rub off on you. And of course, we were fortunate to be where we were to have that catalyst to reinforce those beliefs. Because remember, we had all kinds of books telling us what was possible, but it was Barbara showing us and clothing us and making it really beyond words. It was a reality, and I can't thank y'all enough. So for what y'all continue to do and why you do it, and you've shared many of that with us, and we appreciate that. So next up will be Council Member Michael Crowitz. Council Member.
Thank you, Jim. So, seeing where we are, we've come so far in the last 20, 30 years, but yet, in a, sort of big picture way, we're not that far ahead of where we were 100 years ago, in some ways, right? But where do you see, looking ahead, how do you see the future of hemp textiles in the U.S. and what steps must be taken to ensure the continued growth, sustainable growth in fashion and manufacturing?
Well, I'd like to say right now, we've got some good things, not me, summer particularly, but the industry in the US. We've got some great products coming out. Hemp texture, we've got hemp wood floor. These guys made a product that will be embraced at a very high level. I can see it. If you don't know who they are, look them up because they're great products. But we have to gain the confidence of the farmers again. The farmers lost their confidence because they were growing for medical and CBD.
Yeah.
And we lost the fruit orchards in Western Colorado, horse pastures, but I'd like to be where I belong, which is, I keep saying I want to retire, but I want to educate and just show what we have to do to create raw materials that get purchased by industries that are already identified.
Yeah.
They're already here.
So what's important for people to understand with textiles is with textiles, there's non-wovens and there's wovens. So in order for the US to ever have hemp textiles, fabrics, there has to be non-wovens that have been done and done right to ever lead us into wovens. And then, the US doesn't have any long fiber systems. Nobody's talking about degumming. Everybody's only talking about decorticating, and it's like, okay, well, that's the first step of the process, and that's easy if you know what you're doing to have the good material. But then it has to have a natural degumming to clean that fiber from all the plant lignin and celluloses and be able to even be millable to go to combing, carding, spinning. And then we have no long fiber systems. So when she said earlier, it's going to be 300, $400 million to build out 4 state-of-the-art natural fiber facilities to take on and do what we're able to do overseas. That isn't a whole lot in the grand picture of like being able to produce here and service multiple industries and needs and even get us back on the global exchange. But we need a whole hell of a lot of the right kind of hemp to make that happen,
And when we heard the word cottonized hemp fiber, that was you heard it, right? Everybody heard it. Basically, what happened, it looked like cotton, it felt like cotton, but it wasn't in a standard that could utilize the systems we had in America, which is cotton systems. So when you would see blends that were, I don't want to go way off on this, but we can do this. I've got all the evidence right here.
She's completed a proof of concept for the US that is superior to every other country.
Yeah.
she's developing.
And it's mind-blowing, and it considers water conservation, reducing the need for herbicides. You don't even have to, water is precious. It's like gold. Now, you can reduce your water consumption growing hemp if they just follow this method. Follow it. And then you're going to have standards in the stock. I don't think it matters what variety seed. I'd have to do, I don't know enough about this, when they say cultivars. When I first heard that, I thought they were talking about dinosaurs. Yeah, I did, because, and sunflowers, of course, would be a good analogy. But if you plant them a specific way, I have a hunch we're going to get a standard in the diameter, then of a hemp stalk, and then we're going to have numbers that are actually close to accurate on the yields and the application of those raw materials without needing $300 million infrastructure investment. Because
It's interesting because like people keep asking us, when are you guys going to start making your stuff here? Or we get a bunch of calls from cannabinoid growers, and they say, when are you guys going to start buying our stocks and making socks? And they don't understand the difference. But it's interesting because like basically what Mom's saying is we'd like to see hemp be able to step in and play an even bigger role in this country. And there's areas that it's needed more desperately that has higher value for the farmer, the processor, and the products than any fabric or hemp building material could ever imagine. And that proof of concept she's completed, and it's like she says she wants to retire, but at the same time, there's always been this sense of urgency with you to make sure that Mother Earth's going to survive.
I just want to tell a young person or a marijuana grower would be great to say, and I'm going to say this publicly, the shrub of marijuana or CBD is wood and bark. It's not fiber, and the same as what's in industrial hemp. So on those shrubs, how about horizontal chipping it, using a little pine tar, wrapping it and selling it at $8 a log, like Duraflame logs.
There's so many things that's like endless, and the value
Right?
and
Yeah.
are through the roof.
And the hemp herd, how I discovered it would work for that was I was building a decorticator out in a junkyard, and we were using a burn barrel and ran out of wood to burn. So I took a little bit of Coca-Cola, it was full of sugar, and took the scraps, and we literally let it dry in the sun, and it burned hot. It burned with very low smoke, and it outlasted the poplar that we were burning.
And we're talking about the three most toxic industries on the planet, you guys. We've got building materials, plastics, and textiles. And where do we have the most impact? Where can we make the most difference? And that's where hemp can come right in. And when you have so many people, like I've never understood why we're called the alternative when we're the solution. Stop calling it the alternative. We are the solution, and it can be scaled within a growing season or two or three. So when people say, oh, but there's not enough out there, there's nothing out there. Yes, there is indeed. And we can grow what we need, and it can be scaled within a few growing seasons. So it's an exciting future for the US if people come together to get the job done.
Well, there's raw materials. I'm a product developer. So not just with textiles and fiber, I can look at an agricultural waste product and apply it into another product. A good example was the 3M sponge that was called the Greener Cleaner. It had a 50% in the abrasive side of the sponge was a waste product from beverage processing.
Yeah.
There's so many resources. You just have to be
That's sitting there as waste and considered a biohazard because these factories don't want to pay to dispose of it, and they end up burning this stuff. When she got called into Mexico to deal with that, she called and she goes, I hit the mother load of fiber, and it had been nothing but a headache for these factories. And it turned into this amazing product in, almost every big box now.
Same thing with agave honey. And I'll close with that. I'm the one that discovered it was a food product 20 years ago when they considered it a biohazard. So it's the vision to be able to see it. And I couldn't cook a meal if my life depended on it.
Yeah.
But I sure can look at a raw material and see what we need to do to utilize it to make other products. And I'm looking at hemp going, oh, there's so many
that aren't going to require the insane, foundation like
an
everybody wants to
investment.
see.
And honestly, the fires in California, that was divine intervention in a very heartbreaking way. But let's start growing hemp. Let's start utilizing it in interiors and structural. And as far as interiors go, there's going to be all kinds of natural fiber, textiles, and the food from hemp.
And it's important that we continue to support the countries that have developed the systems properly, not always be trying to reinvent or take over. It's like, well, this gives the US the opportunity to take over two of the other biggest nasty toxic industries with a lot less infrastructure needed. So, it's exciting to see everybody's been really listening. We've been keynotes at all the hemp conventions and events, for the last 12 plus years or whatever. And we literally felt like broken records saying the same thing over and over. We've got to see composite decortification and composite done right and clean and properly so that this can lead down the line in the right way. And we're starting to see a couple of those facilities, so it's really exciting.
Ladies, Summer, we got to get you out. Council Member Freeze and I were actually at the USDA's Cannabis Germplasm
I saw
Institute
that.
in Geneva, New York, and they will have another one in September. And I think for sure you should join us and Rob Clark and others out in Geneva, New York, because they could benefit from both of you ladies if you're able to, Barbara, as well. But for sure, Summer, they need your guidance and understanding because they, as Barbara said earlier, they're reinventing the wheel, especially with decorticators and other things that we saw. I mean, the pictures I could show you were an embarrassment for decorticating standards. And then if you saw the harvesters that we saw, you would be appalled by what the U.S. standards are. And I understand that they think they're trying to do the right thing, but they had a full decorticator that fits on the back of an 18 wheeler that we know could fit into a 4x8 area. And the way that the harvest is, etc., they just, it's the boys with the toys. They don't know what they're doing. As you said, Barbara, they're trying to reinvent the wheel again, and they need to see what how to do things right, and they want to learn from us and how to do things right. So we've engaged them, and I think they could benefit from your expertise to save them the time that they're going to waste and a lot of money that they're going to waste doing stupid things that they don't need to be doing, that intelligent women like yourself already well past and can help guide them past it, because there's students at Cornell that are running it and they mean well, but they just don't know what they're doing in some results, and they need an understanding. Because as I've told people back in the day, I looked at retooling actual sugarcane factories in Louisiana into hemp mills, because then those mills would be central to the fields that they were potentially be growing in, which is a reality that has to happen. I mean, it's great that Texas opened up a processing facility, but where's the hemp to process those facilities? They all have to be shipped in from all over. And as Council Member Freeze will tell you, getting your hemp on a truck and moving it across state lines is a challenge I know that y'all have dealt with, but she's been a raw producer herself. So we've seen these realities that come with.
Oh, sorry.
No,
It
go ahead, Barb.
shouldn't be. Can I tell them about the code?
Well,
Oh, yeah. You're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. In World War II, there was a shipping code specific. Write this down. Hemp, jute, or oakum in bales, boxes, or drums. They forgot to take it off the books. We've been using that code. It's class 60, item number
14960 sub-0. I mean, these are all little things we can teach these people.
You can move it anywhere you want.
You're federally okay.
And it's the lowest freight cost you could ever move this stuff under.
Oh my God, you ladies are absolutely. I could look at that. Leslie's like, oh my God, if I had only known. But we're here now. We're knowledgeable. So, wow, ladies, I cannot thank you enough. We need to have you on again. You're just such a wealth of knowledge. For
Maybe next time I can show off a bunch of cool hemp stuff so everybody knows what's out there and what's going on.
Let's do that. Let's do a show and tell episode where you can show us what it is, the product, show us some of the car stuff, show us some of that stuff. Yeah, we'd absolutely love to have you guys back for another show.
And talk about the healthcare facilities, the various tests that
That's
have
like
been
a whole
done
show in itself.
for
yeah.
just the uniforms that are being worn in healthcare. There's so much.
Well, we'll get into those in time. But I want to thank you both for taking the time. We went over 2 hours. Yeah, you educated us and why what we wear matters, as well as, this wonderful hemp products that are out there and that y'all are doing is it still has its potential. It's just, unfortunately got lost along the way. None of us envisioned hemp becoming uh, what it's become in the CBD world. And
Right.
unfortunately, we have to wrestle it out of those hands to, get hemp back where it needs to be. And I cannot thank you, ladies, for literally leading the opportunities and reshaping the industry, because you have taken it as beyond a responsibility. You have led by example. So I want to thank Councilmember Wade Laughter, Tony Landry, Mary Lynn Mathry, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, of course, Summer and Barbara, and myself, Etienne Fontan. This has been the VAC's Round Table number 85. Barbara Philippone and Summer Star Haskey from Environmental Textiles. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a great rest of your night.
Good night.
Thank you for having us, everyone. Hemp, hemp.
The Veterans Action Council is a PACE Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, fakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
It's coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Cannabis sales saw a huge spike on 420. Here's why. Cannabis sales saw a sharp rise on 420 this year, particularly in newly legalized states. Sales on 420 jumped 47% and transactions rose 46.5% compared to last year, according to online ordering platform Jane Technologies. Every 420 tells us something about where the industry is headed. Jane Technologies co-founder and CEO Socrates Rosenfeld said in an email to MJ Biz Daily. They say that this year's message is simple. Demand is still growing, new markets are still opening, and the operators investing in the shopper experience are pulling ahead. Jane analyzed sales from stores that were open in 2025 as well as this year to ensure the numbers were not inflated by new stores opening in 2026. On April 20th, retailers saw 73% more transactions than the day before. Which states led the charge on 420? Illinois, number one. Highest selling state with sales up 44.5% year over year. California, up 25.8%. Maryland, up 31.5%. Nevada, down 2.7. New Jersey, down 1.1. Colorado, down 7%. Flour was the top seller at 43% of sales, followed by vape products at 27%, edibles at 14%, pre-rolls at 10%, and extracts at 6%. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and always, welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca. And how is Tamara doing this evening?
I'm here.
You're here.
I'm here.
That's
here.
right. Yeah.
I got up today. I had a shower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's it.
I've been in so much pain. The humidity is like incredible, and I get these spots where if you even touch it, it feels like you're taking a hot poker and sticking it in your, and it's not the whole joint, it's like one spot. And then yesterday it was in the back of my shoulder blade, so it felt like somebody was poking in my lung underneath my shoulder blade. I couldn't even sit up.
No, eh?
And it was prison reconciliation, right? And I had put my decorations out. I have little orange ribbons all over my stuff. And me and Taven were going to get up and go because he had no school. And I couldn't get up. So he spent all day making sure I had tea and making sure that, he rubbed my back and with the A5 and yeah. So that was our day. What's going on with you?
Oh, let's see. Today I decided to go out and go for a bit of I'm gonna call it a hike into the woods.
Right.
And when I got to the park where I was going to go, there was a truck sitting there with a guy with the door open. And I pulled in and parked, and I said to him, "Oh, it looks like we've got the same idea." And he says, "Well, I was, sort of hoping to do that, but he went to go start his truck, and his truck wouldn't start."
Oh no.
Yeah. So he's out, it's down the highway, right? And up the back road and stuff like that to get to this park. And so we talked about, I didn't have any booster cables. He didn't think he had any booster cables.
Oh no.
Nobody else around. I said, well, I guess we could go back in town and maybe find some booster cables. Or he had some property nearby. You could take him there, see if he had any there. So before we left, he took a look, and he had some booster cables.
Oh, good.
So
I'd be
he
worried
said
about getting in a vehicle alone with somebody you don't know anymore.
that he, well, I guess if you don't, I used to pick up hitchhikers all the time.
Well, I know, but you just hear that. Like, I guess it's because I'm a woman. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to
So
interrupt.
um, he says, well, instead of boosting me now, he says, why don't we just go for the walk when we get back? You can boost me then. I said, okay, sure. So away we went, talking and stuff like that. And then we got to a spot that you can sort of go around and meet on the other side. So he went one way and I went the other way. And so we got back to the vehicles, and he said, that would probably would have been nice with a couple beers or something. And I said, beers? Oh, I can't drink beer. I said, but cannabis would have been nice. And he says, what? And I said, yeah. And he says, oh man, really? And I said, yeah. And so the next thing I know, I gave him my card and told him about the podcast and the shows. And he was going, what? Really?
Right.
Yeah. So he lit up a joint. So yeah, it was.
I guess I should get myself some cards. I used to have cards. I don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
I don't have a job. I don't have any money.
So it was, it was just, it was an hour walk, right? So it wasn't a super long walk. And it was just fun. He was just killing himself. Oh, I should have said something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know I went out to Dirty Darts this last
Did you?
weekend, and I hadn't been there for a while, and they had a little bit of money for me, so I was able to turn that all into RSO, which I was able to turn into some chocolates.
Yeah.
So I've got some set aside for when I can get some other stuff together to go out with. Then I'm hoping to be able to kind of like auction the other ones off, so I have some money to get some. But I bought RSO. Like I could have bought cannabis, but I probably would have only been able to get like 7 grams of cannabis, right?
Right.
Plus the
Right.
RSO that I wanted, right? And because they weren't there, the owners, I'm paying full price when they're not there, right?
Right.
So at $20 a vial or a gram, a syringe, because that's full price, right?
Yeah.
And normally, like I said, when they're there, I don't pay that.
No, I've seen it
Yeah.
$35.
Yeah, no, it's 20 out there, but still, like, it's black oil. Like if I want the nice clear honey oil, that's $100.
Is that? It's
Yeah.
been so long.
Yeah.
Since I've bought it in a while.
And it's a 5 grammer, but it's still $100, right? But I wasn't like, that's what I saw. I didn't see anything. I wasn't
$100,
looking.
really? Eh? That's what it was. Well, I remember paying 50 to 75, as far as $100. That was
Yeah. But
that was like
again, like
2000, 25 years ago.
right. But again, you don't like I wasn't there to get stuff that you'd smoke.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna put
Yeah.
that gold oil in candies. I'm just
Yeah. Go
not.
ahead. Yeah, we keep going. It's fecal.
So yeah, so I bought, some of that so I could make some chocolates and stuff. But
Yep.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's good. You got to be able to get something and create
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Then like I said, I'm hoping that but like I said, when I went to the legal store tonight, because we have a strike going on,
Yes. How's that all going?
it's pretty fucking barren, man.
Is it? There was some reports I read because you guys also allow for like
The
a
stuff that I got tonight,
direct sale from the growers to the stores or something.
that's how I got this, because this one comes in directly to the store from the grower.
Right. Yeah.
So they have these. They have the mint because it's locally, like it's
Is
a
that the
local.
Runts mint?
Huh?
Is it the Runts mint?
No.
Yeah, I can't read it.
Oh.
You say it's mint?
It's mint,
Oh,
but
mint.
Mint is the supplier, but it's Rainbow Inferno is the name of it.
Oh, okay.
But I could only get
Obviously, because of the direct sale, it's grown right there in
Right.
BC. They have
Right.
a pretty fairly recent date on it, wouldn't it? Harvest? Is there any harvest date on it? I'm just curious.
Yeah. Package September 23rd to 2025.
So September. Yeah.
It's
So
only
yeah,
October
that's not
1st. That was
far.
last week.
Yeah, exactly. It's only been in there for a week.
Yeah.
That's got to
But
be
that-
the newest stuff I've ever seen or heard. Yeah.
Well,
That's
like I said,
great.
they weren't allowed to overstock. Like they weren't allowed to
Mhm.
buy because they're only allowed to buy. They're only allowed to hold so much in the store, right? They can't
Right.
overstock because of because everything's got barcodes. Everything's got to be accounted for, right? So they don't want them holding any more than they figure.
And then the producer wants to make sure that they be able to spread it around the product
And
around.
pay for it, right?
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
get
have
the-
everybody pay for it too, right? Like, and if it's just sitting on a shelf and nobody's buying it because they overstocked it, right? Then it just and then it run like that's the thing with cannabis, like it doesn't run at a date, right? Like
There's
it
no
does,
expiry date has been determined.
right? So it doesn't
Well,
mean
we
they
all
have to
know
go,
25
they go through their in,
months.
right? But they do get stuff that they have to pull off the shelves, and I'm not sure why or what the deal is with that, but it's not because of outdate.
Yeah, I know that. Now this was like a year or so ago. But I was able actually to be able to purchase some that was 14 months old since its harvest date. I thought, what? Yeah,
14 months?
14 months. Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
year
I
and
think
a,
like 2 years ago, close to it.
wow. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that tea bag. Look at that tea bag that I got from the store. That CBD tea bag, and it was from like 2020. It's been packaged since 2020. I'm like, I'm not even going to put that in water because I don't even know what color the water is going to be, and is it good?
Yeah.
That's 5 years
yeah,
old. Like,
5 years old.
yeah.
Well, it's going to a tea. I like so obviously it's dry, so it wouldn't be moldy or.
It wasn't moldy, but it kind of smelled funky. Remember, I brought it out on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was funky.
Funky tea sounds like it could be a song or.
Probably could put it into the AI. Create a song saying
Yeah.
funky tea, funky cannabis tea, and then they'd probably come up with something.
Now it's getting close to that time of year, October the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Time to sharpen up the scissors.
And that takes you quite a long time.
Oh, it has in the past. Yeah. I'm just trying to do daily things of, life and all that, and then have it consumed by trim.
Yeah.
Keep
Well,
trimming.
I mean, you transition from outdoor to indoor during the winter, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an indoor. Mine's an indoor outdoor. Yep.
Yeah. I was wondering about that because, like, I couldn't imagine. Well, mind you, the way you grow in the winter, in the summertime, you probably could just, smoke that and hold it through the winter. And now you have to grow those plants because they're like monsters. Like they're beautiful. Like they're great, big, beautiful fucking plants. But that's the joy of the ability to being able to put them in the ground to and not put them in a stifled pot. If you put them in a pot, no matter what's on the bottom is going to be on the top. And if your pot's only 5 gallon, you're not going to get a great big huge plant. And if you got even if you got a 20-gallon garbage can, you're going to get some pretty nice plants. When you got them in the ground and they actually have all that soil and all that room to just like keep on grooving, the sky's the limit.
Lots of room. Spread the arms, spread those roots.
Yeah, like again,
Oh,
like
yeah.
thing, like they've got all that soil.
Nothing like
right?
root bound plants just don't.
No, and that's the thing, and like that's where we stifle ourselves in buckets, right? Because we don't have the
Yeah.
ability to have that root base in indoors. Like it's just
Oh,
impossible, right?
and the main stock at the base, it's like a forearm. You know,
Mhm.
it's just
Oh yeah, I believe it for sure. Because those are they're like fucking trees, like really, like
yeah.
it's a great big fucking tree if you let it. Like I've seen some stalks and some of them, like like they're
Yeah.
being grown,
I,
grown out
I don't know if
outdoor.
did you see the picture I posted on Facebook?
I haven't been online for too well. I haven't had been able to hold my head up
Okay.
to look at my phone.
Yeah, I
I
don't
had
know.
such a fucking bad headache I couldn't even see the screen.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm just
probably
going.
not, Ellen. Sorry.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Oh, here it is.
Oh, I did see that one. I did. Yep, those are beautiful. I
Yeah,
love.
they were not mine. I was helping another patient,
It doesn't
and
matter. They're still absolutely beautiful. Whoever's growing them,
I
good for
yeah.
them.
So I was showing them how to grow and on what to do, and I was going there and making teas for them, and I was
Oh yeah.
actually making teas in garbage cans because they
Yep.
were so big.
Yep.
Needing to yeah. Oh yeah.
What's
So
the
I
thing? You
was,
have to have good soil. You have to have good nutrients, right? You're all
oh
organic.
yeah. Yeah, that was in real really old composted horse shit
Yeah.
with drainage in it.
Oh yeah, that'll go like mad.
It did.
Yeah. I bet.
Oh
No,
yeah.
that's the thing, like, and if you got, like I said, if you got the property and you got like the ability,
Mhm.
there's no better way, really.
Oh yeah. You know, growing outside, what I do miss is on the indoor end of things is the consistently always getting fresh harvest. Every 2.5, 3 months.
Right.
Whereas now I get fresh harvest once a year. Really.
Yeah.
I can harvest inside if I want throughout the winter, but
Yeah.
it's yeah. As far as you
It's
know,
more it's difficult because you only like you only have a shorter period of time indoor, right?
right, correct.
So like, and that's the thing. Like, I've never grown outdoors, so I'm not sure what the licensing says, but um, so that leaves it. You probably only can get not even one crop off indoor, barely.
Well, yeah. As far as when it comes indoor, depends on when you bring it indoor, and then you gotta let it grow a bit.
Yeah, and then
So you're looking at 3 months.
yeah,
So you could probably get two off, I guess.
maybe.
Right. So it depends on when you bring them in,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Well, you're smart
y-
enough to have some that you bring in and some that you leave out.
yeah. The and something else I've done, I take because I grow organically and with a living soil and everything. Um, I took I'm gonna call it a tumbler, and what that is I use it to mix my soils.
Oh yeah, I know what you
Right?
mean. Like a cement
Yeah.
mix.
Well, you can say a cement mixer, sure. I'm just looking for a better photo of it that sort of sticks out, but I think I've gone past it. Yeah, it's this is more you can call it a cement mixer, but it's a composter
Oh yeah.
for putting outside. Okay, and what I did is I basically I brought it inside. You can see it in behind you see it in behind the box there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I've done, because I've got another picture of it. Where the hell did that go?
Are you putting all your organics in that and composting them and
Yeah,
then using that?
correct. Anytime
Okay.
like I take stop growing a plant or a strain, or I have to reduce my numbers, or even like I'll take the soil from that and throw it into the tumbler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I also, while I'm working on my plants, okay, any leaves that I remove, I must have deleted that picture. I can't find it. Anything that I remove, I dry those leaves, and then I chop them up really fine, and then I throw them in the composter. You can see it now. You can see it from the top,
Right.
and all I do,
Let's pull it
um,
out in the dirt at the end.
there it is for the front,
Yep.
and all I do is spin it, right?
Yeah.
Just spin it, and
Yeah.
every once in a while I'll throw some organic dry nutrients in there as well, and just make sure it stays moist.
Uh-huh.
And you can see here on this picture, on the front of it, you can see that white tray on the ground.
Yeah.
That is a washing machine drip tray. That
Oh.
way, any of the dirt, because composters come with vents in them.
Right. Of course you do.
And
Because
so
you
I
got
plug,
ether that could build up in them.
right. Well, I'm not looking at it trying to build up heat. I'm doing it to mix my soils.
No, but I mean, like, but even if it's like, yeah, anything, like that's just the composting vegetable matter.
Right.
Matter.
Yeah.
The gases off it, right?
So what I end up doing is I plug them just to stop the soil, but then I open the tops so it can still vent, right? And that plastic, that tray, that acrylic tray on the bottom,
Yep.
I guess it's plastic, catches any of the dirt. The cardboard sides that collects any of the dirt that comes out. You know, if I've been working on it, putting stuff in there, I've made a bed of
Right.
a mass, or you gotta slide open those covers, and dirt collects on the bottom of them. So when you slide them out, there's dirt that falls. So that keeps it all contained and keeps the mess down. And
Cool.
then I just pull the cardboard out and clean up the dirt where I need to. Right?
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like, just making your own dirt. Pretty
Oh,
much.
it is. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. When
Yeah.
I'm repotting, I'll scoop dirt out of there, and worms will. I'll see the worms in the dirt or soil, and I'll kick them out. I'll throw them back in the composter,
Yep.
tumbler,
Yep.
and continue on repotting my plants. So
Yep. Oh
that
yeah.
way they keep doing their job, keep doing their thing.
Actually, it's funny because there's money in earthworms.
Oh yeah, yeah,
If
yeah,
you get
yeah, yeah,
if you get
yeah,
if you had an earthworm farm, like you could make a killing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Red wigglers, they're good for in compost, and
That and
you can
fishing
buy
gear.
them. I used to buy them from a lady online,
They
and
have them at they get a worm, like they worm whatever farm at Top Crop. They started their
okay,
own worm farm. But
yeah,
I'd like to have a worm farm.
yeah. Just throw stuff in there and they'll eat it.
Well, yeah, but I got chickens
Mhm.
too. That's why I like a worm farm. Because I would just
Um,
like make the worm farm and then because like millworms, right? Like those things are like $60 a bag. But I don't like bugs. I don't like them little creepy crawlers, but I don't mind big worms.
no,
Right?
these ringworms are the smaller worms. They're not the big dew worms.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I mean
Yeah,
they're
they're
not the little creepy crawlers like
no,
this.
no, no, no. But these sort of look like when I bought a half a pound of red wigglers. It reminded me of hamburger. When
Yeah,
I
I don't mind that.
when I
But the
opened up
ones
the pack.
yeah, yeah, I don't mind that. But like I said, the the millworms look like fucking maggots.
Oh,
And they're
yeah,
dried.
yeah,
Right?
oh, yeah,
I am not doing
yeah.
fucking maggots.
These come in I buy worm castings when I need to,
Yeah.
and they end up coming out of the worm castings. I
Oh yeah,
haven't I
for sure.
haven't I haven't bought worms in years
Yeah,
because the
no,
fact
I would just go buy that's exactly how I'd start a worm farm. I just go buy a
yeah,
bag of worm castings at Top Crop and a nice big bale of soil and put them in a
mhm,
composter and start feeding them.
yeah.
And then just leave them in there. You don't even have to turn it. You can put them in a
No, and
bucket.
you know what? They don't need to be. They don't need to clean out the litter box. You don't need to
Right?
take them for a walk. They don't get you up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, and like you really don't have to feed them.
No, no,
Like,
not
there's nothing
really.
to feed them. Like throw them in some decent soil and some worm castings. The next thing you know, you'll have worms.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Like I've got all. I can see different sizes. There's not.
Yeah.
There's some that are quite
Well,
the
that's what
size.
the worm
Yeah,
castings
they're
are.
not a dew worm or anything, but
No, I don't want to worm. But that's what worm castings are when you're buying worm castings.
yeah,
You're basically buying baby worms for your garden, right? To produce
yeah,
in your garden.
they're in there. There's eggs in there or
Yep.
whatever. Yeah, yeah.
So that's
So
the easiest way that you can get start a worm farm. Just go buy a bag of worm castings and a big bag of peat moss and some actually probably not even that, some soil, some sheep shit. Give them some sheep shit to roll around in with some dirt.
yeah,
They love that.
yeah. Thanks for the thumbs up there, Scott. By the way, yeah,
Talking about
it's
my, are you talking about my ship farm or my worm farm?
well, yeah. Well, hey, worm farm is a shit farm because that's what you wanted to create worm castings is you know put
That's
it
a
in your
fucking hell
put
of
it
a
in your gardens, your outdoor
that's a
gardens.
hell of an idea. I could sell like 50 worms for like $5. And that's cheaper than anybody else would, and then I could make money and not do anything. That's a great
You
idea. Yeah.
have a worm farm.
Yeah, it seems like the cheapest, brightest idea I've
Well,
had. That.
actually, our sponsor, Limestone City Hydroponics. Um, when I went there last, that's what I did. Is I picked up a bag of local worm castings
Yeah.
from them. Yeah.
I could even pick up a bag of earthworms and some worm castings from the local store and get myself really going. Because I got a couple big buckets and they would I could keep them in the house.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You can keep them in the house.
Like I could put them in my basement in a 5-gallon bucket. They're not gonna get out. They're not gonna, bug the dogs. They're not gonna come crawling up the stairs. Middle of the night, I got all these worms crawling up the stairs. We're coming to get you.
The first time I tried that, they did escape.
The worms did?
Yeah, yeah. I found them. I found some dead, dried up worms.
Why would they escape? I guess when they get to the bottom, they figure out they didn't like it.
I don't know. Well, I probably just didn't have it set up right. So
You need a lid.
I didn't have a pail. I didn't use a pail or a bucket like what you've mentioned.
Oh, I would use a 5-gallon garbage can
I just had
with a lid.
some tray that only had sides on it like this big.
Oh fuck yeah! You need
This was like when I first started growing this way. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking back quite a few years, right? So
Yeah, no, yeah, whatever. But yeah, no, and I'd also probably get one of them heating pads because it's cold in the floor in the winter time. So
correct.
you want to keep them producing, right? Because if they get cold, they get dormant and they don't produce anymore.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you keep the soil
Keep it warm. Keep it in a
yeah,
warm room.
but not too warm because then you get fucking flies and aphids.
I don't have a heating pad underneath it anyway, but I keep it. Obviously I gotta keep my room warm, right?
Yeah. I guess if I had my plants down there, I wouldn't have to worry about it. But we've had a really funny summer because I've been accosted. I think I mentioned this with green aphids because we've had no
Yeah,
wasps.
I think you mentioned that in the last show. I think.
Yeah, like we have had no wasps. Like my cucumber was doing really good in the beginning, and it just got accosted with fucking aphids. Even my celery is just fucking accosted with it.
Wow.
There's
not
no
good.
wasps. There's nothing to kill them. So I've Dawn dish soaped and sprayed them and went and got the safer soap and did all the things that you were told to do, but them fuckers just keep coming back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty hard to keep them down when there's nothing when there's
Yeah.
no predator.
In one place where I was helping a patient, they were dealing with aphids, and we went at them with the garlic spray.
Would it just garlic salt or garlic powder and water?
Oh, geez. Yet again, this is 7 years ago. So I'm gonna
I got
say
fresh garlic.
it was garlic, soap, and something else.
Because I've been using soap, hydrogen peroxide, and water.
Vitamin peroxide or peroxide, or I don't think it was a high proof alcohol. I don't think I
No,
had that.
no, you never use alcohol. It'd be peroxide. But I've never used garlic, but I've been using Dawn dish soap, hydrogen peroxide, and spraying them inside and out, like so they're dripping with fucking dish soap, and they still come back.
They still come back, eh? Well,
I'm dumping Dawn
Sure.
dish soap in the.
you
In
gotta
the
you gotta keep at them. You can't just think it's
no,
gonna get
this is every
done
day,
once.
y'all. Every fucking day
Every
I'm going
day, eh?
every day because they've killed my they're gonna kill my tomatoes. Like I go in
Yeah.
every morning and I spray everything with really cold water, and then I
Right.
go up there and I spray them from the dirt all the way up with fucking Dawn dish soap and peroxide and water every day, and then I go back later and I do the same thing later in the day because they're still there. I've been doing this for weeks, every day,
Oh,
twice or
still
three
there,
times a
eh?
day. I
Ah.
keep hoping it'll freeze, but I don't want my fucking tomatoes to freeze. So I'm just gonna spray the tomatoes down, and I'm gonna do the Dawn dish soap, blah blah blah. Maybe I'll add some garlic powder. I've got garlic. I got fresh garlic, and then I will bring them in the house because I want to bring my tomatoes in because I still have flowers on them for fuck's sakes.
Oh.
And I got my LED lights
Really,
in the
eh?
kitchen. Yeah, they're still growing. Everything's still growing. I
Wow.
still got flowers. I brought my hanging strawberries in today because I don't want them to freeze.
Mm.
But it's only getting down to like 5 degrees. It's not getting down below to 0 yet. But
Here we go. Garlic can help control aphids due to the sulfur compounds it contains, which are harmful to pests and act as a repellent.
so should I use fresh garlic, do you think, or garlic powder?
You can make a simple garlic spray by steeping crushed garlic in water or mineral oil and water mixture for 12 to 24 hours, then straining it and adding dish soap. See, I mentioned dish soap, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then straining and adding dish soap. Okay. This spray can then be applied to plants to deter and kill soft-bodied pests like aphids.
Well, guess what I'm doing as soon as I'm done the show? I'm gonna go and steep some garlic in some oil.
There's a garlic, yeah.
You know what? I've got some garlic. I
You can
actually
just
have
do it in water, or you can do it in an oil water mix.
well, I actually have some infused.
And you know, water and oil don't mix, right?
Right. But like I said, I have some infused olive oil.
I don't know if you want to use infused. You're not trying to get them high.
No, it's like it's olive oil that's like garlic flavored. It's like
Oh, okay. I don't know if that would work the
no, because
same.
it's not gonna spray. It's not gonna spray. And
Yeah, because
you can't make it thin enough to spray. I think the best thing I like the seeping the garlic in water and then using that water.
the dish soap helps to break down the bodies of
That's a
soft.
fun. Well, what kind of dish soap? Because Dawn don't work.
Well, don't work. So yeah, give the garlic, throw the dish soap in with the garlic. It doesn't say Dawn. It just says dish soap. So I can help you out there. I would do something that wasn't scented.
That what?
And wasn't scented. Like whether you got soap that has scent added fragrance to it.
No,
I
it's
would
just Dawn Platinum. It's just the regular dish soap.
blue stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I don't like the scents. Like, it's
Yeah.
fucking dish soap. And I have to do dishes by hand, right? Because I can't have a dishwasher because I don't have the
Yeah.
power. So I've been doing dishes by hand my whole life. I do not have a dishwasher. I've never had a dishwasher. That's a lie. We had a dishwasher in the house in Tabor, and it broke within 6 months of fucking moving in the house.
No, no, that's not good. All right, I see we're past the bottom of the hour. Time for us to take a break. Time for everybody to hear from our sponsors.
Right on.
So on and so forth. We'll be back in, let me see. Pick 1, 2, 3, 4 of them sitting here. Let's say we'll be back in 2 minutes and 51 seconds. You watch the
Long
Face
enough
Radio.
for me to run and get an infused chocolate. Perfect.
There you go. You watch the Face Radio Show. We're live here at faceradio.net and
420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we are back. Now, before the break, we're talking about growing cannabis and the tumbler I've got, and so on and so forth. In Germany, they've got something going on in Germany that I believe that you had actually worked on at one time here in Canada.
Maybe.
But unfortunately, it didn't go through. And that's that in Germany, they have cannabis associations. So basically, cultivation associations and stuff like that. So what I'm looking at is where you had a bunch of people that are together growing in the one spot, and everybody participates in the harvest and
Right.
so on and so
Like
forth.
like a co-op, and that's what the coalition was kind of looking to do as well. We suggested when we wrote up
Mhm.
the papers to go to the government, when Ross did up that paper, that was
Right.
that was a suggestion, because it was basically giving patients access, right? Our
Yeah,
basic,
exactly.
which was access to our medicine. And then we ended up with the Cannabis Act.
And no co-ops whatsoever,
None.
which would have made sense, and they would still make sense today, whether they're
But
from
they all, but they also like only allowed, and I said this before, as a patient, we're allowed to grow 5 plants per 1 gram. The
Right.
Canadian public is only
Indoor.
allowed 4 plants per 1
Right.
person per household. So legally, the Cannabis Act doesn't even allow 1 person to grow a gram of weed. Right? So I really believe that needs to be negated and relooked at, because I don't believe that even the society is getting enough ability to grow for what their needs would be.
Now, if that's 5 plants per gram, that's on an indoor number. If you go to the
Nope.
outdoor numbers, it changes. You don't get 5 plants per gram for outdoor.
No. Indoor you do. Outdoor
Yeah, but
outdoor.
outdoor you don't. Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
get for outdoor? One?
1.2 or something like that is what
So
it
you get
is.
1 to 1 kind of thing.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, I'm at 5 grams, and I'm allowed to have 5 plants.
Right. And again,
Five.
that's because you have the ability to make
I'm
them
also an indoor. I'm also an indoor-outdoor license too, right?
right. So once you get indoor, then you're allowed 25,
Oh, I'm
right?
allowed more. Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm allowed more. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The
Oh,
indoor plants get more numbers because they're smaller.
we got thunder for dang sakes.
Oh, you may get some rain finally.
Well, no, we've got rain. That's why I'm all seized up. It's been the humidity
Oh,
level
true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
and it's raining, so that's why I've been like just like, oh my god.
Well,
I've
in
been
Germany, what they got? 743 applications to to for different clubs, different associations.
good.
Yes, and they say, what is it? Average about 275 people per association.
Well, then that gives them the ability to have a whole lot of different strains, but that just
Yeah.
shows you that how many people know that cannabis is the way to go.
Oh yeah.
Germans are really changing their minds on a lot of
They
aspects.
should. Yeah, yeah. See, the average age is 36 years of age. It ranges between 25 and 60.
And
I'm
35 is when everybody starts feeling their age. Like, oh,
40. I found 40 is when the body parts started to break down.
well, 49 for me is when everything kind of started breaking down.
Yeah, 40
Yeah.
here.
49.
They dispense 22.5 grams per member per month on average.
How many?
22 per grams. That's not even a gram a day.
No, that's 20. That's less than an ounce a day.
It's like a joint. A joint a day.
So what? So what?
see,
Let me. What? Guess we
that's
need the
the
more people.
average. That's the average, right? So
So what does that mean? Like the more people you have, the less weed you get.
it doesn't. I'm looking at. I don't know how they
Like, wouldn't
decide
it be
to
like a
be
breakdown? Be
that.
even?
Yeah, like I don't know how they break it down, how much each person gets, or whether some patients get more if it's based on the patient end of things. That yeah. Let's see. The total association product dispersal is 6.2 kilograms per month. So you're looking at what? 12,
2.2 pounds, 12,
14 pounds.
14 pounds,
Yeah,
14 and a half pounds, not even.
14.5 pounds. So there you go.
Yeah.
Average THC content is 18.5% and 5% on the CBD. And every single association offers education and prevention programs.
Now, are they all growing the same strain? Are they allowed to grow their own strains? Where are they sourcing? Does it give you any of that?
They say that growing your own cannabis in a cannabis club is consumer protection, known origin, consistent quality, clear responsibility with more licenses, especially in conservative regions.
So what they're doing is they're doing it so that everybody's growing in places that they can watch instead of everybody doing it in their houses. And
Yeah,
if
because it
everybody,
says, yeah.
so
According
many
to
places don't want them growing, like that would be better for people because look at all these people like in Quebec or in these strata places, like all these like owned by or whatever condo associations. Want
yeah,
them to grow their own cannabis because they could take it out. Okay, stop. Oh my God, there's thunder.
let's see, where was I gonna go? They say clubs are controllable. That's one of the first things they say. Like you were talking about, you mentioned that. So they say clubs are controllable. The license distribution points with the age verification, prevention, documentation, and on they go.
Yeah. But yeah, that would just give everybody equal ability to be able to grow their own if they wanted to. Because like I said, like even here, even though you have the ability, it's 4 per household, not 4 per adults per
Yeah,
house.
correct.
So if you
Correct.
could grow in a co-op situation, that means that every adult that wanted to grow their own cannabis could because it'll be on the equal realm, right?
I would, yeah, I would assume so.
That
Unless,
would work so much better.
yeah,
But I know why they're doing it because then again, like,
everybody goes in and helps out.
oh yeah, but then again, they're not worrying about people growing in their closets. They're not worrying about people growing in their basements. They don't have to worry about people going over the numbers because they're watching them in these great big co-ops.
Yeah, well, that's the first thing that they say. They are controllable, right? So,
I mean, it's ideal for them to control it, but it's also ideal for people who can't grow it where they're not allowed to. So sometimes it's a give with a take, I guess.
correct, correct.
Because even these
Uh,
licensed producers are all watched like hawks too. So
yeah, oh yeah. Now, as far as here, it'd be great if they set them up, but unfortunately, we don't have that model here. Um, Now, talking about businesses, I've seen that when it comes to businesses that are growing, they say in the top, was it top 400 businesses in Canada. Three of them were cannabis businesses. Just three. I thought there might have been more. Just three.
I think every one of the businesses should have the ability to grow their own cannabis and have their own strain. I just think that's an ideal model. Like, I don't know, didn't ever play that stupid game where they could grow weed in the basement and they go to the top floor and there's a shop and everything was below it and you had people like growing the weed and then everything was upstairs and you were at like a level that was baking and everybody was just kind of doing their part. I just thought that was the ideal way of doing it.
It's no different than someone who's got a lot of plants in their house. There are people who ruin it for others, right? People who poke holes in walls and floors and stuff. That has happened at some places. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes
Yeah.
to the patients, you're living in those places.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And
And
again,
as we've seen in a recent report, more patients are being inspected as well by Health Canada.
oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like last year, I think it was 197 inspections
Really?
for patients. Yeah.
Why? They've never done that. I've
I
never
know.
heard.
That's what I was saying. Whoever I was talking to them about that, that the that at one time, I think it was during the news. At one time, we never even, just for years, never even heard of anybody getting inspected. We
There
thought
was
that
no
maybe there might
inspector.
have been
I
like
guess I
maybe
guess they
five
gotta fucking,
inspectors.
use their money to do something. Now they got money to harass the patients.
Yeah.
They're using the
The
tax dollars the patients are paying for their medicine to harass patients. Isn't that special?
Oh yes, yes. Let me see if I can find the clip. I've got
That
a clip
pisses
of
me
it.
off. That really pisses me off. Like, why are you harassing fucking sick people?
Yeah.
Like
Uh,
they obviously have a doctor's note. They've obviously been signed up to grow their medicine. What business is it of yours after that? I thought this was our fucking private medical fucking records. Like,
no.
why are these people coming to our houses and fucking like looking in our houses? That's an invasion
Yeah.
of privacy.
I've got a reel that I created from the news show. So I'm just loading it up right now. And this reel should have some information on that. And I'll play it once it's done. It's only probably about 2 minutes
Yes,
long.
yeah.
And yeah, there was a huge pile of them that went towards the licensed producers. The
They can inspect
municipalities
licenses.
have been screaming about loopholes, loopholes, and loopholes for years, and
Well,
that's
to be
usually
fair,
directed.
there has been some people that have made it look really bad for the rest of us.
Yeah,
There really have.
yeah.
You heard
Mm,
anything
there,
else more on what's going on out at the Tendanega or no?
No, it's there was a report that came out the next day, and then there was I seen a notification that somebody had posted saying that somebody on the reserve, I believe it was on the reserve, has applied for an injunction
Oh,
to prevent the OPP and the police services from removing anything from the reserve or from the properties. So I don't know where that has what has proceeded since then. Other than I see that they're still saying that it's still ongoing.
wow. And nothing on mainstream.
I know as far as yes, I think there might have been something. Yeah, there was something on CTV.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
I don't
and
watch.
I know that StratCan, which is big on the cannabis end of things,
Right.
they covered it as well. They had some stuff. They had pictures and all that of the
Wow.
what they got from the police. So okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this. I don't know how it's gonna turn out on the screen here, but we'll find out.
All right.
There you go. Story
All right.
says the number of Health Canada inspections of federally licensed cannabis facilities and license holders increased in the 2024-25 fiscal year compared to previous years. From August 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, the federal regulator conducted a total of 889 inspections under the Cannabis Act and its regulations. That's up from 662 in the previous 2 years. This most recent year included 197 inspections of registered personal and designated production of cannabis for medical purposes licensees, up from 160 in the previous year and 170 in the year prior to that. There were also 26 inspections targeting promotional activities conducted at both licensed and non-licensed establishments over this period, in addition to ongoing compliance verification activities related to promotion prohibitions. In total, there were 437 regular inspections from April 1st to March 31st, from 2024 to 2025, 101 targeted inspections, and 128 compliance verifications. 197 inspections of registered personnel and designated production of cannabis for medical purposes, and 26 promotional inspections. Of the 666 regular targeted and compliance verification inspections of licensed producers, there were 685 different site visits, with some producers receiving multiple visits on different dates. Here's your chart right there. There were 155 additional activities, including sampling, seizure, and detention, and destructions conducted. About 1/3 of these were for sampling activities. 57 were for compliance and enforcement activities for registered personnel and designated production of cannabis for medical purposes, and 40 were for compliance and enforcement activities for license holders. As a result of the 889 inspection activities, Health Canada's Cannabis Inspection Program issued 37 non-compliance inspection reports to license holders under the Cannabis Act and its regulations. There you go. 800 and some odd inspections, eh?
Yeah, so that's where our tax dollars are going.
Oh, I can
That's where
see the
your
look on your
cannabis
face,
tax
but
dollars
what?
are going. Your cannabis tax dollars are going to harass patients and harass people.
I
Unbelievable.
don't know. Wow, my jaw
That's
dropped.
unbelievable. That's unfucking believable.
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
I guess that's job creation. Maybe we'll have to tell Miss Mark Carney that that's where they need to slice and dice. You know, a few of them, community safety unit dudes. We don't need them. If you want to
Well,
slice some people,
yeah,
right there.
your CSU is provincial, is it not?
Well, they're on strike right now, so I don't know what they are. On strike.
The CSU is on strike?
The BCEGU, which is
Oh
all
yeah, they are. Yeah, but I said like the CSU, your community safety unit is.
they'll be all late because they're considered a civil. They'll be under this too.
Oh, really? Eh?
All the
So this
inspectors.
is affecting more than just the cannabis and the alcohol.
No, they can't
Mhm.
get any, so I guess there's nothing to inspect. Alcohol is the same thing. Get to the liquor stores, or fucking shelves are empty too. I don't know. I don't shop there.
No, yeah, yeah. Either do I. So
So I was just a little bit, when I walked in and saw there was nothing on the shelves, and it was like, holy fuck, what's going on in here? And
yeah.
I don't have a lot of money, so yeah, I just kind of got a little bag and went, okay, I'm out. And I got that little jar and left because, yeah,
Hmm.
because all that was left was really expensive shit.
There's I see there's a product recall going on, and I bet you that people that saw the recall, who don't mind going to the stores and going with the 10 grams, might have ran there a little quicker because I see that there's a product recall because something went out with more than 10 grams. What is it? Choose. Yeah, choose. So let's say, hang on.
So what, it went out as 10-gram sales, but it's actually like more than 10 grams.
Correct. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm trying to see if it says what it was. This is that between individual units and the THC levels, THC per unit, that exceeded 10 milligrams per unit.
oh,
So, like,
those
I'm
are
just,
chews. Chews.
they
Is that
might,
what it says? So it's probably a caramel or something. It's edible.
it's a hot cinnamon and mint, winter mint chillos. Let me see what it says it is. This
A
product
chew.
is made to replace between the cheek and the gums. Similar
Oh,
to currently popular nicotine pouches. I know somebody who was working on that one a couple years
chews.
ago at the Can Expo.
Yeah, and they're doing it
Yeah,
with
yeah.
cannabis. Yeah, but is this nicotine or is this cannabis?
This is cannabis.
Oh,
Yeah. They say there's been no recall notice issued by Health Canada. But it doesn't say what it actual percentage is. It just says it's over 10 grams, 10 milligrams. Yeah. It's a type 2 recall. It says it could cause temporary adverse health effects. Health
yeah,
effects.
because it's more than 10 milligrams. They might think that somebody might actually get high.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trying
Dog,
to
what's
read.
going on over there? I think one of my dogs, hang on a second, stuck in the stairs.
Oh, really? Stuck in the stairs. So yeah, recall on a product that got more than 10 milligrams per piece. So it must be they must produce the product and then package it and then ship it out before they even bother testing it.
Well, how would they know that it was over 10 milligrams? Somebody must have.
Well, they wouldn't have tested it. Well, yeah. Well, why wouldn't they have tested it before?
Well, and how did they find out it was more? If they put it out like that, that's
Yeah.
what I mean. How did it
Well,
get out? If it was
well, it
tested.
was it was here in Ontario. Now it didn't say how it was found, but I know that Ontario does random testing.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if
But
that's
again,
how.
like if it went out at 10 milligrams and it's more, maybe somebody had an adverse effect from it, like got high, aka got high. And if it's a
Well,
hospital,
I
saying, oh
know
my God, I'm in cannabis psychosis.
I know somebody who ate a 10 milligram gummy and they got high.
I know
Oh,
somebody that ate one.
I had to get them to lay down.
I had a girlfriend that ate one that slept for 16 hours.
Well, there you go.
And it was like, how the fuck? I can't. I have to eat 6 packages even to get like a zip. And then it's like, okay, maybe I might need a nap. Like, like I don't know. I've never honestly, but they have to be super strong. Like the chocolates that I make are like I did the math on there, 166.67 grams per or milligrams per candy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what we got? Okay, I can close that off there. Here
And
we
I might
go.
have to take one.
Yeah, I quite honestly, I just I make anything I make is the same way that grandma used to bake.
Yeah, me too.
Not it. Just throw some stuff in there and whatever comes out in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I made these chocolates with chocolate chips because they're the only things that stand up and the fucking don't melt.
Don't melt. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Mine will melt. I use a milk chocolate that is.
I do. I go and spend all kinds of money at the bulk barn on milk chocolates, and I leave them on the counter, and I got a pile of fucking chocolate. So I got those chocolate chips from the store off sale the one time, and I made white chocolate, and it stood up so well. So I went and
Yeah.
bought semi-sweet chocolate chips, and they stood up. They stand up. Like I don't have to put them in the fridge.
I wonder if it's got to do with the amount of because chocolate has some wax will have wax in it.
Well, whatever. I'm just melting down chocolate chips, then fucking squeezing a bunch of oil into it,
Yeah,
stirring it
I'm
up,
just wondering about the
and
amount of
putting it in
wax
food.
that's
Yeah.
in the chocolate.
Oh,
It helps.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, between that and I guess adding or I use oil. I use
Yeah, I'm
coconut.
putting in
I
oil
use
too.
coconut
Like
or
I'm just
olive
piling
oil.
oil in there. Like these
Yeah.
ones have like four grams in them. And I only made like what is it, 16, 24 chocolates. So 24 chocolates and I have 3 grams of oil in them.
And now that's 3 grams of fecal oil or three
Yep.
grams
No,
of fecal
fecal.
oil.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I
Mom,
use coconut oil, olive oil.
No, using like RSO.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
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 Melting down chocolate chips, RSO, 4 grams that I bought at the store. Melted it, stirred it, like the chocolate was melted, stirred in the oil, warmed it
Yeah.
up for 2 seconds, and then started scooping it in the milk. And poof, that's it.
That-
That's all I did.
Was that Alexis speaking to you?
Who?
Alexis. I thought I heard someone's. I thought I heard a
Oh
voice.
yeah, she's over here telling me it's time to take my meds.
Oh, okay. Well, she's probably telling you also that it's time to take a break.
That could be, but no, she's telling me it's time to take my meds again because if I don't take them every 4 hours,
Right. Yeah.
and it's just Advil. Like I'm only taking Advil, like because I don't want to take anything more than that, and so I'm taking Advil right now, which is not doing much, but yeah, I don't want
Yeah.
to take the other stuff.
Might just dampen the pain a little bit. Take
It
the
down
sharp-
it takes it down to a fucking dull roar. That's about all it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Okay, well we'll go take
All
a
right.
break and go stuff some more pills into me.
All right. You're watching Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We'll see you in about 2 minutes and 50 seconds this time.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613 548 0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We got one more segment to go here, and I've got something that probably pissed Tamara off. Hey, puppy, how you doing?
Oh, this is Piper. Gets down and then
Piper.
wants up. Yeah, this is Piper.
Is this the puppy that was stuck in the stairs?
No,
Or what?
no, that was Freckles. He
Or
and
Freck-
he wasn't stuck in them. They turned it sideways. So he was trying to get up them, but he couldn't get up them because they were like laying on their sides. So I fixed the stairs so he could get up.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. But
All
yeah,
right.
no, I've got the usual crew.
Mm.
Minus
Yeah.
the old guy. The old guy is on the floor now. He's not allowed on the bed because he falls off.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's not good.
No.
Falling off
So
the bed.
we're just not gonna go there.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
All right. There's a new poll out. It says that a majority of Americans don't consider cannabis dangerous. Though most do think consuming cannabis increases the likelihood that people will transition to using more dangerous drugs.
That's a matter of the person's personality, and that's possible. I'm not ever going to dispute that, once you've taken the leap from tobacco to alcohol to cannabis to then, you might do, a little rail here and there, but I'm not going to say it leads you to being an addict.
No,
No,
exactly.
I believe it's more of a harm reduction and a ticket out
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
than a tick and a gateway in. It's more of a gateway out because I find it more effective for some people than Suboxone or methadone.
Yeah.
Because it has no side effects, right? And methadone
Yeah.
and Suboxone are still pharmaceutical, but cannabis can be eaten and it can be made in teas and it can be consumed in so many different ways. And if a person has enough, and that's the thing, if you're withdrawing off any other substance, whether it be even tobacco, because tobacco is probably one of the hardest substances anybody can come off of.
Oh,
They
yeah. Yeah.
they equate heroin coming off or an opioid coming off like nicotine, right? So when you're thinking of that level of, I know that how it feels to come off of nicotine because I'm still not off of it. Like I quit smoking cigarettes,
I
but I'm
quit
still,
smoking since 18.
yeah. See, and like I said, and cigarettes have had all kinds of different attitudes and everything because tobacco in its natural form is actually medicinal, and First Nations people
Oh, there's crap
use it as an
deal.
offering, right?
Yeah, it's crap that's added to it.
Right. It's a ceremonial offering too in some cultures.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
again,
thinking of stuff you just go to the store and buy, the morning.
right, right, right. But I think that both cannabis and tobacco have been bastardized so much that, it's
Yeah.
hard to distinguish between the two. But again, I find that people that are coming off of it, if they've got enough, it's the amount, right?
Yeah.
Like you
That's it.
need to have a large amount. Like, I mean, you're smoking an ounce plus a day. Not kidding you. Or consuming 12 cookies. Like, you want to be
It just
sleeping.
It's yeah, an ounce a day. I don't know. There's people that have had licenses for that amount.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But again, when you think about the fact that this person or the person that you're helping or somebody that's got an addiction issue
Yeah.
that's been consuming heroin or meth or cocaine or whatever it is all day, every day for however long. Because when
Mm.
you're doing those drugs, you're finding it every day, all day long because it doesn't,
You're
your
always
body,
looking for
you're always looking for that next thing where with cannabis, you're not.
no.
So if they've got enough cannabis, if you handed them a great big bag of cannabis and a bag of cookies and they're like, fuck yeah, it means I don't have to go anywhere for a day. You know what I mean? Like it's that
Now they
easy.
say here that they said 53% of the respondents said that cannabis use is not at all dangerous or not very dangerous, while 42% said it was either somewhat dangerous or very dangerous. Let's see. Now they asked the question: how likely is it that cannabis use leads to the use of more dangerous drugs? And they said that,
Keep in mind, folks, the survey is Americans.
yeah. This is a 51% of respondents said it was very likely or somewhat likely that cannabis would lead to more dangerous drug use. 42% said it was not likely. I went, "Ah, okay. Five, as far as the drug use problem in the States, they say 5% believe the situation's getting better. 36% said it's getting worse. Okay.
Half their population can't decide whether they can take a bath or not.
Yeah. Yeah, being that, working with cannabis substitution programs, knowing that it's made a difference in people, improve their quality of lives, help them get off of hard drugs, knowing also that
I've got one that
like
is definitely.
down in the U.S., states that have medical cannabis have a reduced amount of opiate prescriptions, as well as other issues as
Chris
well.
said he handed out 200 bags in Halifax on Monday.
There you go. That's a lot of
And
bags.
he ran out. And 200 bags wasn't enough for him. And he's in a way larger population than I am.
Yeah.
And I've got 100 of my own.
Mm.
And it's just
Right.
like, how is it there's so many more? Like, it just seems per capita here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many they have in Langley, Vancouver. I haven't talked to Rosie for a while. I haven't seen anything from them. So, either.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The numbers, it keeps going up.
Yeah. And then I lost one to heart attack last week.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah. You try and not get too close, but when they live close,
Yeah, I know. It's hard not to get close. You don't want to get close, but you want to help, and you hear everybody's stories, and you get involved,
and you do, right?
and you try to help out, even just emotionally, just be able to talk, someone to talk to.
Well, I now have a volunteer who's a RN that's willing to go with me too. So
Good.
that was helpful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 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 sure. Yeah,
Well,
can
some of them
help.
have wounds when we get out there. Some of them have burnt themselves.
Oh, really? Eh?
Because they're keeping warm by and cooking with open fire.
Mm. Okay. I got one last thing that I've got here. And the answers, you and I know the answers to these. But it says, but because there's a lot of people who don't, right? So, um, what are the safest ways to consume THC into your body? Of course, smoking is not on the top of the list.
No. That was one thing that I had to convince my doctor that I was actually growing it so I could make oil, so I could bake cookies, so I could eat it.
Yeah. And they say, eat it. What do you mean eat it? Don't you smoke that stuff?
Well, before the Smith ruling, all we could do was legally,
I,
we couldn't make
I,
cannabis.
but That's all we were legally allowed to do is to smoke cannabis.
Well,
You
or take raw flour and throw it into a cake mix where you had to chew through
you weren't
wheat.
allowed. That's a processing. It's a process. You're processing your cannabis to make the butter. That's
No, no,
why.
no, no, no. I'm
That's what.
talking like raw flour into a cake mix. We didn't make butter.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah,
You're right though. You're right though. We couldn't even make canna butter. We couldn't
yeah. No,
process
we couldn't.
anything. We couldn't even make like tinctures with
Nothing.
like with olive oil. Like nothing that was even combustible. We weren't allowed to make. Right? Nothing.
Yeah.
But you could put raw flour because we did. We
You
would
did
throw like
crack.
we get one of them Betty Crocker fucking spice
Bake.
cake mixes and we fucking throw a fucking half ounce of weed in it. We'd
Yep.
bake it in the oven and then we'd eat it and it'd be like
Yeah.
chewing food. We're getting our fiber.
Getting their fiber. That's right. It was how things have changed over the years, eh?
Oh my god. Like we're not saying that we didn't, but because we did, but again, like legally we weren't supposed to.
No, no. But people did. Like, as kids. You're not going to expect a kid to all of a sudden start smoking a joint at 5 years of age.
How long did we have to fight for Haley for that?
Damn. Yeah. And, Mandy was part of the Supreme Court interveners there in Owen's case,
Yep.
dealing with, children, right? And that kind of, well, Georgia Tunes. When you read Storm's story, um, which yeah, exactly the Georgia Tunes, they're there. Got him to smoke a bong for the
Yeah,
deal
I
with
remember
him.
that. And he
Yeah,
was like 14 or no, he was younger than that, wasn't he? Like 12?
yeah, 14, 12 or 14
12,
somewhere.
I think.
Yeah,
I can't remember. He's like, I think he's the same age. Like Haley's 31. I think Storm was about the same age as she was. So he would have
he's
been 14, 15.
he's got his own business
I
now.
don't know if I heard that. That's so
Yeah,
great.
he's dealing with like wild mushrooms and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Sort
you
of
were
like,
saying that. Yeah,
sort of like,
he has his own
yeah.
business. Yeah.
And I saw a picture of him there recently, um, with a bear that he got. He likes hunting, so it passed
That's
through my
awesome.
newsfeed. So, just see, ever seen Al's little videos that he posts up every once in a while of the bear that walks through his backyard?
No, I haven't seen those.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got bear. Oh, it's almost daily. Bear comes through his yard. Had one posted the other day. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Came right
Well,
into
yeah.
his yard. It sort of glanced towards his window and made its way along. He says it came in and one day it went at his container of unused kitty litter. It wasn't used yet. It was still brand new in a container. And
Hmm.
it went at that and his garbage cans and then he sent me a picture of I'll bring this picture up. And you know have how you've told me about the deer in your town.
Oh yeah.
Check this out.
Oh yeah.
Bear right in town.
Yeah.
Walking through town.
Yep.
This is where he lives. That's not out in front of his place or anything, but this right in the town there. Holy fuck, you got a bear walking
Kimberly
right
has bear walking
through.
through them out there all the time. Fernie has bear walking through there, Sparwood, Elkford. We don't have bear. We do, but they're
Yeah,
like more like up about 3 blocks from me. They don't
right.
come like all the way this far into downtown, not that I've
Mhm.
seen yet. But they've been at the golf course,
Um,
which is only 3 blocks away.
okay, now we've gone to edibles. One thing they said about good things about edibles is that they are discreet.
Yep. And
Yeah,
now you can buy drinks too. So you can
yeah,
actually like buy it yourself and it looks like a can of pop.
correct. Yep. From edibles, I got the hiccups now. Topicals. Now with your arthritis, I know that use. I don't use topicals. I have in the past. Um,
I find it sometimes effective, most times not, to be honest. Like, I mean, sometimes, but like most times I'm in so much pain that even if it is trying to help, it's not.
well, you get to that point, right? Even
Yeah.
if you're on perks,
Like,
you're still getting the
well,
pain.
the pain's gotten to the point where my teeth are chattering. Like, I just don't even feel the pain anymore. I just start shaking.
Oh, yeah, that's not good. Topical pills and capsules.
Yeah, those would work if you could, get some decent ones that weren't like, 0.2 milligram per fucking capsule.
Well, I'll tell you.
You can know at the
You,
store. Yeah, you go ahead and tell the story because yeah, you
you
can.
can you can go into a store and buy 150 capsules in a jar at 10 milligrams a piece. So it's just like, wow, holy smokes! And that's because of capsules.
Hmm. Yeah.
Mm. Now I don't know if you could take a capsule and throw it in a beverage. Would it dissolve?
No, it wouldn't dissolve. You'd have to actually like, pop the capsule open, and then it's usually an MTC oil, so it'll just
Right.
sit on top of the hot beverage because it's oil, right? Oil and water. The
Yeah.
only thing, and even coconut oil, still like does not go into a tea, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just yeah. It sits on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no infusion
No.
involved.
No, because you can't get it into the water, right?
Right. 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 Oil.
They used to make infused honey,
Yeah. Yeah. I've made infused honey in the past. Now some people
right?
say honey is not the best thing to infuse.
Yeah,
I've
because it
read
doesn't have the
people.
fat, like it doesn't have the fat particles to it, right? To
Right.
absorb the THC levels in it. So yeah,
It's
I can understand that.
it's messy. It was messier than
Oh
hell.
yeah. Oh, I could imagine it would be messy.
Ma-
Like I was
uh,
thinking, like, what the heck?
made it the yeah, made it the magic butter machine, so it had
Yeah.
some heat to it and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. See, and I don't have a magic butter machine. I never did buy one.
Oh, did you?
No, I could never afford one. I could never afford all the fancy gadgets everybody else has got.
You're just doing it on the pot and stove.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. That's the way I've
yeah.
always done it. Because
Old
yeah, I
school.
can. Yep. Like I said, yeah. Anyways, but that's whatever, however you do it, right?
Right. Right. Yeah. Okay, so topicals, oils, tinctures is another way. Myself, I didn't make a lot of tinctures.
It usually tastes pretty crappy. To be
Yeah,
fair.
I agree. I agree. But it is a quick way, right? It's a
It is a quick
concentrated
way.
way. You
But
put
I
it under
mean,
your
the quicker way
tongue.
is like RSO right underneath your tongue without the fucking crappy flavor of the MTC oil. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's we know all those ways, and a lot of people do know those ways. But there's still people that are learning, right? That are finding out about
Oh,
this.
absolutely. Like we had the statistics last week, like you said, of how many people are going to pre rolls because young people aren't being taught how to roll
Yeah.
joints and they don't want to learn. They don't need all. They don't want all the gadgets and gadgets. They just want to go in, get some joints, be able to light them up and smoke them. They don't want to
Right.
deal with a grinder and a box and all this other paraphernalia. They just couldn't be bothered. Me, on the other hand, I like my box, my grinder. It's like a ritual. Like it has to be like it. It's a ritual.
Mine's right there.
Yeah.
Is yours a riot box?
Mine's a buddy box.
Oh, okay.
And it's a
Yeah.
3 level. Like it's got the
Yeah.
bottom. We were talking about this last week because mine broke too. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And
you
that's
get some.
like, this is all legal weed that I'm getting this keef off of. So
Oh, is it?
yeah. But this, like I said, this stuff that I got tonight, because like I said, it's from a local producer. It's Rainbow Inferno. And I must say, I mean, it's still mediocre because like I told you last week, like nothing seems to blow my hair back anymore. Like I
Right.
don't right. And I haven't been smoking much weed this week at all because I haven't every time I coughed it hurt. Right. So I
Mm.
haven't so I took a day off pretty much all day yesterday and the day before because I couldn't cough or it hurt. So it's not like I'm
Right.
oversaturated, but this stuff looks really nice.
Oh, yeah.
But I
Yeah.
went on my show and I pulled out this thing. No, hang on a second. I'm gonna find it right here. Oh, I'm dropping everything. But I pulled out this old school gadget.
What? Hang on. What is it? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. The
The old
light.
microscopes to
Yeah,
check
I've
our
got one. I've got one.
tripod, right?
Yeah,
So I've
yeah.
been so on the show last week. Oh, now it's not
Th-
gonna work because I dropped it.
Thanks for the
So,
thumbs up,
no,
Limestone City Hydroponics.
it won't work now because I need new batteries probably because I already dropped it. It doesn't have a
Uh,
light. But on my show on Monday, I took a look at two different cannabis underneath this thing. You know, my battery's dead, and neither one of them. One was from Legacy, and one was from Legal Market, and I could see some white clear ones on the legal stuff, and hardly anything on Legacy.
oh,
Like for
really?
trichomes, like nothing. Like
Trichomes, yeah.
yeah, like yeah, and the ones on the legal were pretty clear. There wasn't a lot of coalish colored ones, right? So like
Oh, really? Eh? So they weren't cloudy. They weren't even cloudy yet. So as if they're
they were
immature.
so it was premature because they
Yeah.
were still they were still clear. And but I mean, like when they cure it the way they cure it, how can you tell by looking at the buds? You can't unless you look at it through the microscope. But this one, like I said, I don't know if I've got any AAA batteries because these ones take double or yeah, they take AAA. My batteries are dead. But yeah, that's one thing I noticed.
Yeah, I got one of those as well. They come in
Yeah,
really
well, sometimes they come in handy, but I found I was digging through some old stuff and because I've been going through stuff and purging, right? And coming across like my old Zephyr and my old little grinder that came with it and like stuff I got like all my TY jars and like just like stuff that I've been
Oh, yeah.
squirreled away, right? Been squirreled away for 10 years and it's like, okay, well, it's time to clean this house out. So
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I've got some
like I
stuff
said,
around for a
they
long
just
time.
keep turning up and turning up and
Yeah,
turning.
TY jars. Yeah.
I think I got 10 of them here somewhere. Oh yeah, 10 of them, like all in, yeah, because I think there was 12 samples that year or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I can. I think usually you're somewhere around 20 is normally.
I don't know. I got 10 jars, I think, 10 or 12 jars.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got actually I got a box right there that's got jars in it.
Yeah, right,
And
unused
so
ones.
if I walked around the corner on the shelf, I've got probably 7 of boxes of actual boxes of those jars that are all individually done, never been used, still clean as a whistle, right from the factory. And Tamara's frozen. She has a funny look on her face. Oh, no. Now she's muted herself. She's still frozen. Oh, she is. She's back.
You went, it was like we were both gone. I saw
We're
nothing,
both
but
on.
yeah,
Maybe we
I
both
saw us
froze.
both gone.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
The live show, all kinds of shit can happen.
Well, that's the thing. I was asked, how come, you know, how come you guys freeze up here and there? And I said, well, it could be anything like weather. They said, weather? Weather has effects.
Yeah.
Hurricanes, all that stuff is,
Well, because you're on Starlink too, so and you're in the country, and I'm
yeah.
in the mountains, and we do have storms rolling through here tonight. Like beginning of the show, I was hearing thunder, right?
You were saying about the thunder, correct? Yeah.
So we absolutely do, and like right now,
And yeah, and anybody who is running off of a satellite dish, they know that everyone's watching.
well, like it's October 1st, and it's almost like overnight you can feel the difference in the air.
Yeah,
Like
and if there's obstructions, heavy rain can be an issue
yeah,
on satellite dishes. So
well, I don't know satellite, but I like my internet's like like I said, we have a storm rolling through, and it's gotten like super chilly. Like I'm wearing a coat and pants. I
well,
told Taylor.
we had frost warnings last night.
Well, that's where I'm worried about. Like frost warnings, I don't know if it'll hit my tomatoes if I leave them in the red room because it's got a solarium on them.
Right.
So they should be okay underneath there till it gets to be 1 degrees, and then I can bring them in. I'm just kind of hoping to get them down low enough that fucking aphids will die. But I think I'll try that garlic.
Give
after I
it a
get the-
shot with the garlic. Oh yeah, make it
Mhm.
really garlicky.
Well, I've got a whole jar of minced garlic, and then I've got
I
a whole
don't know,
bunch of fresh garlic too, right?
I don't know whether Limestone City Hydroponics is still watching the show, but if they are, we were talking earlier about aphids and talking about using garlic in order to get rid of them. If you got any suggestions you want to add to that, go ahead
Oh
and put it
man,
in the
they've
comments.
just been like I said, if I could, and I hate wasps. Like usually we are like infested with them. Like first thing I did this spring was go out and buy wasp spray. Because usually I'm knocking them off the underneath of my carport, and they're just fucking everywhere. And I've got like 6 big balls, and I've got like the pop balls stuck together, so you can. I didn't have to have any of that this year. All we had was
Yeah.
cutter bees. I saw maybe the odd wasp here or there, but the wasps are the predators that keep down the aphids. And there was no hoppers this year because it was too wet in the spring, so we didn't
Mhm.
have any grasshoppers either to take down the
Oh,
aphids.
really? Oh, we
We
had
had
them all
no-
over the place.
Not here.
Yeah.
Not that I'm sad because we've had lots of hoppers over the last few years. I'm not sad to not have any hoppers. Like really not.
Well, I see we're down to the last minute. I also see that the two of us have got white hair that's bulging out the sides.
Yeah. Well,
Gail,
when it started
Gail said to
going,
me, Gail said to me tonight when she got home, "You're gonna get your hair cut before the weekend."
yeah, you had a haircut not too long ago. It grows pretty fast, Dave.
I can't remember the last time I got my hair cut. Actually, I think it's been closer to.
I remember it wasn't too, it was like, probably about 4 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago. I remember.
Do you?
Yeah. 'Cause I recall saying to you, "Oh, Al, you got a haircut."
Yeah, because like it's not stuff. I usually go like
Once a year kind of thing, isn't it? Like,
once or twice a year. That's about
yeah.
it. So
Oh yeah,
yeah,
because haircuts, like, I'm a hairdresser and I can't believe how much haircuts are. So you know what I mean? Like it's just kind of like
yeah.
an added expense.
Yeah, I had some people online that were bugging me about getting my hair cut. Never mind,
Get
Gail.
a haircut and get a real job.
Yeah. Alrighty. Other than that, I think we're done for the night.
From possums.
You got anything else you want to mention?
Just, CSP always needs donations and help. So if you're able to help, it's tamarali9@hotmail.com, or you can PM me for an address. But we're always looking for donations of everything right now.
Alrighty. Also, thanks to Scott, Joe, and Limestone City Hydroponics for the thumbs up. I really appreciate that. Other than that, that's it.
Don't forget
We're
to
heading home.
subscribe if you're on YouTube.
Oh yes, yes. You can't forget about that. Hit that subscription button there, so you know what's going on. Other than that, I'm gonna say thanks to our sponsors: Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca. Plus, thank you to you guys, everybody who's tuned into the program. Really appreciate it. And other than that, good night. We'll see you all next week. Bye bye.
Night.
Let's share pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Every day, every week, we there. Same time, same seat. Wait for it, a white bike. Roll out the mat, press play. Same little chair, same ashtray. Neighbors know it's that showtime. Laughing at the clock as it slides by.
I got the snacks in a brown bag, notebook full of wild plans, big flags. We tune in, tune out, feel straight. Calendar locked for the same day.
Yeah,
we doing it, doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
we doing it, the 420. 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week. Say yeah, say yo, yo.
Chat about life, chat about love. Little side eye when you call my bluff.
We disagree, then we crack up.
2 cups, 1 couch, 1 love.
You drop gems in your soft tone. I drop jokes and you grab your phone. Clips and bits for the crew to see. Don't post that, but you still click send on me.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We're doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo. One spark, one joke. Then another from the weekday stress to the weekend cover. If you miss one, you feel that hole. Like a skip step in a tight road road.
So we line up time like tracks in a crate.
If you come in late,
still we wait. Cause every day, every week, same place. We're living life on the 420 pace. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo.
Daily show, yeah, we there, yeah.
Weekly link.
Same corner.
Do it slow, do it straight. Keep it right on the 420 equate. Say yeah. Oh, 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 oh.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's April the 30th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Riv, Cindy, how you doing?
Good morning, Al. I am doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing not too bad, not too bad. As I usually say, I'm watching the grass grow and seeing that it's spring out there. Our grass is growing and it's green and it needs to be cut.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Things aren't quite at the growing stage here in Nova Scotia, but they're getting there.
We're getting there. That's right. Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Oh, so I started something new the other day that I haven't even told you about yet.
Uh-oh.
It's been a while since I've used the Instagram account for the network. It's been quite a while, actually. It's just got too much social media. It's just so much of it that it was consuming my entire day, it seemed at times. And so what I started to do is these reels that we've created from the broadcast, these short reels, I've been starting to post those on the Instagram account for the Pace Radio Network.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so anybody who's watching, you can get our reels, get our news quicker. If you're interested, find it on Instagram.
Excellent.
All righty, we got what, 8 stories today?
Last I counted.
Last I counted, and I think we're all over the map talking about legalization and other stuff, as well as some medical things with Health Canada. But right off the bat, you've got a story for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Our first story today is coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Should cannabis remediated with radiation be labeled? I don't know about anybody else, but I say yes. A growing debate is emerging in the cannabis industry over something most consumers never see and often don't even know is happening. According to MJ Biz Daily, questions are being raised about whether cannabis products that have been remediated using radiation should be clearly labeled for consumers. Radiation treatment, often through methods like gamma irradiation, is commonly used by licensed producers here in Canada to eliminate mold, bacteria, and other microbial contaminants. From a regulatory standpoint, it's considered an effective way to ensure products meet strict safety standards. But critics are arguing that transparency is lacking. Right now, in many jurisdictions, cannabis that has undergone this process is not always clearly identified on product labels. That means consumers may have no way of knowing whether the cannabis they are purchasing has been treated by radiation. Some industry voices say that's a problem, not necessarily because the process is unsafe, but because consumers deserve informed choice. As one perspective often raised in the debate puts it, if the product has been altered post harvest, people should be told. On the other side, some producers and regulators worry that mandatory labeling could unintentionally stigmatize safe products or confuse consumers who may not understand what the product process actually involves. Supporters of irradiation point out that similar methods are used in food and safety and medical supply chains, and that the goal is simply to ensure clean, compliant cannabis reaches the market. At its core, this debate isn't just about radiation. It's about transparency, consumer trust, and how much information people should have about the products they're putting into their bodies, especially in an industry that was built in part and a lot of part on the promise of openness and natural medicine. I don't know about you, Al, but I don't want my food, my medicine, my cannabis, or anything irradiated. I would rather have, farm grown food and farm grown cannabis.
Yeah, as far as the labeling, I believe that should be standard. It should be there for sure.
100%.
An altered product. There was obviously something that was wrong with that product. The irradiation doesn't remove everything, doesn't remove the mold. And basically what it does, if it kills it and zaps it, it's still there.
It's just not growing anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not growing anymore. So yeah, I completely agree that there should be some type of label, not a warning, just a notification, as they mentioned, transparency. I see that there's a quote in here from the co-founder of a cannabis testing facility, MCR Labs. They say that certain molds can survive remediation or remain dormant, potentially resurfacing months later. There you go. So why it should be labeled. That explains
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's the whole bit right there. So
Yep, 100%.
it's yeah. Like I know they mentioned the food and all that stuff, but last I saw, strawberries still get moldy.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I'd rather go to a farmer's market and buy direct from the farmer that hasn't irradiated the food. So, like when it comes to my legal product that I purchase, I watch the LPs heavily to know if they use that or not. And I just don't purchase from the companies that use that way of killing mold.
That's the only other way you can know is to investigate the company of the products that you want to purchase.
Yep.
Other than that, you won't know.
Nope.
Alrighty. From that story, we'll move on to the next one. This one is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the headline there says, there's strong public demand for bigger marijuana reform than Trump's rescheduling move, federally funded study shows. The Trump administration's move to reschedule cannabis is popular, but most people support even broader cannabis reforms, according to a new federally funded study that examines public comments received during the government's official consideration of the proposal. The analysis of the 42,913 cannabis rescheduling comments submitted to the DEA shows that 28.9% supported moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act as proposed, and that 63.5% wanted further rescheduling or even complete descheduling. Only 6.7% of commentators opposed any reforms and wanted to keep cannabis in Schedule 1, which is the most restrictive category, obviously. And they say that this information was from the authors of this research from the Johns Hopkins University and the University of California, San Diego, which was published in the journal Addiction. Now, they say that public sentiment on regulations, government supports the United States DEA administration's proposal for cannabis rescheduling, though the majority views the proposed Schedule 3 classification as inadequate and supports further rescheduling or complete descheduling. They say that most of the comments, yeah, okay, I see I've duplicated some information here. Now, according to the study authors, John Ayers said in a press release that rescheduling is a meaningful first step, but the public record shows Americans want federal policy to go even further. Now, opponents of any change, meanwhile, frequently noted concerns about public health risks, addiction, and underage use in their comments. Well, Cindy, I'm sure you agree. What do you think? I know it's a move, but wouldn't descheduling and rescheduling to like I believe it's 5 is where it's more available publicly.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a subject that we've chatted about many times. We've read many stories about it. And it's just we're getting to a point where they've drug it out way too long.
Oh yeah.
And I think people are just getting pissed off. They want something to happen. I mean, the rescheduling is kind of stupid. They're watching other countries that were way harsher, turn towards both medical and recreational legalization. And I think American people are just getting pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah. The majority want it legalized. They don't want this.
Yep. Don't reschedule it, deschedule it, or legalize it altogether. I mean, come on, look at the money you can make as a government. If you're all about business, look at the money you can make. I mean, just take a look at what Canada's doing, the billions of dollars they've made.
Yeah. Now there are some silly parts and laws. We don't have with a story out there today, which we don't have in the news, and that was in Louisiana. Our friend Tony Landry.
Oh, Tony, yeah.
Yeah, he's posted about this. Their law would make it illegal for someone to smoke cannabis within 2,000 feet of a school or college. It's half a mile.
Okay, listen, I can understand, especially younger schools, but 2,000 feet?
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Good morning, Buddy Weeds. All is good. We're spreading the news and the information. And Buddy Weeds also commented on our first story on the irradiation. And he says that they should also label how many times it's been irradiated. And Health Canada rejects quality of it, doesn't pass.
Yeah, because some of the times they send it through more than once.
Yeah. Well, it mentions there 3 times.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, they should be labeling. There's no doubt about that. So, all right. On to the next story we go.
On to the next story. And next story is coming to us from StratCan. Health Canada cites public safety concerns with personal and designated medical cannabis grows. Health Canada is raising new concerns about a part of the cannabis system that often flies under the radar, personal and designated medical cannabis production. According to StratCan, federal officials are pointing to potential public safety risks associated with individuals growing cannabis at home under medical authorization or designating someone else to grow it on their behalf. These programs were originally designed to ensure patients could access affordable cannabis for medical purposes, especially those requiring large quantities or specific strains not always available through commercial channels. But Health Canada now says there are issues that need attention. What are they going to do to us now? Among the concerns, the potential for overproduction beyond authorized limits, the diversion of cannabis into the illicit market. Oh my goodness. And safety risks related to large scale residential grow operations, including electrical hazards, mold, and fire risks. We can just irradiate it. The department has also flagged cases where designated growers may be producing for multiple patients in ways that resemble unregulated commercial operations. However, patient advocates are pushing back. Of course, we are. They argue that these programs are essential for accessibility and affordability, especially for individuals who rely on cannabis as medicine and cannot afford the retail prices. Because I don't care if you go to the indigenous market, the gray market, or the legal market, it's bloody expensive, especially if you have to use oil or higher quantities. For them, restricting personal production could create new barriers for their care. This tension highlights a familiar change in cannabis policy, balancing regulation and safety with patient rights and access. As discussions continue, any potential changes to these programs are likely to be closely watched by both regulators and us here in the medical cannabis community. And just so we have full disclosure, Al, we do now have a live studio audience.
Oh, we do we?
We do.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Good morning.
Yeah, the I see in the article they say that because of the complaints and everything, they changed their approach on things, and they focused on inspecting sites such as high plant counts, multiple registrations at a site, complaints, and
Well,
I
when all
said,
this first started, here in Nova Scotia, at least, we had inspectors, and there was a number of inspectors straight up. I mean, a guy that like an old friend of mine from, back in the day, that's what his job was. Like, I mean, he was hired because he was charged many times with growing cannabis. So they figured he knew what he was talking about. And his job was to go around and go to John Doe over here, and John Doe is allowed to have 5 plants. So it was this guy's job to go in, make sure there was 5 plants, make sure that everything was running well, make sure that there was no safety hazards like potential fire, et cetera,
yeah.
help this person grow to the best of their capability. And we had dozens of inspectors here that's what they did is, and I shouldn't say dozens, but I mean at least one for every number of patients out there. And that's what they did, is they ran around not just to regulate but to help the medical patients. And it helped, right? Like, I mean, it kept the government happy getting these little reports, and then it also helped people grow to the best of their ability. So it was really cool to have that going on, and they stopped that as time went on.
Yeah, because
And
I know,
like, so do it again.
I know at my end of things, I have friends that had high plant numbers. They never ever saw an inspector, never, nothing.
No.
And even today, all these 20 years later, they've still never seen an inspector.
Yep.
But,
Yeah, so I mean,
but
like,
I know they have increased the inspections and stuff like that.
yeah, I have no issues with the inspections as long as they do it the way they did it originally. Like, I mean, you're not just out there to make sure John Doe has 20 plants. You're also out there to make sure that, like, hey, like, is your setup good? Do you have any fire hazards? How can I also help you while governing you? And when, like, here in Nova Scotia, they hired guys, they were all men that I knew. They hired guys that had, been caught with large grows and knew what they were doing, and to go out there not just to inspect but to make sure these people were okay.
Alrighty, well, they're more active in your area than they were in mine.
Yeah, they were. Well, we're also much smaller,
That's why
right? You might have had
got,
the same amount of inspectors, but then you've got like 20 times the amount of growers too.
and in East Coast, the East Coast was also the area where um, most, like per capita, the most cannabis is consumed. So
Yeah,
I see
that's right. Because we love our weed down here in Nova Scotia.
Buddy Weeds has jumped in here. He says he was inspected twice by police. And one was Health Canada.
Yep. Yep. Very interesting.
Buddy, you can during our next story, you can let us know what all they came in and took a look
And what
at.
part of Canada are you in, buddy? I'm
He's here in
curious to what
Ontario.
part you are. Is he there in Ontario and he got
Yeah.
inspected twice? Wow.
Yeah.
And you haven't seen, besides Buddy, you don't know anybody else that's been inspected.
No, I only know that because he's posted it. He
Yeah.
commented on it.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
All right. From there, we're going to move on to our next story, which I find disturbing. So here we go.
Here we go.
This one is coming to us from the Cannabis Health News. Death of this medical cannabis patient highlights ongoing stigma in organ transplant programs. Death of medical cannabis patient highlights ongoing stigma in organ transplant program. Yes, it doesn't sound right. The advocacy group Americans for Safe Access has launched a new resource center focused on organ transplantation and medical cannabis following the death of patient Patrick Navarro, whose case has reignited concerns over discrimination in transplant eligibility. Patrick, who used cannabis to treat severe neuropathic pain, was denied a lung transplant by the University of California, San Francisco, with the committee citing concerns about his long-term cannabis use and the ability to maintain durable abstinence post-transplant. A previous pancreatic and kidney transplant patient, so he's already had 2 transplants. Patrick was hospitalized with acute lung failure in March of 2026. As his condition worsened, his family was told that because of his medical cannabis use, he would need to demonstrate 6 months of abstinence before he could be considered for the lung transplant list. His wife Cindy reached out to ASA after his transplant was declined on March the 6th. Patrick died on March the 23rd, aged 41. They expected him to go 6 months without cannabis. He didn't even go a month. Campaigners at the organization says his story puts a human face on a hidden problem that many families do not discover until it is too late. Even in states with medical cannabis laws, transplant program policies can be inconsistent, unclear, or shaped by stigma, they say, with delays, abstinence mandates, wait list, inactivation, and denial still too common. For patients with end-stage organ disease, delays and barriers to treatment can have life-threatening consequences. Patrick's life mattered, and so does the truth about what families like ours are faced or forced to face, says Cindy Navarro. We do not want other patients and families to go through this without information, support, or someone standing with them. By sharing Patrick's story, we hope to help protect others and push for change. Because he used cannabis, he was denied the right for a chance to live again.
He lasted 17 days when they told him he had to last 6 months.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Exactly. His life didn't, they wanted, because of cannabis. They wouldn't do it. But yet, he had the other 2 transplants.
And it says here in honor of Patrick, Cindy, and their family, and the ASA have launched the Navarro Family Organ Transplant Resource Center. So they're they're going to try and work hard to help others. Um, so Patrick won't have lost his life in vain. Like they're going to
Right.
use his story to help others, and I mean, this is just so sad. Just another reason why the U.S. needs to get their ass in gear and legalize this, decriminalize this, and show that this is just it's denying because they're taking their medicine. Like, excuse my language, folks, but I'm going to swear they can fuck off.
Yeah.
This man should have received, he should have been allowed, even if the lungs didn't come in time, he should have received a yes for it, plain and simple. They should have said yes to his life. And they said no. And I'm baffled by that.
Now, I'm trying to think. Did it say he was smoking the cannabis? Because as we know, there's alternatives, right?
They
So
could have
just
said,
take
listen,
a-
start eating it instead, but they said complete
Exactly.
abstinence. Complete
Take the
abstinence.
oil. But yeah, as I said, they want complete abstinence. So he died.
So young.
Exactly. 41. Not right whatsoever. All right. Well, Cindy, I see it's time for us to take a break. We're halfway through. So you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We'll be back in 3 minutes after you hear from our sponsors.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And we have an answer here from Buddy Weeds. Before the break, we had a story about Health Canada and inspections. Buddy Weeds mentioned that he had been inspected, and he says that he's in Southern Ontario. He grows outside, all natural, no pesticides. And it was simple inspection. Check the entire property for plant count mostly, and storage regulations were met. And he goes on to say that, of course, I was in full compliance, and there was no problems. There you go.
Wicked. Thank you so much for sharing, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Betty. All right, talking about sharing, it's time for us to share some more news, and you are up.
I am up. Our first story after the break is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Congressional committee wants feds to go after cannabis product manufacturers making unlawful health claims. A United States congressional committee is calling for stricter enforcement against cannabis companies making what it describes as unproven or misleading health claims. According to Marijuana Moment, lawmakers are urging federal agencies to take action against manufacturers and marketers who promote cannabis products as treatments or cures without sufficient scientific evidence. The concern centers on products, especially CBD and other cannabinoid based items, being advertised for conditions ranging from anxiety and pain to serious medical issues, often without regulatory approval or clinical backing. Pardon me. Officials argue that this kind of marketing can mislead consumers, particularly vulnerable individuals seeking relief from health conditions. In some cases, companies have been accused of making claims that cross into what would legally qualify as pharmaceutical assertions without undergoing the rigorous testing and approval processes required for medical drugs. Supporters of tighter enforcement say that this is about consumer protection and maintaining credibility in a rapidly growing industry. But others in the cannabis space warn that overly aggressive crackdowns could stifle innovation and limit the ability to share emerging research and anecdotal evidence, which has historically played a role in advancing cannabis medicine. This issue reflects a broader growing pain in the industry. As cannabis becomes more mainstream, it is increasingly being held to the same standards as other health related products, especially when it comes to what can and cannot be claimed. Al, we've dealt with this same kind of thing here in Canada. We see it all around the world. Like, oh my goodness, like, so do your little research claims. Like I've got somebody sitting here beside me that loves to go down the rabbit hole, and I'm sure if he went down the rabbit hole, he would come back with thousands of studies that show what cannabis can do. So telling us that we haven't done the research, telling us that the proof isn't there, for me is just a line of bull.
Oh yeah, we have that same issue here in Canada. That's why I can't talk to part of the reason why I can't talk to our retailers about the medical use of their products. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I seen in the story because part of the claims that it can cure cancer and other conditions, and it's just like chemo. There's no guarantee it's going to cure you of your condition. People still get chemo and still die.
Yes.
Yeah. So people can still take cannabis and still die.
If it's, we all are going to end up that way.
Yeah.
It's a fact of life. But, like cannabis can help. And does it help 100% of people? No. But the proof is there that is for it to be able to help. As with anxiety, as with mental illness, as with. And, it's not like we're pulling this out of our back pocket and making dream-like, thoughts. This is coming from, real world experience as well as scientific knowledge.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm on a biological drug, and I've been on them for several years, like 17 of them. And there was one that I was on that a friend of mine at the time, it put him in the hospital. But yet it did do that to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Alrighty. From that story, we're going to move on to our next one. And this one is kind of an update on the way that things have changed when it comes to the packaging of the cannabis here in Canada. And it's coming to me from Stratcan. Here we go. Headline there says that multi-packs are reshaping Canada's cannabis edibles market. In less than a year, edibles sold in multi-packs have gone from a niche format to a defining force, changing how consumers buy, how retailers stock, and how brands compete. What started as a regulatory adjustment has quickly become one of the most meaningful shifts the category has seen since legalization, say some familiar with the category. Multi-packs have grown from just 2% of the category sales to 28% in under a year, says Mark Woke, WOWK. He's a sales director at Ollie Brands. Says that it's not just growth, there's a fundamental shift in how consumers are shaping for, or shopping for edibles. That kind of share movement in a regulatory category is rare, and it usually signals something more permanent than a passing trend. The big question is whether multi-packs are expanding the market or simply reorganizing it. Now, according to a retail cannabis ops manager, Ashton Faulkner, they say, honestly, it's mostly been a win for existing customers rather than some flood of new faces. What I have noticed is that the transaction value on edibles has gone up, and people who were already buying gummies every week aren't grabbing one pack, they're grabbing a multiple pack and coming back less often, but spending more when they do. At the same time, single pack sales have declined over the same period, which tells us multi packs aren't just bringing in new consumers, they're also shifting existing consumers in their higher value formats, he continues to say. And from there, he goes on and says that consumers are choosing convenience, stronger value, and products they can return to multiple times rather than a single one time purchase. He goes on to say that I've seen people go for a 10 pack when they're heading to a cabin weekend or want something to share. That consumer was always around, but before they were buying two or three singles at the counter, which felt awkward and looked like a lot of product. Now, one tidy package changes that framing. It feels intentional rather than excessive. I don't know about you, Cindy, but I haven't purchased any edible products from the legal market. But I'm not surprised by this result. Why buy a bunch of singles when you can buy
Yeah.
a whole pack?
Yeah. Now I have had some edibles from the legal market. They were gifts. Um, and this was a few years ago. And the funny thing is, what I was gifted was about 14 milligrams of THC. What I ate was probably about 140. Right. 14 milligrams, honestly,
Yeah.
is going to do nothing to me.
No.
I ate these two products at the same time because I thought, well, 14 milligrams, I'm just eating them for the taste. I was so high.
No.
I was really high.
You were told they were 14 milligrams.
Yeah, one package of a chocolate said it was a 10 milligram chocolate,
Right.
and the other package was a 4 milligram gummy. And so, like, I mean, like, this was a gift from my dad, and I ate them both because, like, I mean, 14 milligrams. Come
This
on.
is-
I mean,
was this store bought?
yeah, these are legal products. And so, I mean, somebody got their percentages wrong when they were making that batch because it
Yeah.
had to be at least 140 milligrams that I ate. I was that high.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
But I mean, you know, I have since rebought these products out of a different lot number
Mhm.
and for 14 milligrams, right? You know, like,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm pretty sure somebody made a mistake back there.
Yeah. A labeling issue is and labeling issues are not on
Well, it wasn't a labeling because they're not allowed to sell 100 milligrams and 40 milligrams. Somebody made a
Yeah,
mistake
true.
when they were mixing them. I'm sure of it.
And
Like
it
there
was
was a
never
decimal
tested.
point moved.
Not tested.
Yeah, untested too, right? If they're only supposed to be
They have
10
to
and
be.
4.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? But you know, that aside, I like the idea of the bigger pack. Like, like I need 50 to 100 milligrams to really feel it. Being able to go buy that in one pack is great. I'm excited for the day that I can buy that in one gummy through the legal system. And I understand we've got to make the 5-10 milligrams. We have to. I know so many people
Oh,
that there's no way they can handle more than that. And having that doled out for them, I think is good.
yeah, I've seen a 10 milligram gummy put a person down for several hours. I was surprised. Yeah. Wow,
Yep.
really?
Yep.
So yeah. All righty, we've got 2 more stories to go, and you've
Yeah.
got the first one up.
Yeah. Next story is coming to us from Mugglehead. Unlikely culprits. 22 Buddhist monks are arrested in Sri Lanka for smuggling cannabis. Um, so, for my final story, in one of the more surreal cannabis headlines to emerge this week, authorities in Sri Lanka have arrested 22 Buddhist monks after customs officers uncovered more than 110 kilograms of high potency cannabis, known locally as Kush, hidden inside their luggage at Colombo's main international airport. Officials say the monks, many of them young trainees, had just returned from a 4-day trip to Thailand, where inspectors discovered roughly 5 kilograms concealed in false suitcase compartments for each traveler. The total haul has been valued at approximately 1.1 billion Sri Lankan rupees, making it the largest single cannabis seizure in the airport's history. Authorities later arrested a 23rd monk believed to have organized the operation, allegedly telling the others the mysterious parcels were simply a donation that would be collected upon arrival. The story has stunned Sri Lanka, where Buddhist clergy traditionally hold deep social respect and moral authority. Video footage circulating online showed the robbed men attempting to hide their faces as they were escorted through the airport, while senior religious leaders scrambled to distance mainstream temples from the scandal, with some denouncing the accused as imposter monks. But police confirmed many of these detained were in fact attached to recognized religious institutions, making the embarrassment even more profound. Beyond the shock value, the bust also highlights Thailand's growing role as a regional departure point in international cannabis trafficking since loosening its cannabis laws, as well as the increasing creative in the and in this case deeply ironic methods smugglers are using to avoid suspicion. Because if there was ever a reminder that prohibition produces stranger headlines than legalization ever could, this may be it. What do you think, Al?
I think they're right. It is. It- when I saw that one, I thought, "What was this a setup?" Did they unknowingly bring this stuff into the country? And when I read the story, it says that it was there was a tip from somebody. Like what? Like,
Interesting.
yeah. Like why? Somebody obviously knew, but
They're
yeah,
claiming they didn't know that they were given
yeah,
these packages. They were a donation, just bring them back.
yeah. It was in the bottom of the suitcases. The police say. So I don't know. Yeah, it's not what you expect. You know, but it happened. So
Yeah.
somebody's gotten it.
Yep.
And yeah, but they are further investigating, and who knows? Maybe we'll have an update at the next show. You just never know.
Well, I hope we have an update as the updates come. I mean, it caught my eye. I want to follow this story.
Well, yeah, I know. I thought what, and then I thought I have to get this posted, so I put it up on the Facebook page so everybody can see it. So, all right, last story of the day that we're going to get into. It's got to do well. Monks. You sort of think of something that's an old tradition. Our last story here is it asks the question, and basically, how old is cannabis, and where was it discovered? And some new updated information is available. So here we go.
Here
This
we
is
go.
coming. Yeah, this is coming to me from the International Cannabis Conference. What is the oldest cannabis fossil ever found? In 2019, a team of international researchers conducted analysis of fossil pollen studies to try to pinpoint the origin of the cannabis plant. For years, fossil pollen studies lumped cannabis pollen together with pollen from the Humulus genus. Now, their analysts concluded that the cannabis plant originated high on the Tibet plateau around 19.6 million years ago. However, a recent discovery is calling that conclusion into question, with a fossil found in the collection of the Berlin National History Museum, pointing to a potentially different geographically um, origin, and one that is which is much older. They say that the oldest cannabis plants in the world may not originate from China, but from Saxony Anhalt. At least a discovery from prehistoric times in the museum's collection raises this question, according to a statement released Friday by the Museum of Natural History in Berlin. Now, researchers reportedly unearthed a spectacular plant fossil in the museum's collection, reported Stern. According to more recent age classifications, the fossil dates from the lower Eocene period, approximately 56 to 48 million years ago, and is therefore significantly older than previous known fossils. The fossil was reportedly found near Esselben in the Saxony-Anhalt area, which also calls into question the origin of the plant genus in Central Asia. The outlet also wrote, now it is worth noting that a definitive identification has yet to be declared, so it is still possible that the fossil could prove to be something other than cannabis. Now, the fossil's visual similarities to cannabis are striking, although it could just be that the leaf print is of an extinct relative cannabis. Now, a deeper examination is reportedly underway. The fossil that recently surfaced in the Museum of Natural History of Berlin was actually found nearly 150 years ago and was only recently re-examined. Now, only time will tell if the fossil proves to be the real deal, but it would be fitting that as Germany's legal cannabis industry continues to become an international powerhouse, scientists find out that the region is where cannabis plant got its start. Wow. Inconclusive. Inconclusive, but I know for years we've always looked at it over in China. But it'd be interesting. This fossil that's been there for 150 years in this museum, if it actually turns out to be a fossil of a cannabis plant that's basically 50 million years old.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And just
Yeah.
think it's only been prohibited for the last 100 years. But yet it's that old.
Wow.
So yeah, a little bit of history, and yet again, if we see a report concluding that this was a cannabis plant, I'll make sure to get it
Oh,
out.
absolutely. We'll share it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. All right. Anything else offhand?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
I think we're good too. All right. Other than that, I think that's it. Don't forget, catch some of our reels that I'm posting out on Instagram as well as on Facebook and YouTube. If you haven't got enough time to watch the whole 1 hour or 45-minute broadcast, the 3 and 4 minute clips, and get you your news to you without having to worry about all the others talk.
All right. Other than that, I am done. We are done. I hope you found it educational and informative, with more of it coming Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'd like to say thanks to the viewers, for everybody for tuning in. Thanks, Buddy Weeds, for your comments. Always appreciate them. And thanks to Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. Good morning, Steve. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
At the Grindhouse Cafe door, coffee steam on the glass, donuts in a paper boat, sandwiches going fast, gray heads and folding chairs, young ones in the back. Everybody came to learn and nobody came to act. Sun on the window blinds, names on the coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Science on the silver sheet, old laws, old fear, old fights, patient voices, careful words, doctors, researchers explain without missing a beat. A cop came in for coffee just to listen at the door. He said, I didn't know this much. Then he asked for one more. Sun on the window blinds, names on a coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Oh, yeah, not a rumor, not a joke, just the faces and the quotes. Pain turned plain, plain turned gray. Sunday after Sunday, they came in a way. Two shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen. Stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday. And the whole place blooms. Cannabis education. At the Grindhouse Cafe.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.